Moreover, there were 3 masters at the peak of the 8th realm who could even wrestle with the demon lord of the 9th realm. Such exceptional talents of the demonic Tao? It's about time. We can make a move now. The sinister youth, Bian Mao, glanced at the distant stronghold and spoke. The atmosphere feels off. Deep in the stronghold, in front of the house where Lin Yuan was in retreat. As a protector, Nuan naturally guarded him all the time, but at this moment, she faintly sensed danger. Could this place have been discovered? Nuan felt a shock in her heart. Indeed, that was a possibility. Ever since Shahuo Yuan was suppressed, the forces she could muster had grown weaker, and even the specially arranged strongholds were no longer flawless. No, I must see the master, I need to leave quickly. Nuan was highly vigilant, but just as she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly remembered that the master should be healing now. Disturbing him at this moment could potentially exacerbate his injuries. Would that not be a death-deserving crime? While Nuan hesitated, swish, 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 several figures clad in black swiftly retreated back. They were precisely Nuan's few remaining subordinates. What's happening? Nuan sensed something was wrong. We are surrounded. One of the subordinates spoke in a deep voice. Surrounded? Nuan's expression darkened. This fast? Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps began to sound. Unbeknownst to them, hundreds of figures had already appeared around the house within the stronghold. These hundreds of figures, with their auras faintly connected, clearly shared a common intent and had mastered some powerful joint attack skill. Come out. Seeing this, Nuan knew she couldn't escape unscathed. So you are one of the 36 protectors under Shahuo Yuan from years ago, Nuan Shu? A sinister youth stepped forward, looking at Nuan Shu with interest. He had not lived through Shahuo Yuan's era and thus had no fear of it. Indeed loyal. If I'm not mistaken, your master is in this house, right? How dare you? Nuan burst into rage. What status does the master hold, for a junior like this sinister youth to address him directly? Bian Mao, how dare you? Nuan stared intently at the sinister youth. She also recognized Bian Mao, the most promising to ascend to the 9th realm's little demon lord. Protector Nuan, times have changed. Upon hearing this, the sinister youth Bian Mao's expression turned cold. The era belonging to Shahuo Yuan has passed. The sinister youth Bian Mao said with a cold laugh. Stop talking. Attack directly. A girl in a light green skirt appeared simultaneously with Yin Shiliu. A profound aura suddenly spread, rapidly enveloping the entire stronghold. Just as the sinister youth Bian Mao, the girl in the light green skirt, Yin Shiliu, and the hundreds of demon crowd were about to attack. Crack! The wooden door behind Nuan was pushed open. Such a lively scene? A gentle voice came from inside the house. Immediately, a foot stepped out. Under the gaze of the sinister youth, Yin Shiliu, and others. A tall man walked out from the cabin. Is that Shahuo Yuan? Even though they had anticipated this scene in their minds, the sinister youth and others still felt their heartbeats accelerate. This was a legend from 20 or 30 years ago. Kill! The sinister youth Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu, and the girl in the light green skirt were resolute. Even if it was truly Shahuo Yuan, how did it matter? It wasn't 30 years ago anymore, and even if he was once a legend, they dared to make a move to hunt him down. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, his lips curling into a smile. Boom! In an instant, within a 10 to several tens of kilometers radius, any demon practicing demonic Tao arts, be it from the 7th realm, 8th realm, or even 9th realm, couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. All demons in the world, upon seeing Shahuo, must bow down. Inside the stronghold, hundreds of demon chiefs had murderous intentions reaching for the skies. Yet, they found themselves involuntarily kneeling and kowtowing the instant they saw Lin Yuan. This was an incomparable suppression, emanating from the depths of the soul, as if all demon chiefs who practiced demonic cultivation in the world were under its jurisdiction. How is this possible? The sinister young man Bian Mao knelt on the ground, unable to move, waves of shock flooding his heart. With his strength, even if he encountered a peak existence of the 9th realm, he might not be able to fight or escape, but he wouldn't just kneel directly. Yet now, not only had he, Bian Mao, knelt down, but all the demonic arts and forbidden techniques inside him had fallen eerily silent. This was simply unthinkable. This Shahuo Yuan. A chill ran down the spine of the sinister young man Bian Mao. He finally understood why the seasoned demon chiefs, who had lived through the era 30 years ago, were panicked upon hearing that Xiahou Yuan had emerged from the great abyss. They were not considering hunting him down, not even entertaining a thought of hostility. At that time, he, Bian Mao, had been somewhat contemptuous, even mocking those seasoned demon chiefs for being so terrified by Xiahou Yuan that they hadn't emerged for decades. However, facing Xiahou Yuan directly, the sinister young man Bian Mao deeply realized just how terrifying Xiahou Yuan, who once dominated the demons of the 5 domains and was known as Demon Lord, truly was. His own grand ambitions to replace Xiahou Yuan and become the next legendary figure now seemed ludicrous. If Xiahou Yuan were so easy to deal with, then upon learning he had emerged from the great abyss, the 9 great demon lords of the 5 domains would have come to hunt him down already. How could a lesser demon lord, like himself, possibly get a head start? It turns out we were being used. Yin Shiliu, also kneeling on the ground, suddenly realized something. Their operation was not exactly clandestine. A few of the 9 great demon lords were aware of it. Yet from the beginning to the end, they had encountered no hindrances. Instead, everything went unusually smoothly, easily pinpointing Xiahou Yuan's location. Before this, Yin Shiliu had merely thought it was Providence aiding him. But now, they, the young generation, had clearly become the knife in the hands of those seasoned demon chiefs. Those seasoned demon chiefs, including the 9 great demon lords, having experienced the era of Xiahou Yuan, knew too well the terror he wielded. That's why, even upon learning that Xiahou Yuan had just stepped out of the great abyss and couldn't possibly be in peak condition, they still dared not make a move. To those seasoned demon chiefs, the rise of this younger generation was an unexpected delight. With the tacit agreement of several demon lords, they gathered together and discussed the hunting of the legendary demon chief, Xiahou Yuan. Little did they know, all of their actions were under the scrutiny of those seasoned demon chiefs. With great caution, they used them to test Xiahou Yuan. If they managed to kill Xiahou Yuan, it would be tantamount to helping those seasoned demon chiefs eliminate a major worry. If not, it had nothing to do with those seasoned demon chiefs. From beginning to end, this young generation of demon chiefs had never collaborated with them on anything. All actions were of their own volition. Master. Why hasn't Master come? Xiahou Yuan is too terrifying. Wah 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 wah. The girl in a light green dress crushed the jade amulet in her hand. According to the plan she had with her master, as soon as she crushed the amulet, her 9th realm master would come at the fastest speed and end everything. At that time, whether it was the lesser demon lord Bian Mao or Yin Shiliu, both could only kneel under her skirt. But she had ground the jade amulet into dust, and her master still hadn't arrived. In front of the wooden hut, Lin Yuan looked at all the demon chiefs kneeling on the ground. His expression showed no surprise. As soon as he had arrived in this world, Lin Yuan knew that Xiahou Yuan had a near terrifying suppressive power over all demon chiefs. Of course, this suppressive power was not without limit. It had to be within the same realm. For example, when Xiahou Yuan was in the 7th realm, all demon chiefs of the 7th realm and below would be suppressed in his presence. Even those at the peak of the 7th realm could not escape this suppression and would have no choice but to kneel and kowtow upon encountering Xiahou Yuan. If it were a demon chief of the 8th realm, they might mitigate the suppression, but they would only ensure they would not have to kneel and kowtow. Attacking Xiahou Yuan was something they would not dare to contemplate. Decades ago, how did Xiahou Yuan gain dominance over the demon chiefs of the 5 domains? Was it simply by force? By strength? The Tianjin sect and other righteous forces had not dominated the demonic Tao for so many years, so how could Xiahou Yuan have managed it? Even if one's strength were great, for those demon chiefs and demon lords, they could simply choose to stay far away. If they couldn't defeat him, couldn't they just hide? Even against the righteous forces, when faced with a 10th realm powerhouse of righteousness, demon chiefs could indeed hide. For tens of thousands of years, 3 10th realm powerhouses had emerged from the Tianjin sect. Even so, at most, they made the demon chiefs of the 5 domains fall silent and disappear for a few hundred years. Once the 10th realm powerhouse died, the demon chiefs would emerge again. But Xiahou Yuan managed to make all the demon chiefs of the 5 domains submit, and strength alone was definitely not enough to explain it. Lin Yuan, suppressed on the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss ground, chose the most tortuous method to recover his strength instead of simply letting his primordial spirit exit the body and seek a new vessel. He was concerned that if he changed bodies, he would lose this suppressive power. He knew that even without this natural means to suppress demons, Lin Yuan was destined to be invincible in the world. But having it in advance could definitely help him avoid some detours. Moreover, Lin Yuan was also quite curious. What was the principle behind this suppression? Inside the stronghold, hundreds of demon chiefs had murderous intentions reaching for the skies. Yet, they found themselves involuntarily kneeling and kowtowing the instant they saw Lin Yuan. This was an incomparable suppression, emanating from the depths of the soul, as if all demon chiefs who practiced demonic cultivation in the world were under its jurisdiction. How is this possible? The sinister young man Bian Mao knelt on the ground, unable to move, waves of shock flooding his heart. With his strength, even if he encountered a peak existence of the ninth realm, he might not be able to fight or escape, but he wouldn't just kneel directly. Yet now, not only had he, Bian Mao, knelt down, but all the demonic arts and forbidden techniques inside him had fallen eerily silent. This was simply unthinkable, this Shahuo Yuan. A chill ran down the spine of the sinister young man Bian Mao. He finally understood why the seasoned demon chiefs, who had lived through the era 30 years ago, were panicked upon hearing that Shahuo Yuan had emerged from the Great Abyss. They were not considering hunting him down, not even entertaining a thought of hostility. At that time, he, Bian Mao, had been somewhat contemptuous. Even mocking those seasoned demon chiefs for being so terrified by Shahuo Yuan that they hadn't emerged for decades. However, facing Shahuo Yuan directly, the sinister young man Bian Mao deeply realized just how terrifying Shahuo Yuan, who once dominated the demons of the 5 domains and was known as Demon Lord, truly was. His own grand ambitions to replace Shahuo Yuan and become the next legendary figure now seemed ludicrous. If Shahuo Yuan were so easy to deal with, then upon learning he had emerged from the Great Abyss, the 9 great demon lords of the 5 domains would have come to hunt him down already. How could a lesser demon lord, like himself, possibly get a head start? It turns out we were being used. Yin Shiliu, also kneeling on the ground, suddenly realized something. Their operation was not exactly clandestine. A few of the 9 great demon lords were aware of it. Yet from the beginning to the end, they had encountered no hindrances. Instead, everything went unusually smoothly, easily pinpointing Shahuo Yuan's location. Before this, Yin Shiliu had merely thought it was Providence aiding him. But now, they, the young generation, had clearly become the knife in the hands of those seasoned demon chiefs. Those seasoned demon chiefs, including the 9 great demon lords, having experienced the era of Shahuo Yuan, knew too well the terror he wielded. That's why, even upon learning that Shahuo Yuan had just stepped out of the Great Abyss and couldn't possibly be in peak condition, they still dared not make a move. To those seasoned demon chiefs, the rise of this younger generation was an unexpected delight. With the tacit agreement of several demon lords, they gathered together and discussed the hunting of the legendary demon chief, Shahuo Yuan. Little did they know, all of their actions were under the scrutiny of those seasoned demon chiefs. With great caution, they used them to test Shahuo Yuan. If they managed to kill Shahuo Yuan, it would be tantamount to helping those seasoned demon chiefs eliminate a major worry. If not, it had nothing to do with those seasoned demon chiefs. From beginning to end, this young generation of demon chiefs had never collaborated with them on anything. All actions were of their own volition. Master. Why hasn't Master come? Shahuo Yuan is too terrifying. Wah 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 wah. The girl in a light green dress crushed the jade amulet in her hand. According to the plan she had with her master, as soon as she crushed the amulet, her 9th realm master would come at the fastest speed and end everything. At that time, whether it was the lesser demon lord Bian Mao or Yin Shiliu, both could only kneel under her skirt. But she had ground the jade amulet into dust, and her master still hadn't arrived. In front of the wooden hut, Lin Yuan looked at all the demon chiefs kneeling on the ground. His expression showed no surprise. As soon as he had arrived in this world, Lin Yuan knew that Shahuo Yuan had a near terrifying suppressive power over all demon chiefs. Of course, this suppressive power was not without limit. It had to be within the same realm. For example, when Shahuo Yuan was in the 7th realm, all demon chiefs of the 7th realm and below would be suppressed in his presence. Even those at the peak of the 7th realm could not escape this suppression and would have no choice but to kneel and kowtow upon encountering Xiahou Yuan. If it were a demon chief of the 8th realm, they might mitigate the suppression, but they would only ensure they would not have to kneel and kowtow. Attacking Xiahou Yuan was something they would not dare to contemplate. Decades ago, how did Xiahou Yuan gain dominance over the demon chiefs of the 5 domains? Was it simply by force? By strength? The Tianjin sect and other righteous forces had not dominated the demonic Tao for so many years, so how could Xiahou Yuan have managed it? Even if one's strength were great, for those demon chiefs and demon lords, they could simply choose to stay far away. If they couldn't defeat him, couldn't they just hide? Even against the righteous forces, when faced with a 10th realm powerhouse of righteousness, demon chiefs could indeed hide. For tens of thousands of years, 3 10th realm powerhouses had emerged from the Tianjin sect. Even so, at most, they made the demon chiefs of the 5 domains fall silent and disappear for a few hundred years. Once the 10th realm powerhouse died, the demon chiefs would emerge again. But Xiahou Yuan managed to make all the demon chiefs of the 5 domains submit, and strength alone was definitely not enough to explain it. Lin Yuan, suppressed on the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss ground, chose the most tortuous method to recover his strength instead of simply letting his primordial spirit exit the body and seek a new vessel. He was concerned that if he changed bodies, he would lose this suppressive power. He knew that even without this natural means to suppress demons, Lin Yuan was destined to be invincible in the world. But having it in advance could definitely help him avoid some detours. Moreover, Lin Yuan was also quite curious. What was the principle behind this suppression? Stop squeezing, your master has long since run away. Lin Yuan looked at the many demon heads kneeling on the ground and glanced at the young girl dressed in a light green skirt, as he saw her attempting to crush a jade pendant that was nearly reduced to powder. As soon as the girl had appeared, Lin Yuan had sensed an aura on her that was connected to another aura 100 miles away. The aura 100 miles away originated from the same source as the girl's but was much stronger, likely belonging to a 9th realm demon head. However, at the moment the girl crushed the jade pendant, the aura 100 miles away, like a startled bird, rapidly fled far away, and by now, it had probably already escaped 1,000 miles away. This instantly made Lin Yuan lose the intention to pursue. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up, but that there was no need. What was most important for him now was to break through to the 5th rank as quickly as possible, and all other matters could be postponed. Actually, Lin Yuan speculated that if the girl had not crushed the jade pendant, the 9th realm demon head 100 miles away might have approached out of curiosity. But once the jade pendant was crushed, it indicated that something unpredictable had occurred, and the most likely cause of that variable would be Xiahou Yuan. How would the aura 100 miles away dare to come closer? Xiahou. Lord. My lord. The young girl in the light green skirt trembled as she stuttered. Decades earlier, Xiahou Yuan had unified the demonic path of the 5 domains and was known as Demon Lord, with his followers respectfully addressing him as my lord. Enough. Lin Yuan looked at the other demon heads, his gaze briefly resting on the eerie youth Bian Mao and Yin Shiliu. Do you want to die or live? Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears. To die or to live? Upon hearing this, the eerie youth Bian Mao was momentarily stunned. Then a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Initially, he thought he was certain to die, but now it seemed from Lin Yuan's intentions that there was a chance he could live. Want to live? Demon Lord, we want to live. Reporting to my lord, we want to live. The numerous demon heads quickly said, since you want to live, don't resist. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and hundreds of streams of light flew out, landing on the foreheads of each of the demon heads. Lin Yuan had just emerged from the Great Abyss, and the forces he had established in the past had long since disbanded. He was in need of a group of subordinates to serve him. Lin Yuan had no great demands on his subordinates, as long as they could help him find some heavenly earth spiritual medicine, to quickly cultivate at an accelerated pace. Yes. Bian Mao and the other demon heads felt a chill on their foreheads, as if something had penetrated their minds, and they didn't dare to examine it closely, quickly responding. HMPH. Protector Nuan stood atop Lin Yuan, looking down at the eerie youth and other demon heads, with a hint of smugness on her face. Call it yelling and screaming. Are you juniors even qualified to challenge my lord? Now, you've been implanted with a death mark. The control of your life and death is in my lord's hands. The death mark was a method Shahou Yuan used to control the demon heads in the past. It could simulate Shahou Yuan's aura, hovering in the minds of all the demon heads. Once this aura erupted, even a 9th realm peak demon lord would struggle to survive. Of course, the death marks implanted in their foreheads needed to be reinforced by Shahou Yuan periodically. If not reinforced for a long period, they would dissipate quickly. Of course, no demon head dared to drag out the time, such as hiding in some place and waiting for the death mark to dissipate. Because before the death mark could fade away, Shahou Yuan needed only a single thought to detonate it. Initially, when Shahou Yuan was suppressed, the demon heads trembled with fear for a while. But later they realized that Shahou Yuan, who was trapped on the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss ground, had long since lost contact with the outside world, unable to even sense, let alone activate the death mark. Years passed, and as the death marks in the depths of all the demon heads' minds dissipated, the fearful hearts finally settled down. Thousands of miles from the stronghold, an escape light rushed forth, faintly exuding the scent of blood. Clearly, the master of the escape light had used some forbidden technique to greatly increase speed, pushing it to the limit. A moment later, the escape light stopped. A plump, middle-aged beautiful woman hovered in the air. Chainier. The middle-aged beautiful woman's breathing was a bit unsteady, yet her presence still caused the surrounding few miles to fall silent. The wild beasts, as if sensing the aura of a natural predator, curled up in place, not daring to move. Without a doubt, this middle-aged beautiful woman was a 9th realm powerhouse and a demon head of the 9th realm. Yet at this moment, this being capable of ranging freely across the 5 domains still had fear lingering on her face as if she had just escaped from some place of great terror. What exactly happened? Why would Chainier crush the jade pendant? This middle-aged beautiful woman was one of the demon heads who had intended to encircle and kill Lin Yuan. The girl in the light green skirt had a master. It wasn't entirely accurate to call her a master, though, as outsiders had no clue about their actual relationship. Originally, this middle-aged beauty was watching from 100 miles away. However, even as a demon from the 9th realm, it's quite difficult to detect anything across such a distance. Mainly because the middle-aged beauty dared not use any probing or perceptive secret techniques. If Shahou Yuan discovered her, wouldn't it be like asking for trouble? Yet, when the middle-aged beauty sensed the girl in the light green skirt crushing the jade pendant, a feeling of fear instinctively arose within her heart. She didn't get any closer. Instead, she turned in the opposite direction and started to flee for her life, sparing no expense on various secret techniques. There was no helping it. That was Shahou Yuan. No matter why the girl in the light green skirt crushed the jade pendant. If there was even the slightest possibility it involved Shahou Yuan, she wouldn't dare to gamble. No, it won't do. I must go and join up with Moyong and the others. The middle-aged beauty steadied her nerves, feeling that it was somewhat unsafe to be alone. She wanted to find others who were also demons of the 9th realm, grouped together for warmth. Especially Moyong Demon Lord, who had reached the peak of the 9th realm 30 years ago. He was even poised to become the new leader of the demonic Dao after Shahou Yuan's suppression. According to what the middle-aged beauty knew, since Shahou Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss, Moyong Demon Lord had always been plotting something. If anyone else knew what the middle-aged beauty was thinking, they would be astounded. After all, as a demon lord of the 9th realm, what in the 5 domains and 4 seas could make you feel unsafe? But upon learning that this person was Shahou Yuan, they would find it perfectly normal again. That was Shahou Yuan. After subduing Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu, and many other demon heads, Lin Yuan returned to the wooden hut to continue his cultivation. As for the demon heads, they stayed nearby the stronghold, forbidding strangers from getting close. 5th rank. The more Lin Yuan cultivated, the deeper his understanding of the 5th rank became. Having spent 20 years on the 18th level of the Great Abyss ground, Lin Yuan had imagined breaking through to the 5th rank countless times. It's about time. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He was now fully prepared to make his breakthrough to the 5th rank. All that was left was to start the breakthrough, however. It would be best to change locations before breaking through. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he scanned his surroundings. Firstly, breaking through to the 5th rank requires a high-quality environment. Well, it's not the environment per se. If Lin Yuan had a few jars of scarlet spirit liquid, he could break through anywhere. The heavenly earth vital energy around the stronghold was indeed much better than that in the Great Abyss. But it still didn't meet Lin Yuan's minimum standard for breaking through. Furthermore, in recent days Lin Yuan clearly sensed a faint feeling of being spied upon. Obviously, his presence here had been noticed by many. And since they didn't dare confront him directly, they kept observing from a distance. Not that Lin Yuan cared about being watched by others. But for the sake of an undisturbed breakthrough, he obviously needed to find a secure and secluded place. Nuan Shu. Lin Yuan called over his protector, Nuan, and expressed his requirements. Yes. Nuan promptly nodded. She had wanted to leave this place for some time. Not only had Lin Yuan sensed the spying. Nuan had also felt that more than one person was observing them from afar. Several days later, Nuan quickly came in front of the wooden hut and, upon being granted permission by Lin Yuan, excitedly said, "My lord, I have found a place that absolutely meets the requirements." Oh, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his face showing surprise. His requirements for Nuan Shu were not low. To meet them would be equivalent to the standards of the major powers' strongholds. Could such a place be found so easily? What place? Lin Yuan asked directly. He believed in Nuan Shu's ability and was certain that it would search according to his instructions, without any possibility of cutting corners. Respected master. Nuan Shu immediately recounted all the information it had gathered. It turned out that ever since 25 years ago, when Lin Yuan was suppressed in the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss, the Moyong Demon Lord, once a formidable subordinate of Shahou Yuan at the peak of the 9th realm, began to secretly construct an underground palace. He intended to use this underground palace as a foundation to once again unite the demonic Tao forces of the 5 domains and establish his stronghold. This underground palace was built upon a natural primordial chi vortex. And this primordial chi vortex had reached the rank of skygrade. The so-called primordial chi vortex is a place where the heavenly earth vital energy gathers most densely. And those that reach the rank of skygrade are few and far between across the 5 domains and 4 seas. The Moyong Demon Lord discovered such a primordial chi vortex but never expanded it until Shahou Yuan was suppressed and lost all hope of emerging, at which point he began to utilize it for his grand ambitions. Unfortunately, despite his lofty goals, the Moyong Demon Lord lacked Shahou Yuan's nearly terrifying suppression over all other demon chiefs. As such, he was doomed to be unable to command all demon chiefs and could only establish a single demonic Tao force. The construction of the underground palace by the Moyong Demon Lord was exceedingly secretive. If it were not for the fact that Shahou Yuan had not been suppressed for long when the construction began, and there were still a few demon chiefs with loyalty informing Nuan Shu in secret, it's likely that Nuan Shu would not have been able to find a suitable breakthrough location for Lin Yuan so quickly. It's just, Nuan Shu's face showed some hesitation. The underground palace built by the Moyong Demon Lord is not only secret but also extremely dangerous. It is said that there is more than one sky-ranked demon formation set up. A sky-ranked demon formation is powerful enough to suppress and kill a powerhouse of the 9th realm. If the respected master intends to enter that underground palace, you must be extremely cautious, Nuan Shu said softly. No matter. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Several days later, Lin Yuan and Nuan Shu arrived in front of a hill. Bian Mao and many other demon chiefs followed closely behind them. This is the entrance to the underground palace built by the Moyong Demon Lord. Nuan Shu whispered, "Heavenly Earth vital energy." Lin Yuan faintly sensed a massive primordial chi vortex. However, this primordial chi vortex seemed to be under some sort of seal, not releasing even a trace of primordial chi. This was quite normal. Generally speaking, in the absence of external interference. A primordial chi vortex would slowly release heavenly earth vital energy in all directions. But by doing so, the concentration of vital energy at the vortex's core would decrease. Therefore, as long as the primordial chi vortex has a master, it would be isolated from the outside world to enhance the energy concentration within the area. As this underground palace was the stronghold of the Moyong Demon Lord, there would no doubt be no leakage of primordial chi. This will be sufficient for my breakthrough to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, clearly satisfied in his heart. "Respected master, I will lead the way." Nuan Shu took the initiative, triggered a nearby mechanism, and the hill in front of them suddenly revealed an entrance. Under the hills, within a spacious underground palace, 9 great demon lords gathered in a grand hall, engaged in fierce debate. In principle, as Ninth Realm demon lords, peak powerhouses of the 5 domains, it was unlikely for them to gather in one place. They were usually scattered across the 5 domains, each presiding over their own territories. Yet now, they were assembled in the palace, arguing with each other. The reason was the matter of Shahou Yuan leaving the Great Abyss. The 9 demon lords were the capable subordinates of Shahou Yuan back in his day. After Shahou Yuan was suppressed, they simply divided up the territory of the former demonic Dao. And they had no intention of rescuing Shahou Yuan. Rescue Shahou Yuan? For what purpose? While Shahou Yuan was in power, these demon lords, who roamed the 5 domains, all had their hands tied. Even the slaughtering of a village for practice was greatly restricted. On the surface, it seemed that Shahou Yuan led the forces of the demonic Dao in the 5 domains to confront the righteous powers like the Tianjin sect. The influence of the demonic Dao was unprecedented. It was quite a spectacle, but the bitterness of that, only they knew. With Shahou Yuan around, it was as if a sharp sword hung over the heads of all the demons in the world. They could no longer kill at will in their practice. If Shahou Yuan hadn't been so terrifying, wielding an incomprehensible suppressing force over the demons, let alone facing the righteous forces like the Tianjin sect in battle, these 9 great demon lords would have rebelled long ago. Shahou Yuan has emerged. What should we do? What the hell happened with Tianjin Z? Wasn't it said that escaping the 18 layers of the Great Abyss was as hard as adding wings to a tiger? Useless? First, we need to confirm whether Shahou Yuan leaving the Great Abyss is true or false. The demon lords questioned each other, and no matter how much they suppressed it, the terrifying aura distinctive of a demon lord burst forth, making it impossible for average 7th realm or 8th realm powerhouses to even approach. Enough! Shahou Yuan has indeed left the Great Abyss. One of the demon lords spoke up. His eyes were narrow, projecting a kind of soft yet sinister quality. Zhang Jianke, who was stationed outside the Great Abyss, is dead, and so are the Guardians. Someone has already performed the soul search. The demon lord paused for a moment before saying again, Shahou Yuan has indeed emerged. With this statement, the grand hall fell into silence. All the demon lords became silent. Shahou Yuan had come out. So, what should they do now? Continue to watch and wait? Or take the initiative to admit their wrongs? If they continue to watch, what if they provoke Shahou Yuan? But if they proactively admit fault, would Shahou Yuan forgive them? The demon lords pondered over and over and felt that no matter what choice they made, the consequences would be difficult to handle. Not only has Shahou Yuan come out, his strength has at least recovered to the 9th realm. At that moment, a plump and beautiful demon lordess spoke. The 9th realm? How is that possible? A hot-tempered demon lord could not hold back anymore. Not to mention that under suppression, Shahou Yuan's physical body and primordial spirit had already been sealed by Tianjin Z and other 9th realm peak powerhouses, and his bones were penetrated with Millennium Deep Sea fine gold to lock his limbs. Being suppressed in the depths of the Great Abyss for 18 layers over 25 years, let alone a 9th realm powerhouse, even those rare 10th realm individuals seen once in tens of thousands of years would find it hard to bear, right? A while ago, I secretly pushed Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu, and other 8th realm pinnacle demons to make a move against Shahou Yuan. The result? Bian Mao and the others have not contacted me to this day. The plump beautiful woman spoke. In fact, she had more information that she hadn't mentioned, such as not only Bian Mao and Yin Shiliu but also one of her disciples. Bian Mao, Yin Shiliu. Upon hearing this, the expression of the demon lords present darkened. They had also heard of these rising stars of the demonic Dao. Especially Yin Shiliu, whose assassination techniques were enough to make 9th realm powerhouses wary. It's impossible for ordinary 9th realm individuals to deal with these two quietly. The plump beautiful woman said that Shahou Yuan had already recovered to 9th realm strength, and she meant no exaggeration. Moyang, why don't you say something? What should we do now? A demon lord frowned, looking towards Moyang demon lord, who was seated at the head. This gathering of demon lords was entirely due to the invitation of Moyang Demon Lord. When Xiahou Yuan was around, they served under the demon lord as led by Moyang Demon Lord. After Xiahou Yuan's suppression, the 9 demon lords scattered, but it was Moyang Demon Lord whose influence was greatest. What to do? Anyway, I don't want to go back to those old days. Moyang Demon Lord chuckled coldly. The other 8 demon lords, hearing Moyang Demon Lord's stance, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just Moyang Demon Lord, none of them wanted that. Moyang, please, share your thoughts. The demon lord who started speaking immediately asked. Knowing Moyang Demon Lord as they did, they were sure he wouldn't speak with such confidence without a solid plan. Xiahou Yuan, coming out from the Great Abyss, will definitely seek revenge against the Tianjin sect. 25 years ago, Tianjin Zi personally sealed Xiahou Yuan. Do you think Xiahou Yuan could endure not avenging this? Moyang Demon Lord countered. Indeed. That Tianjin Zi was no saint either, using Bai Qinger, that vile woman, to break Xiahou Yuan's spirit. Now that Xiahou Yuan has emerged, he likely won't trouble us for the time being. But the Tianjin sect is not easy to provoke, and Tianjin Zi is even recognized as the strongest in the world. As Xiahou Yuan seeks revenge against the Tianjin sect, we only need to watch. The demon lords thought along the lines Moyang Demon Lord suggested. They all exhaled in relief. But what if? What if Xiahou Yuan doesn't target the Tianjin sect but comes after us instead? The plump beautiful woman frowned and voiced the concern of many demon lords. Indeed. What if Xiahou Yuan was a man who never conformed to normal reasoning? What if? Moyang Demon Lord chuckled coldly again. That's exactly why I called you all here. Although the likelihood is small, we still need to consider it. Moyang Demon Lord, having lived for hundreds of years, naturally thought everything through. This underground palace, which took me 20 years to construct, is equipped with 9 sky-ranked demon formations. We 9 demon lords, just by sitting within these 9 formations and utilizing the geographical advantage, can hold off even a 10th realm powerhouse for a while. That Xiahou Yuan will definitely be at a loss against us, and he naturally won't engage with us indefinitely. Even if he does persist, we can secretly contact Tianjin Zi, who I'm certain is very interested in Xiahou Yuan. Moyang Demon Lord asserted with confidence. Being a demon lord, he did not mind cooperating with lawful forces. 9 sky-ranked demon formations? Moyang, you've really gone all out. No wonder I felt a bit oppressed when I entered this underground palace. It was the sky-ranked demon formations. The other demon lords were slightly shocked upon hearing this. They were well aware of the formidable nature of the sky-ranked demon formation. One such formation could potentially suppress a 9th realm powerhouse. What to speak of 9? Alright. These are the vital points of the sky-ranked demon formations, familiarize yourselves with them. Moyang Demon Lord, with a thought, sent 8 jade stones to the 8 demon lords. Vital points. Brilliant, these 9 formations are not separate entities, but rather like a whole. As main formation demon lords, with just a thought, we can control the power of the great formation. The 8 demon lords quickly comprehended, overwhelmed with joy. No wonder Moyang Demon Lord was so calm. It turned out he had such a trump card. At this point, the faces of the 8 demon lords finally showed a relaxed smile, their spirits having not been at ease since they learned of Xiahou Yuan's emergence. Just at this moment, a man in black tight-fitting clothes, looking panicked, ran in. Demon Lord, there are people who have intruded. The man in tight clothes was trembling as he spoke, clearly still finding it hard to believe at this moment. Someone has intruded? Moyang Demon Lord's pupils tightened. As the master builder of this underground palace, he had arranged a large number of followers outside, with more than 10 demons from the 8th realm. In such a situation, how could outsiders possibly break in? The underground palace was crisscrossed, suppressed by a sky-ranked great formation, rendering ordinary exploration methods utterly ineffective. Even 9th realm powerhouses could be trapped for a while. What exactly is going on? Moyang Demon Lord was about to inquire. A series of light footsteps sounded. A few demon lords looked up to see a tall woman standing at the doorway. Upon seeing this woman, the 9 demon lords furrowed their brows tightly. Nuan Shu, how come you? Moyang Demon Lord was astonished in his heart. The other 8 demon lords were equally baffled. They naturally recognized Nuan Shu. Back when Xiahou Yuan was still around, Nuan Shu was one of the 36 protectors just below their rank as the 9 great demon lords. Just as Moyang Demon Lord was about to continue asking, next to Nuan Shu, a tall figure appeared at some unknown time. At the sight of the tall figure, the minds of the 9 great demon lords roared. Xiahou Yuan? The 9 great demon lords looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were just discussing how to face Xiahou Yuan. Unexpectedly, Xiahou Yuan appeared before them. My lord. Moyang Demon Lord immediately reacted. He bowed slightly to Xiahou Yuan and spoke in a low voice. May I know what brings my lord to this underground palace? Although he was sincerely unwilling to face Xiahou Yuan. Thinking back to the days when he was under Xiahou Yuan's rule, Moyang Demon Lord felt he could struggle a bit. After all, with the strategies Moyang Demon Lord had laid out over the years, including the 9 sky-ranked great formations and the 9 ninth realm demon lords. Even facing the former Xiahou Yuan, Moyang Demon Lord was not entirely desperate. This place belongs to me, how about it? Lin Yuan glanced around, sensing the heavenly earth vital energy filling the air, and spoke. My lord, you must be jesting. Moyang Demon Lord's face stiffened. After 20 years of hardship and effort, he had built this underground palace. How could he possibly hand it over so easily? Not to mention, with 9 sky-ranked demon formations inside, Moyang Demon Lord believed himself to be fearless against anyone. If you won't give it, I will come and take it. Lin Yuan stepped forward directly and entered the palace. Attack! Moyang Demon Lord tensed up and without a second word, communicated fully with the sky-ranked demon formation. The other 8 demon lords exchanged looks. At this moment, they all stood on the same side, none wanting to be ruled by Xiahou Yuan again. Boom! From every direction, all around, the air suddenly condensed. An invisible pressure emerged. Streams of demonic qi emanated from all around the great hall. 1 birthed 2, 2 birthed 4, 4 birthed 8. In an instant, an endless intertwining of demonic qi followed a specific trajectory, forming a killing formation. However, just as Lin Yuan's right foot stepped on the floor of the inner hall, the previously emerging infinite demonic qi suddenly solidified. Already formed and comprised entirely of demonic qi, the killing formation began to boil as if commanded, all revolving under Lin Yuan's feet, a force far surpassing the previous burst forth explosively. The demonic power was vast. Lin Yuan walked into the inner hall, and the 9th realm peak Moyang Demon Lord had already knelt down, unable to rise. Even without knowing why, facing Lin Yuan at this moment, he couldn't help but continuously bow his head. Lin Yuan walked past one demon lord after another, all prostrated and trembling. He ascended the steps, turned around, and sat on the main seat in the great hall. Leaning slightly, he looked down at the people in the hall who were bowing their heads like pounding garlic. Atop the grand hall, Lin Yuan sat in the place of honor, his gaze overlooking all, a deity amongst mortals. The 9 heavenly demon formations vibrated ceaselessly. As if they had encountered their master, they finally calmed down after a long while. Xiahou Yuan was extremely special. Among the myriad demons of the world, any who practiced the demonic Tao would have to kowtow upon seeing him, a suppression born of their life essence. Even those with greater strength than Xiahou Yuan would be affected, only the impact was less severe. They wouldn't have to prostrate themselves upon meeting. Of course, only Xiahou Yuan himself was clear on this matter. As for the devil lords and demon lords who had followed Xiahou Yuan, they were oblivious to the subtleties, only sensing an inability to harbor any thoughts of rebellion against him. Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 great demon lords, believing that with the 9 heavenly demon formations, they could force Xiahou Yuan to retreat, or at the very least, hold him off. But alas! The 9th grade formations were powerful indeed, but they required the devils to control them. As long as it involved these devils, Xiahou Yuan would stand on unbeaten ground. This was also the confidence that underpinned Lin Yuan's decision to enter the underground palace alone. Outside the underground palace, Lin Yuan had long since sensed the auras of those 9 demon lords. Besides, the current Xiahou Yuan was no longer the Xiahou Yuan of the past. With the many methods at Lin Yuan's disposal, he would only be stronger than the original Xiahou Yuan, and certainly nothing untoward would happen. As Lin Yuan, seated in the main seat of the hall, retracted his aura, the 8 demon lords and Moyang demon lord all felt a sense of relief. It was as if they had put down a weight of 10,000 caddies and could at least regain some control over themselves. No longer compelled, as before, to kneel and knock their foreheads to the ground without restraint. Yet, even then, none of the 9 dared to rise on their own accord. Still kneeling with utmost respect and caution, the scene that had unfolded earlier would be hard to forget for the rest of their lives. Especially Moyang Demon Lord, who was acutely aware of that deep-rooted fear from his soul and spirit. Why? It's been 25 years. Moyang Demon Lord trembled in spirit. He had felt this way before Xiahou Yuan 25 years ago. He had thought that, after 25 years, with his strength advanced by half a step, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm, and with Xiahou Yuan being suppressed for 25 years, with his flesh bound by millennium deep seabed metal, even if he could emerge, his strength would not be at its peak. Given the change of both sides' circumstances, facing Xiahou Yuan again surely wouldn't be like 25 years ago, would it? But reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. No change. Not the slightest. Whether it was the 9 great demon lords, or initiating the 9 heavenly demon formations, no matter how strong they were, upon seeing Xiahou Yuan, they were like mice before a cat, trembling as they awaited judgment. "We welcome your excellency for breaking the great abyss seal." Moyang Demon Lord, steadying his spirit, immediately said respectfully to Lin Yuan sitting in the main seat. He understood that his life hung by a thread, if he did not continue to show his submission. With Xiahou Yuan's former temperament, he surely would not hesitate to kill him. What a joke! The former Xiahou Yuan was decisive in killing, cold and ruthless, before that great battle of good and evil 25 years ago. Nobody would have imagined Xiahou Yuan falling for a woman. "Your Excellency?" The other 8 demon lords took a deep breath and spoke in unison. "We welcome your Excellency for breaking the great abyss seal." Lin Yuan, seated in the place of honor, wasn't particularly surprised. The devil lords wouldn't care much for face and dignity. The demon lords were not an exception. Under the pressure of life and death, resubmitting to Xiahou Yuan was only natural. Perhaps life under Xiahou Yuan's rule wouldn't be easy. But if they didn't submit, there wouldn't be any life to speak of thereafter. "All of you rise." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking directly. For nearly 25 years, all information concerning the 5 domains, particularly that of the Tianjin sect, bring it all to me. Lin Yuan's visit to the underground palace was not only to find a suitable place for breakthrough but also to consolidate the scattered demonic Tao forces. In any world, even if one were unmatched, acting alone was always somewhat inconvenient. One can't be expected to do everything personally, can they? Lin Yuan's subjugation of the 9 great demon lords and the absorption of the remaining demonic Tao forces required no cost and didn't need to start from scratch. With Xiahou Yuan's deterrence, not a single devil dared to entertain any ulterior motives. 25 years ago, Xiahou Yuan's flesh and primordial spirit were sealed and suppressed in the 18th layer beneath the great abyss ground. Those devils didn't even dare to approach, let alone kick a man when he was down. Even the 9th grade demon lords would merely glance from afar, and after confirming that Xiahou Yuan couldn't get out, they would quickly leave. The universal fear of Xiahou Yuan among all devils was evident. "Yes." Moyang Demon Lord slowly stood up, respectful. "Your subordinate will retrieve it for your excellency now." Shortly after, Moyang Demon Lord re-entered the grand hall. Following him were several subordinates, carrying a pile of jade stones. "Your Excellency, these jade stones contain all intelligence on the situation of the 5 domains. Intelligence on the righteous forces such as the Tianjin sect is right at the front," Moyang Demon Lord respectfully said. Even without Lin Yuan's asking, Moyang Demon Lord paid close attention to the movements of the righteous forces like the Tianjin sect. "Good." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up the jade stones and probed them with his mind, swiftly absorbing the information. After a short while, Lin Yuan put down the slabs, his brows slightly furrowed. Moyang Demon Lord presented hundreds of jade stones, meticulously containing intelligence from all quarters of the 5 domains, among which, Lin Yuan found the information he was interested in. 20 years ago, a sign of good omen suddenly appeared at the mountain gate of Tianjin sect, with a massive convergence of heavenly earth vital energy. 15 years ago, the Tianjin sect's mountain once again gathered heavenly earth vital energy. For the following 2 years, primordial qi within 100 li of the Tianjin sect was scarce. 4 years ago, the Tianjin sect once again gathered heavenly earth vital energy, and all living beings nearby felt as if they were under the pressure of Mount Tai. Numerous pieces of information coalesced in Lin Yuan's mind. The Tianjin sect possessed a large heavenly grade energy vortex, with abundant primordial qi inside the sect, enough for ninth realm cultivators' daily consumption. Despite this, there had still been 5 occurrences when primordial qi within 100 or several hundred li converged towards the Tianjin sect. What did this indicate? It indicated that the primordial qi emitted by the energy vortex was no longer sufficient for the cultivation of a certain entity. 10th realm. Lin Yuan set down the jade stone and had a speculation in his heart. Only the legendary 10th realm could cause such a wide-ranging change in heavenly earth vital energy. Of course, this is not to say that Tianjin Z had already broken through to the 10th realm. If that were the case, Shahuo Yuan wouldn't have survived past 25 years. A 10th realm powerhouse, even if Shahuo Yuan managed to escape with his primordial spirit, would hardly be able to flee. If Tianjin Z had become a 10th realm powerhouse, he would have surely come to the Great Abyss in person at the very first opportunity to completely resolve the significant worry that Shahuo Yuan posed. It is only from the changes in heavenly earth vital energy that one can deduce that Tianjin Z was already attempting to break through to the 10th realm. And he was about to succeed, for the range of the last heavenly earth vital energies coverage had reached nearly 1,000 li. The cultivation speed is quite fast. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. In Shahuo Yuan's memories, 25 years ago, Tianjin Z was indeed at the peak of the 9th realm, but he was quite far from the 10th realm. However, it's still not as fast as me. Lin Yuan was unconcerned. In the previous 3 worlds he had traversed, as well as in the vast main world, regarding pure cultivation speed, Lin Yuan had never seen anyone stronger than him. Perhaps some higher bloodline, peak bloodline special life forms have a starting point far beyond Lin Yuan, but their subsequent cultivation speed is definitely not as fast as Lin Yuan's. I will break through to the 5th rank first. Lin Yuan felt no pressure whatsoever. If it were the original Shahuo Yuan, the first thing he would do after escaping would probably be to head to the outside of Tianjin sect's mountain gate to seek vengeance on Tianjin Z and to confront Bai Qing'er about her betrayal. However, Lin Yuan wasn't that foolish, with his current power and methods. Even if he truly encountered a 10th realm powerhouse, he could still exchange a few moves or even have an equal battle. But there was no need for that. Lin Yuan most disliked evenly matched battles. With his against heaven's understanding, just a few decades of cultivation would be enough to completely surpass the opponent by one or even several great realms, sweeping through all with overwhelming force. Why rush at this moment? The vitality spring beneath this underground palace. Where exactly is it? Lin Yuan, sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke. Reporting to your eminence, subordinates are incompetent and have not found the true core of the energy vortex to this day. Moyang Demon Lord spoke with a tone of shame. The true core of the energy vortex, also known as the vitality spring, is the source of the vortex's energy. However, the vitality spring is concealed underground, surrounded by a vast abundance of heavenly earth vital energy, making it difficult to pinpoint its precise location. After Moyang Demon Lord discovered this energy vortex, he searched for it for decades without success. He then simply stopped searching, built the underground palace, and sealed the energy emitted by the vortex. After all, the vitality spring was beneath the ground and couldn't escape. He could search slowly in the future. Never mind. Today, I will find it for you. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the depths of the underground palace. Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 demon lords immediately followed quickly. Your Eminence, wait for me. Nuan Shu immediately stuck close behind Lin Yuan. They walked for an indeterminate amount of time. Can your Eminence really find it? Moyang Demon Lord and the other demon lords looked at each other with some doubt. Even for a 10th realm powerhouse, it was very difficult to directly locate the position of the vitality spring. This had nothing to do with power. Around the vitality spring, the heavenly earth vital energy was dense and invisibly suppressed the cultivator's divine sense. Even a 10th realm powerhouse without the use of divine sense would be like a blind person searching for the vitality spring underground, no better than a 9th realm cultivator. Just then, Lin Yuan in front suddenly stopped. "Your Eminence." Moyong Demon Lord was about to speak, but saw Lin Yuan raise his hand and gently press towards the front right. Boom! A large section of soil collapsed. A dark space was revealed. All could see a milky white spring gushing continuously. The spring was several meters across, it was bottomless, and the surging heavenly earth vital energy was pressurized within the spring water. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that all the water was composed of the highly concentrated heavenly earth vital energy. Moreover, around the spring, several peculiar flowers and herbs were blooming. A vitality spring? Moyong Demon Lord's eyes widened as he instinctively swallowed his saliva. Whether one is a cultivator of the righteous path or the demonic Tao, they can cultivate by absorbing heavenly earth vital energy. However, for practitioners of the demonic Tao, this method is too inefficient. Why bother when directly killing and plundering can achieve faster results? Yet the vitality spring before him was filled with a substantial amount of heavenly earth vital energy, making it a great supplement even for a 9th realm demon lord. This appears to be a mid-sized heavenly grade energy vortex, not bad at all. With this vitality spring, breaking through to the 5th rank shouldn't be a problem. A smile of joy emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The vitality spring of the Tianjin sect was at least large-sized, a level higher than the vitality spring before Lin Yuan. However, Tianjin Z, aiming for the 10th realm, would not dare to fully absorb the sect's vitality spring, as the future disciples of the Tianjin sect relied on it for cultivation. Therefore, over the past 20+ years, Tianjin Z's attempts at breaking through to the 10th realm involved absorbing the primordial qi within 100 miles or more. This method was slow to show results, but there was no other choice. However, Lin Yuan was different. He had no reservations about using this vitality spring. Moreover, the dozen or so spiritual medicines surrounding the vitality spring are treasures, comparable to 4-star or 5-star cosmic rare treasures. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent. "I will make my breakthrough here." Lin Yuan made up his mind instantly. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such an excellent location for a breakthrough. As Lin Yuan secluded himself for a breakthrough to the 5th rank. The 5 domains mainland was increasingly affected by the emergence of demon venerable Shahou Yuan. Shahou Yuan has emerged, and the world is likely to be in turmoil next. Indeed, if I were Shahou Yuan, after being suppressed for decades, I would definitely seek fierce revenge upon my release. I wonder when the conflicts of this world will cease. Cease? As long as there are people, it will never stop. 25 years ago, the righteous powers started a great war against the demonic forces under the banner of suppressing Shahou Yuan to bring peace to the world. But what after that? Shahou Yuan was indeed suppressed, but there was no peace. Those demon lords became like unshackled madmen. The forces and cultivators of the 5 domains quickly exchanged information. Especially the powers that had participated in the suppression of Shahou Yuan. They suddenly became panicked, fearing that Shahou Yuan might target them first after his escape as a way to collect some interest for past events. This won't do. I must go to the Tianjin sect to discuss what we should do next. Right, if it weren't for Tianjin Z, we wouldn't have offended Shahou Yuan so grievously. Let's go and demand an explanation from Tianjin Z. Cultivators from many different powers, including 9th realm powerhouses, all headed towards the Tianjin sect. Meanwhile, Tianjin sect. Mist swirling, resembling an immortal realm. Suddenly, rumbling sounds, a terrifying aura spread, under which even the lofty 9th realm practitioners felt uneasy. Sect leader. The sect leader has emerged. The elders of the Tianjin sect, seeing this, became excited and bowed towards the highest peak's palace. Half a month later, the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire palace gradually dissipated, and a man with white hair slowly walked out. Tianjin Z. Greetings, sect leader. Sect leader, you have finally emerged. The numerous disciples of Tianjin sect breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, strong cultivators from the 5 domains came every day, seeking an audience with Tianjin Z, asking how to deal with Shahou Yuan. If it had just been 1 or 2 people, it wouldn't have mattered. The Tianjin sect, as the foremost power of the 5 domains, with Tianjin-Z as the world's strongest, could surely hold its ground. But it wasn't just one or two people, it was hundreds, 200, several hundred, thousands. And they were all leaders of major forces, or even Ninth Realm powerhouses. Under such circumstances, the Tianjin sect felt overwhelmed. Especially since Tianjin-Z, a core figure of the sect, was still in seclusion and could not make an appearance. One could only imagine how much pressure the Tianjin sect had been under during this time. But now, it was all over. Perhaps most disciples of the Tianjin sect don't realize what Tianjin-Z's emergence from seclusion truly signifies. But the vice sect leaders and elders of the Tianjin sect are well aware that Tianjin-Z's emergence may very well be the step taken. Surpassing the Ninth Realm. Becoming one of the rare 10th Realm powerhouses that only appear once every tens of thousands of years. Sect leader. Some elder of the Tianjin sect, looking at Tianjin-Z's figure, had reddened eyes. In this generation of the Tianjin sect, at last, another 10th Realm was born. With Tianjin-Z's emergence from seclusion, strands of an aura superior to that of the Ninth Realm spread and permeated the area. Within the Tianjin sect, those powerhouses who came over due to Xiahou Yuan's issue changed their expressions abruptly. More than 10 figures soared into the sky, looking incredulously at Tianjin-Z with his hands behind his back. Tianjin-Z, you? These more than 10 figures were naturally Ninth Realm powerhouses. They had gathered here precisely to wait for Tianjin-Z's response. Tianjin-Z, have you taken that step? An elderly Ninth Realm powerhouse's voice trembled, unable to refrain from asking. As a Ninth Realm powerhouse, he naturally could sense that Tianjin-Z's aura had completely transcended the Ninth Realm. It wasn't just a half step out, and it wasn't just infinitely close. It was a full transcendence. If the Ninth Realm powerhouses were akin to the moon high up in the sky, looking down at the mortal world, then now Tianjin-Z was like the vast starry heavens, where even the great moon was just a corner in the stars. Indeed. Tianjin-Z nodded slightly, his expression arrogantly proud. We have seen the sect leader of the Tianjin sect. More than 10 Ninth Realm powerhouses from various major forces took a deep breath and bowed in unison. Since ancient times, there have indeed been beings who surpassed the Ninth Realm and reached the 10th Realm. But over tens of thousands of years, such characters can be counted with one hand, and each one is a legend that has dominated an era. And now, in their era, will another such heaven-defying existence appear? The more than 10 Ninth Realm powerhouses looked at each other, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The good news was that since Tianjin-Z had taken that step forward, Xiahou Yuan naturally posed no threat. The concern was that now that Tianjin-Z's strength had truly reached the invincible stage, could the major forces of the 5 domains still maintain an equal status with the Tianjin sect? The more than 10 Ninth Realm powerhouses, along with the cultivators gathered at the Tianjin sect, paid their respects to Tianjin-Z, the newly advanced 10th Realm powerhouse. Then they asked how to deal with Xiahou Yuan. Now that I have entered the 10th Realm, Xiahou Yuan poses no threat. Tianjin-Z said with a calm smile, and continued, however, Xiahou Yuan is cunning and insidious. If we actively search for him, we might startle the grass and scare the snake. With these words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Indeed. The guy is not a fool. If the forces of the righteous sects attacked proactively, revealing their full confidence, it would undoubtedly scare Xiahou Yuan away. Then Xiahou Yuan might check the reason behind it and, upon learning that Tianjin-Z had broken through to the 10th Realm, it would be even less likely for him to present himself willingly. Therefore, in this breakthrough, I used a secret technique to meticulously conceal my aura and prevent the phenomenon of my breakthrough from spreading outside the Tianjin sect. This means that, as of now, only you here are aware that I have stepped into the 10th Realm. Tianjin-Z said this, paused for a moment, then continued, to ensure this matter remains a secret, everyone should stay here for the next period of time. In the past, I suppressed Xiahou Yuan, and we developed an enmity as deep as life and death. As soon as he recovers his strength, he will certainly rush over to take his revenge. We only need to wait for him to come to us. Tianjin-Z's expression was one of assured victory. Masterful strategy, sect leader, the others present suddenly understood. With Xiahou Yuan's strength, if he truly wanted to hide, even a 10th Realm powerhouse might not be able to find him. The 5 domains mainland is vast and boundless. If Shahou Yuan were to nestle in some corner, how could a 10th realm powerhouse search for him? But leveraging the enmity between Shahou Yuan and Tianjin Zi, coupled with concealing the information, enticing Shahou Yuan to come on his own was indeed the best strategy. By then, even if Shahou Yuan recovers to his peak, he would still be just a 9th realm in the face of a 10th realm Tianjin Zi, and he probably wouldn't have a chance to struggle. The so-called soul out-of-body parasitism skill, which poses a threat to 9th realm powerhouses, stands no chance before a 10th realm powerhouse. A single strike could shatter the physical body and primordial spirit to dust. Time passed. Years went by in the blink of an eye. In the underground palace, Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 demon lords were guarding outside the Vitality Spring, to avoid any mishaps while Lin Yuan was in seclusion. I wonder how the revered one is doing in his seclusion. Moyang Demon Lord was somewhat curious. Over these years, he had a clear sense that the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy around him was decreasing at a terrifying rate. The cause was obvious, it was Lin Yuan who was absorbing the Vitality Spring. But the more it was the case, the more unbelievable it was to Moyang Demon Lord because a medium-sized Vitality Spring isn't something common. The daily heavenly earth vital energy emitted by a medium-sized Vitality Spring alone would suffice the daily cultivation needs of several 9th realm experts. And the rapid decline of primordial qi concentration around them clearly indicated that the Vitality Spring was being voraciously depleted. If it were Moyang Demon Lord, attempting to absorb such a high degree of primordial qi from the Vitality Spring in such a short period would probably cause his body to burst from the massive primordial qi influx. There's definitely nothing wrong with the revered one. Nuan Shu glanced at Moyang Demon Lord. She placed almost worshipful trust in Lin Yuan. Seeing Moyang Demon Lord mumbling like that, she thought he was harboring some ill intentions again. The heavens can bear witness that I, Moyang, have no second thoughts towards the revered one. Moyang Demon Lord quickly said, although Nuan Shu's cultivation was not nearly as high as his. But he could not withstand the other party's high standing in the Lord's heart, especially over the past 20+ years. While other demons hesitated, only Nuan and Situ wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the Lord. In comparison, setting aside demons like Moyang Demon Lord for a moment, the importance of Nuan Shu must have grown significantly in the Lord's heart. If Nuan Shu were to speak ill of him in the Lord's ear, Moyang Demon Lord would really struggle to bear it. At this moment, Moyang Demon Lord was feeling some regret. Had he known the Lord would emerge from the great abyss, he would definitely have been the first to rescue him. Hope so. Nuan Shu coldly snorted again, not pursuing the matter further. Just then, boom! A vast aura surged out from the space where the Vitality Spring was located, filling the entire underground palace. In front of this aura, even a strong 9th realm limit cultivator like Moyang Demon Lord had to keep retreating, somewhat unable to withstand it. Lord, has the Lord broken through to the 10th realm? Moyang Demon Lord was shocked. He had already suspected as much when the Vitality Spring was being heavily consumed. Other than striking at the legendary 10th realm, who else would consume the Vitality Spring like this? For a cultivator, heavenly earth vital energy is like food. And consuming too much food can burst one's stomach. Only breakthroughs in cultivation will consume massive amounts of heavenly earth vital energy to replenish oneself. The 10th realm? The other 8 demon lords exchanged looks. Since ancient times, the limit for demonic Tao practitioners has been the 9th realm. No demon had ever reached the 10th realm. 25 years ago, if Lin Yuan had broken through to the 10th realm, there would have been no business for Tianjin sect. The entire 5 domains mainland would have become the domain of the demonic Tao. While Moyang Demon Lord and the others were lost in thought, a tall figure emerged from the space where the Vitality Spring was located. Lin Yuan appeared, his expression calm, strolling out as if an ordinary person, devoid of any detectable aura. Yet Moyang Demon Lord and the other demons grew even more respectful, recognizing this as the realm of returning to the primordial state. Lord. Moyang Demon Lord followed behind Lin Yuan, towards the hall of the underground palace. Next, Moyang Demon Lord started reporting on recent events as expected. Once finished, Moyang Demon Lord could not help asking, Lord, have you stepped into the 10th realm? As soon as he said these words, everyone perked up their ears. This was about the 10th realm. a domain that all demons from ages past had never entered. Even in the 5 domains mainland, there have been very few 10th realm powerhouses for tens of thousands of years, not exceeding 5 individuals. The 10th realm? Lin Yuan looked down at everyone and shook his head slightly. I am not in the 10th realm. Lin Yuan was indeed not in the 10th realm, he was at the 5th rank. Known as a continent-sinking, 5th rank evolver in the main world. As for this world's 10th realm, strictly speaking, it is merely comparable to the transition stage between the 4th and 5th rank. If there must be a comparison, then at least the 11th realm would be equivalent to the 5th rank. 5th rank. Lin Yuan felt the immense power within him. It was a terrifying force capable of breaking continental plates and bringing an apocalyptic end to life on a planet. In the main world, a 5th rank evolver is revered as the strongest being on the surface, and the battle between 2 5th rank evolvers could lead to billions of deaths on a planet. Some powerful 5th rank evolvers could even turn a life planet into a dead star, where life would no longer emerge for tens of thousands of years. Just this world. Lin Yuan fell into thought. The world he was in now was far vaster than a middle-grade life planet in the main world, almost comparable to a higher-grade life planet. Its continental framework was vast and robust. Only at the 5th stage peak could one have the assurance to break through. Take it slow. It's only been 30 years, there's still 170 years left. Lin Yuan was not in a rush, he still had plenty of time before he would leave this world. Not the 10th realm? Moyang Demon Lord was somewhat baffled. Just by the immense aura Lin Yuan emitted during his cultivation, how could he still be in the 9th realm? It should be noted that Moyang Demon Lord himself was at the peak of the 9th realm, yet even so, he could not endure the aura that Lin Yuan had just released. How could this still be the 9th realm? Moyang could not understand. But Lin Yuan had no reason to deceive him, since he said he was not in the 10th realm, then he certainly was not in the 10th realm. Could it be a half step into the 10th realm? Moyang Demon Lord could only guess as much. Just a half step into the 10th realm, at most stronger than him. It couldn't possibly reach the point of absolute suppression, could it? I don't care anymore. Whether the Demon Lord emerged at the 9th realm or the 10th realm, there's no difference to me. Moyang Demon Lord simply stopped overthinking it. Time passed. Half a year went by. One day, Lin Yuan was cultivating. Nuan Shu hurriedly walked in, stopped behind Lin Yuan, and whispered, "My lord, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes. It's Nuan Shu also seemed to find this person surprising, even inconceivable. "It's the Supreme Elder of Jizhe sect." Nuan Shu hesitated for a moment, then whispered. Jizhe sect? Lin Yuan fell into thought. Jizhe sect was a force in the eastern region, second only to Tianjin sect, a colossal figure renowned across the 5 domains. Each generation of Jizhe sect had 9th realm powerhouses in charge, with a profound foundation. 25 years ago, during the great battle between good and evil, Jizhe sect also contributed to the suppression of Shahou Yuan. And the Supreme Elder of Jizhe sect, although only possessing 8th realm strength, held a high position within Jizhe sect, with even the contemporary 9th realm sect master being his disciple. What did he come for? Lin Yuan's expression grew contemplative. He claims to have crucial intelligence that he will share only with the Demon Lord. However, I think there's something off about this old man. It's very likely a ploy. My lord should not trust him. Nuan Shu spoke softly. Let him in, Lin Yuan casually remarked. According to Nuan Shu, the Supreme Elder of Jizhe sect voluntarily blocked his own meridians to meet him. Otherwise, an 8th realm powerhouse wouldn't just see Lin Yuan, he wouldn't even have been able to come to the entrance of the underground palace. If Nuan Shu hadn't confirmed that the Supreme Elder of Jizhe sect posed no threat, she would not have brought him over. A moment later, an old man with white hair and beard entered the great hall. On either side, 9 demon lords cast sideways glances, while a towering figure above on the high podium looked down upon him. I pay my respects to the demon lord. The old man's face remained calm as he slightly bowed to Lin Yuan. Interesting. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. A righteous sect's supreme elder coming to see a demon like me and even bowing? From a status perspective, the supreme elder of Jizhe sect, upon encountering Shahou Yuan, wouldn't have restrained himself from attacking right there and then. Bowing? It was nothing short of fantastical. People are ignorant, only knowing that demons thrive in chaos, but you, Demon Lord, are different from the others. The white-haired supreme elder of Jizhe sect confidently began to speak. Is that so? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. I have lived for 400 to 500 years and have seen what the 5 domains were like before the Demon Lord's emergence. The white-haired supreme elder of Jizhe sect paused for effect, then added solemnly, 280 years ago, the Demon Lord appeared out of nowhere. And before the emergence of the Demon Lord, the demons of the world held no fear. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Moyong Demon Lord's eyelid twitched. What the supreme elder of Jizhe sect said was true. Before Shahou Yuan's demonic power fully grew, demons rampaged across the 5 domains, often resulting in the slaughter of entire cities and villages. What exactly are you trying to say? Sitting on the main seat, Lin Yuan asked calmly. I want to tell the Demon Lord that the current Tianjin sect has become a battleground of dragons and tigers, and even if you desire revenge, you should not risk your life by going there. The supreme elder of Jizhe sect said gravely, upon hearing this. The Demon Lords on both sides were instantly surprised. What had happened? Was this supreme elder from Jizhe sect here to deliver a message to the Demon Lord? Actually, 25 years ago, when Tianjin Zi wanted to battle the Demon Lord, I advised my disciple against it, but it was futile. Good person? In both sides of the main hall, Moyong Demon Lord and a host of other Demon Lords couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. For demon chiefs like them, Shahou Yuan was certainly no good person. Before the Great War between the righteous and the demonic Dao 30 years ago, why did countless demon chiefs obediently follow orders without revolting under Shahou Yuan's rule over the 5-domain demonic path? Because those who did not obey were all killed by Shahou Yuan. The supreme elder of Jizhe sect was right in saying one thing. Shahou Yuan indeed had his hands stained with blood. But most of that blood belonged to these very demon chiefs. Only then did it belong to those powerful figures in the righteous factions. 3 years ago, my disciple went to the Tianjin sect with other sects' powerhouses and has not returned since, and the life fire left at our sect shows no signs of activity. The current Tianjin sect must have gathered more than 70% of the 5 domains powerhouses, and the Tianjin Zi must already have at least half a foot into the 10th realm. If the Demon Lord is still planning to seek revenge against the Tianjin Zi, think carefully. The supreme elder of Jizhe sect continued. He did not know that Tianjin Zi had already become a strong figure of the 10th realm and was now in the Tianjin sect, waiting like a spider for its prey, waiting for Shahou Yuan to come seeking revenge. It was only because of his sharp intuition and the lack of any news from his disciple for such a long time that he felt something was amiss. He speculated that Tianjin sect might have set a trap, waiting for Shahou Yuan to arrive. 30 years ago, he did not stop his disciple, leading to the great war between righteous and demonic forces, with Shahou Yuan being suppressed and the demon chiefs of the 5 domains losing their shackles, allowing the myriad demons in the world to act without inhibition once again. This time, the supreme elder of Jizhe sect felt he should do something. At the very least, Shahou Yuan must not be suppressed again. The thoughts of the supreme elder of Jizhe sect towards Shahou Yuan, the legendary demon chief, were exceedingly complex. Coming over alone to tell Shahou Yuan these things was undoubtedly a betrayal of Jizhe sect and a betrayal of the righteous forces. But as long as the situation for the beings of the 5 domains improved slightly, bearing a bit of infamy didn't matter. Are you finished? Lin Yuan's expression was calm. I'm finished, the supreme elder of Jizhe sect said candidly. Take him away and keep him confined. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling to Nuan Shu. Yes. Nuan Shu nodded. Immediately, he led the supreme elder of Jizhe sect away. What do you all think? Lin Yuan looked around at the various demon lords. Lord, what this old man said makes some sense, Moyong Demon Lord said after pondering for a moment, aware from the intelligence he held that years ago, a large number of powerhouses from the 5 domains had indeed gone to Tianjin sect. As for their purpose, it could mostly be guessed that it was due to Shahou Yuan breaking free from his shackles. Nevertheless, being merely a demon chief, Moyong Demon Lord certainly didn't understand the righteous forces like Tianjin sect better than the supreme elder of Jizhe sect. In that case, do not send anyone near Tianjin sect for the time being, Lin Yuan said. Actually, even if the supreme elder of Jie sect had not come to warn him, Lin Yuan would never foolishly rush to Tianjin sect seeking revenge. Xiahou Yuan might have done such a thing, but Lin Yuan was not Xiahou Yuan. Lin Yuan anticipated that Tianjin Zi had already reached the 10th realm, and being in his own territory within the Tianjin mountain sect, he could manipulate the preparation left by ancestors, which fully qualified him to be regarded as a peak 10th realm or simply an 11th realm powerhouse. Lin Yuan wouldn't consider revenge until he cultivated to the 13th realm. And the 13th realm probably corresponds to the 5th rank, between the 4th and 6th stages. Underground Palace. In front of the Vitality Spring. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Compared to years ago, when it was a medium-sized, premier Vitality Spring gushing out with a volume of several meters in diameter. The current Vitality Spring had shrunk several times and was merely half a meter in diameter. In truth, if the Vitality Spring were not connected to the Earth's veins and constantly drawing in primordial qi from hundreds of thousands of miles of Earth veins, it probably would have dried up. It's fine, Lin Yuan glanced at the Vitality Spring. After breaking through to the 5th rank, his need for heavenly Earth vital energy had significantly decreased. Now, this evidently regressed small Vitality Spring was still sufficient for him. 5th rank. Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into the Niwan Palace at the center of his forehead. There he saw a phantom figure sitting cross-legged at the center of a galaxy, made of vast amounts of power of Taiyin and Taiyang. This phantom figure, identical to Lin Yuan, sat in the center of the galaxy, resembling an ancient deity. Primordial spirit. At that moment, the phantom figure suddenly opened its eyes deep in thought. The phantom was Lin Yuan's primordial spirit, condensed from a tremendous amount of soul power. Of course, primordial spirit was the term used in this world. In the main world, they would call this phantom figure a spiritual body, soul body, and so on. The primordial spirit, being condensed from the essence and spirit of the soul, lacked material form, which is why it was terrifyingly fast when wandering outside the body. However, without the protection of the physical body, the primordial spirit was much more vulnerable. There are still flaws. Lin Yuan's primordial spirit carefully sensed its own condition. He had based his path on the way of Taiji, but at this point, the way of Taiji within his divine body was not very conspicuous. Or rather, the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang had completely fused into one and could no longer be separated, which Lin Yuan found somewhat unsatisfactory. The martial path evolutionary path he pursued allowed control over gathering and dispersing at will. So how could there be a way that only allowed gathering and not dispersing? Continue to refine it. Lin Yuan was not discouraged and focused on cultivation. For pioneers like Lin Yuan, every step taken was into the unknown, requiring continual development and perfection. If he was not satisfied with the primordial spirit, then he would continue to focus on the primordial spirit. If not satisfied with the physical body, then focus on perfecting the physical body. Where there was dissatisfaction, there lay the focus of his attention. Time passed. Another 5 years went by. With the way of Taiji as its foundation, the way of Zhan Huang as its framework, and countless evolution paths as its flesh. Taiji primordial spirit. Emerge. Within the Niwan Palace at Lin Yuan's glabella. An endless galaxy, composed of Taiyin and Taiyang energies, the primordial spirit sat in the center, suddenly transforming into two distinct colors of yin and yang. Immediately after, the primordial spirit separated into two figures. One figure was shrouded in the yin energy of Taiyin, its face indistinct. The other figure was enveloped in the bright energy of Taiyang, its eyes radiant. This is the primordial spirit I desired. The two primordial spirits gazed at each other. In fact, these two figures, rather than being called primordial spirits, would be more appropriate to term as yin god and yang spirit. To be precise, when divided, they are the yin god and yang spirit. When combined, they are the Taiji primordial spirit. Yin god. Yang spirit. In the outside world, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the yin god and yang spirit separated from the body. They sat opposite Lin Yuan's original form. Does this count as triumph division of the one qi? Lin Yuan's consciousness split into three, looking at the three versions of himself, a strange expression on his face. Since they all shared the same consciousness, Lin Yuan felt as though he'd opened three perspectives at this moment. No matter if it's the yin god or the yang spirit, since they are made from the power of the soul, and aren't restricted by a physical body, they naturally can change their size at will. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan speculated, with the current strength of his yin god and yang spirit. If he were to let go completely, they could probably reach a size of 10,000 zhang. Yin god of 10,000 zhang. Yang spirit of 10,000 zhang. At the underground palace hall, Nuan Shu sat at the position below the main seat, frowning in thought. During Lin Yuan's seclusion, the many affairs of the demonic Tao were all decided by Nuan Shu. None of the 9 demon lords had any complaints, nor dared to have any. It's almost 10 years, why has there been no news from Situ the Protector? Nuan Shu's expression showed a trace of worry. Situ the Protector, like Nuan Shu in past years, was one of the 36 protectors under the Demon Lord. He was also just as loyal to the Demon Lord as Nuan Shu. After Shahuo Yuan was suppressed at the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, Nuan Shu convened the remaining demon followers loyal to the Demon Lord, thinking of ways to rescue the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Situ the Protector infiltrated the Tianjin sect, providing support to Nuan Shu by passing on intelligence from outside. In the era when the Demon Lord ruled over the demons of the 5 domains, Situ the Protector was renowned for his ability to transform and conceal his Kai. With Situ's methods, if he fully exerted himself to conceal and transform his Kai, even a 9th realm powerhouse would not detect him. Thanks to this skill, Situ the Protector did well inside the Tianjin sect and gained access to a lot of intelligence. Before Shahuo Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss, Nuan Shu led the remaining demon followers in avoiding the encirclement and assassination attempts by the righteous forces several times, largely due to the information passed on by Situ the Protector. It was because of Situ the Protector's support within the Tianjin sect that Nuan Shu and the other demons survived through that most difficult time. After Lin Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss and took over the underground palace, subduing the 9 demon lords once again, Nuan Shu then sent word to Situ the Protector, telling him to return and that he no longer needed to hide in the Tianjin sect, fraught with danger. However, up to the present, Nuan Shu had not received any response from Situ the Protector. Could he have been discovered by the Tianjin sect? Nuan Shu speculated in her heart but then shook her head, dismissing the idea. She held Situ the Protector's life fire, which indicated his life and death. Given Situ the Protector's loyalty to the Demon Lord, if discovered by the Tianjin sect, he would definitely commit suicide without hesitation. Even if he didn't commit suicide, if captured alive by the Tianjin sect, they wouldn't leave him alive after a soul search. Either outcome would certainly extinguish Situ the Protector's life fire. Since the life fire was still burning, it indicated that Situ the Protector was safe for the time being, at least still alive. Hopefully nothing untoward happens. Nuan Shu sighed. Over the years, Situ the Protector had risked his life hiding within the Tianjin sect to rescue the Demon Lord. Now that the Demon Lord had returned, if he could come back alive, his status would at least be no lower than hers. Tianjin sect. Mists drifted aimlessly, it was like an immortal realm. A middle-aged man with an honest face walked along the mountain path, his gaze betraying a hint of anxiousness. Tianjin Z has broken into the 10th realm, yet he deliberately seals off all information. Hiding within the gates of the mountain with other powerful figures from the 5 domains, he must be trying to lure the revered figure to come here on his own initiative. The man with the honest face thought to himself in silence. He was none other than Situ, the Protector, who had been hiding his true identity within the Tianjin sect for decades, treading on thin ice until today. Although he was but a disciple and had not taken part in Tianjin Z's secretive discussions with the powerful fighters of the 5 domains, he had guessed quite a bit from all the abnormalities revealed by the Tianjin sect over the years, and the terrifying aura that had pervaded a decade ago. No, this won't do. I must get out, and tell the revered figure not to come to Tianjin sect at all costs. Situ, the Protector, steadied his spirit and began to ponder carefully. Other than delivering the crucial information, Situ was even more aware that his identity could not be concealed for much longer. In recent years, Tianjin Z's dreadful sensory perception had enveloped the entire Tianjin sect multiple times. Brushing past Situ on several occasions, Situ had a feeling that if this happened a few more times, Tianjin-zi might very likely detect something unusual about him. Situ's skill at concealing his presence could fool someone of the 9th realm, but for someone like Tianjin-zi who was of the 10th realm. If it weren't for his good performance in recent years and Tianjin-zi not paying close attention to him, his identity would have likely been exposed several years earlier. Situ did not fear death, but what he feared was that upon his death, the revered figure would fall into the schemes of Tianjin sect. I'll have to try that secret passage. Situ made up his mind. Tianjin-zi, in hopes of a successful ambush, had the whole Tianjin sect sealed off, forbidding anyone to enter or leave. Situ, like any other disciple, was no exception. It wasn't simply the blocking of all exits. But over the years, Situ had discovered a hidden path leading outside. It was just uncertain whether it could escape Tianjin-zi's perception. However, Situ now had no choice. He could only take the risk and try. At the summit of Tianjin Peak, Tianjin-zi and the other powerful beings all showed signs of impatience. 10 years had passed. A full decade they had been lying in wait here. Yet Xiahou Yuan just wouldn't take the bait and had not come to seek revenge. If it weren't for those present who had personally experienced the righteous demonic battle 3 or 4 decades earlier, and knew how Bai Qinger had broken Xiahou Yuan's spirit, a feud that could only end with the death of one side, they would perhaps have suspected that Xiahou Yuan had already abandoned his vendetta. Sect leader, what exactly is going on with Xiahou Yuan? One of the 9th realm powerhouses asked in a low voice. Having come to the Tianjin sect and stayed for 10 years, his own forces must have been affected. Yes, sect leader, is Xiahou Yuan coming or not? If not, we're leaving. The other powerhouses in the area spoke out one after another. Although they hadn't been treated badly at the Tianjin sect, everyone had families and forces that needed managing and overseeing. Being absent for a whole decade was unacceptable to anyone. It was only because of Tianjin-zi's high prestige as a once in tens of thousands of years 10th realm being that the others had not yet left. Everyone, please be patient. Tianjin-zi opened his eyes, his expression calm as he said, the later he comes, the more it suggests that Xiahou Yuan has been seriously injured. If you cannot even wait for 10 years, how can we talk about dealing with Xiahou Yuan? At this, Tianjin-zi paused for a moment, then continued, however, I believe that Xiahou Yuan should be arriving soon. Tianjin-zi's words, like a calming anchor, gave the others a great deal of confidence. Well then, if the sect leader says so, we will wait a few more years. True, honestly, unless I see Xiahou Yuan's corpse, I won't dare leave. Ha ha ha, well said. The expressions of the many powerhouses relaxed, and on second thought, staying within the Tianjin sect was not too bad, especially since it supplied heavenly earth vital energy superior to that of their own forces. Tianjin-zi glanced at the many powerhouses. He too was somewhat anxious, but letting go of this opportunity and allowing the powerhouses to leave would likely lead to the news of his breakthrough to the 10th realm being leaked. Then how could Xiahou Yuan possibly dare to come? Just as Tianjin-zi was about to speak again. Suddenly, Tianjin-zi's brows furrowed. He looked towards a certain area outside the mountain gate. Compared to the champions of the 9th realm, the champions of the 10th realm had substantially heightened perception. Take Tianjin-zi, for instance, should he choose, his divine sense could envelop the entire Tianjin sect. During the period when the mountains were sealed, Tianjin-zi, to ensure absolutely no leakage of information, covered it constantly with his own divine sense. Under such a method, even if a mere fly were to leave the range of the Tianjin sect, Tianjin-zi would be aware. And just moments ago, Tianjin-zi keenly sensed a very weak presence, quickly leaving the Tianjin sect through a secret passageway. HMPH. Seeking death. Tianjin-zi sneered. Immediately, under the shocked gazes of the other strong ones, Tianjin-zi raised his right hand and flicked his finger. Boom! A terrifying sword intent gathered, turning into a palm-sized little sword, which only appeared for a moment, then vanished from its original place, at the edge of the Tianjin sect's mountain gate. Situ, extremely cautious, desperately concealed his aura, walking quickly forward. Almost, just a little more, and I'll have left the Tianjin sect. Situ's breathing was almost imperceptible. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent locked onto him. Not good. Situ's expression drastically changed. His speed suddenly surged in an attempt to dodge the sword intent. But it was already too late. The strike of a 10th realm champion was not something easily avoided. Swoosh! A palm-sized little sword suddenly pierced through Sidhu's chest. Sidhu's eyes widened. He could feel his life force draining away at a terrifying rate. Tiny fragments of dreadful sword intent continuously stirred through his chest, shattering his limbs and primordial spirit. I can't die. Sidhu's eyes were bloodshot. In a daze, he seemed to see the tall man who picked him up from a city filled with corpses over 200 years ago. Back then, the demon lord was in his prime, snapping his fingers and annihilating many strong ones, while he himself was in rags, lowly as dust. If not for the demon lord, he would have died long ago. If not for the demon lord, he would not have his today. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed, and everything from the past seemed like a dream. Before I meet the Lord, I cannot die. Sidhu suddenly erupted with a fierce will to live and without hesitation triggered the forbidden demonic Tao technique. Dismantling Burning God skill. Once activated, the Dismantling Burning God skill would uncontrollably incinerate his physical body, primordial spirit, and everything else, until completely turning into nothingness. Meanwhile, the user would endure unimaginable pain. Of course, the effects were also very good, as during this forbidden technique, the user's speed would increase tenfold or even 100-fold. And as time passed, the more the physical body and primordial spirit burned, the faster the speed would become. In fact, almost all demon lords, preferring to die by their own hands, would not activate this forbidden technique. After all, once the Dismantling Burning God skill was activated, it could not be reversed, and the physical body, primordial spirit, and everything else would quickly dissolve into nothingness. That is to say, once this forbidden technique was activated, even if one escaped death initially, one was still destined to die. Before death, one would still have to endure the endless pain caused by the burning of one's own body. So, this forbidden technique was somewhat like a double-edged sword. Although widely known, it was rarely seen used by any demon lord. What's the point? At Tianjin main peak, Tianjin Z seemed to perceive something, a look of surprise crossing his face. The Dismantling Burning God skill? Tianjin Z naturally sensed the aura of this forbidden technique. After a moment of thought, Tianjin Z decided to let Sidhu, the protector, leave. Firstly, once this forbidden technique had been deployed, death was inevitable, and Sidhu, the protector, had already sustained a strike from him earlier and could hardly last much longer. Secondly, even if Tianjin Z wanted to pursue, it wasn't certain he could catch up. In just these few moments, Sidhu, the protector, had already fled hundreds of miles away, his speed becoming faster and faster, nearly out of control. Even if Sidhu wanted to stop, he couldn't, and eventually, he would turn into nothingness at high speed. Therefore, there was no need to pursue, merely an ant. No need to pay attention. Tianjin Z slightly shook his head, addressing the curiosities of other powerful figures on the scene. His sudden action naturally drew the gaze of these powerful figures, and now, an explanation was also appropriate. Deep inside the Tianjin sect, a beautiful valley, Bai Qinger sat on a giant rock, her white and delicate legs gently swinging, causing ripples to spread. Big brother Shahu, will you come to find me? Bai Qinger's gaze was directed towards the Tianjin main peak. She naturally was aware of Tianjin Z's scheme, and at this moment, Bai Qinger was extremely conflicted. She hoped for Shahu Yuan to come because it would mean that Shahu Yuan still had feelings for her, even if it was hatred, it was still an emotion. However, with Tianjin Z's scheme, if Shahu Yuan dared to come near, he was undoubtedly doomed to die. Bai Qinger now hoped Shahu Yuan would not die. Big brother Shahu, if you do come, I will plead with the sect leader to leave your whole body. Then, you would always be with Qinger. Bai Qinger murmured to herself, a happy smile appearing on her face. Next to the palace of Earth Spirit Spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, still cultivating and pursuing enlightenment, nearly all his time in each traversed world devoted to cultivation. As for enjoyment, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was always bursting with spiritual light, making progress every moment in his cultivation and understanding of the Tao and the world. For Lin Yuan, this was the greatest pleasure, Zhan Huang. Lin Yuan delved into the Zhan Huang evolutionary path. By now, he had reached the 5th stage section in this evolution path. However, just for that reason, the difficulty of further comprehension skyrocketed. After all, Lin Yuan was already at the 5th rank, and comprehending the 4th and 3rd ranks below, from a higher vantage point, even without against heaven's understanding, would still be somewhat effective. The Tao of Zhan Huang is the Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan contemplated carefully, often observing the natural world and integrating it with his own verification. The martial path evolutionary path could indeed be improved further, if yin God, yang spirit, and taiji primordial spirit cannot be perfected, then perfect the physical body. As Lin Yuan cultivated, the aura emanating from him became obscure and complex, as if transforming into a black hole or resembling the black and white patterns of a taiji symbol. Suddenly, the aura around Lin Yuan surged. As if he had transcended some kind of shackles, his physical vitality and his soul and spirit both rose. 5th rank, 3rd segment. Lin Yuan breathed out gently, a smile appearing on his face. Compared to the current world's cultivation system, 5th rank, 3rd segment, would roughly equate to the 12th realm peak, infinitely close to the 13th realm. 12th realm peak, infinitely close to the 13th realm. Heaven would have pity. If the other cultivators of this world knew of this, they would probably feel ashamed enough to hit the wall. For tens of thousands of years, the strongest were merely a 10th realm. As for the 11th realm, probably only in the ancient times did such a level appear. The 12th realm was even unheard of. But Lin Yuan was already starting to touch upon the 13th realm. Wait a few more years until I fully step into the 13th realm, then I'll flatten Tianjin sect. Lin Yuan's thoughts were calm, thinking to himself. Although he wasn't Shahuo Yuan, since his consciousness had descended into this body, some cause and effect naturally needed to be resolved. Besides, even if Lin Yuan wanted to laugh off past grudges, it would depend on whether Tianjin sect was willing. According to the intentions of the Supreme Elder from Jizhe sect, Tianjin sect and many powerhouses from the 5 domains were secretly plotting against him, Shahuo Yuan. The rules of this world. Lin Yuan looked up, observing his surroundings. Although it was not as efficient as in the divine arms world, where one could directly observe the manifested fundamental rules of divine weapons. But comprehending the rules of this world at least proved to be much stronger than the main world. The origin source of the main world is powerful, its rules well established and operating to perfection, which makes it extraordinarily difficult for evolvers to comprehend the essence of these rules. Yet in worlds that he traversed with a weaker origin source, even though the rules were not substantial, Lin Yuan could comprehend them here and then go back to slowly make up for it in the main world. I've heard that within some cosmic secret realms, independent of the main world, the operation of rules is explicitly revealed, and comprehending the rules there is far more efficient than in the outside world. As the 13th disciple of Chicken Star Lord, Lin Yuan already had access to high-end information from the main world. This included the cosmic secret realms. Cosmic secret realms, similar to minor worlds, come in many varieties, with some even inhabited by powerful beings. Each cosmic secret realm is a treasure of human civilization, especially those with explicitly revealed rules suitable for rule comprehension, which are rare treasures indeed. In the future, I can ask the teacher about the cosmic secret realms. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As long as Lin Yuan continues to reveal his talent and capabilities, there's no fear that human civilization will not pour resources his way, such as the treatment for geniuses. With 3 goddesses present, a genius at most would only hide their identity, never suffering any repression or targeting. The next day, Lin Yuan ended his cultivation, sitting atop the main seat of the Great Hall, listening to the reports from Nuan Shu and 9 demon lords. Honored one, there has been no news from Tianjin sect so far. From the 5 domains, demon chiefs are continuously coming to submit, but so far, there are no demons of the 8th realm and above pledging allegiance. Nuan Shu spoke swiftly. Lin Yuan sat leisurely upon the primary seat, listening casually. As to why no demons of the 8th realm and above had come, Lin Yuan naturally understood. These demon chiefs dominated territories, claiming to be kings and warlords. Why would they come to serve under Lin Yuan? A few years ago, when Lin Yuan took over the underground palace, he subdued the Moyong demon lord and other 9 ninth realm demon lords with swift decisiveness, offering no chance for these 9 to escape. Naturally, this was also related to the fact that Lin Yuan had hardly shown himself in action in front of others since leaving the Great Abyss ground. The only time was outside the Great Abyss ground when he crushed Zhang Jianke, a peak 8th realm powerhouse, with one hand. But after that, whether it was subduing young generation demon chiefs like Bian Mao or the 9 demon lords like Moyang Demon Lord, the news did not spread out. This caused the outside world's demon chiefs to start hesitating. These wastes, the honored one is already out, and yet they do not come to pay homage, they all deserve to die. Moyang Demon Lord and the other 9 demon lords felt somewhat bitter, then became furious. They had already submitted, so why were those weaker 8th realm demons still roaming free? Nuan Shu stood by the side, about to speak, suddenly. Nuan Shu's expression subtly changed. Honored one, there is a change in the life fire. Nuan Shu looked immediately at Lin Yuan. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan remained composed. Nuan Shu quickly left the hall. Before long, Nuan Shu held a candle in her hand. At this moment, the candle's flame was so weak, flickering slowly as if it might go out at any time. This is Sidhu's life fire. Nuan Shu's expression was grave. Sidhu, the protector? Moyang Demon Lord and a few other demon lords glanced at Lin Yuan from the corner of their eyes. It was well known that Nuan and Sidhu were the 2 most loyal to Shahou Yuan. Even though Shahou Yuan had been suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, these 2 had done everything possible to rescue him. Especially Sidhu, the protector, who had even ventured into the Tianjin sect to gather more information, perhaps. It's Sidhu. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn as he looked towards the candle in Nuan Shu's hand, the one that could go out at any time. In Lin Yuan's sight, the aura of the candle started to spread, connecting with a certain location in the distance. Sidhu is now within 100 miles. Lin Yuan stood up. The candle in Nuan Shu's hand flew up into the air, landing in Lin Yuan's hand. The protector Sidhu has returned. Nuan Shu was slightly startled, not quite understanding. As far as she knew, wasn't Sidhu the protector at the Tianjin sect? If he had escaped from the Tianjin sect, he would have sent a message ahead of time. He has already arrived. Lin Yuan caught the life fire and vanished on the spot. Outside the underground palace, a meteor was speeding towards the spot. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the meteor had almost faded into nothingness, with just a bit of spiritual soul force still burning. Whoosh! Lin Yuan appeared before the meteor. If it were anyone else, even peak powerhouses of the 9th or 10th realm, they would have difficulty blocking this meteor. Because the speed of this meteor had reached an extreme, surpassing the full speed run of 10th realm powerhouses. Yet with a push of Lin Yuan's right hand, the meteor came to a halt in its place. Rise! Lin Yuan's brows were tightly knotted. This meteor was none other than Sidhu, the protector. At this time, his physical body and flesh had long been burned to nothing, leaving only a sliver of primordial spirit force hanging on. Condense. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved ever so slightly. A vast amount of heavenly earth vital energy gathered. Continuously turning into a gentle breath, it was infused into the meager remnants of Sidhu's primordial spirit. Instantly, around the center of this sliver of primordial spirit force, a phantom figure rapidly coalesced. However, one could see the phantom figure taking shape, only to continue burning away. Your Excellency. Sidhu, the protector, wore a pained expression, regaining a trace of consciousness as if he felt Lin Yuan's true strength, and his face showed a hint of relief. Suddenly, Sidhu's lips moved, and he spoke a few words. At this moment, Nuan Shu and Moyang Demon Lord arrived outside the underground palace and witnessed this scene. A moment later, Lin Yuan once again gathered heavenly earth vital energy. However, the burning speed of Sidhu, the protector, accelerated more and more rapidly. Ultimately, Sidhu's face displayed a look of resignation and relief, and he completely dissipated into nothingness under the endless burning. Lin Yuan stood in place, seemingly in thought, motionless. Gathering her courage, Nuan Shu stepped closer, cautiously asking, "Your Excellency, what did Sidhu, the protector, say at the end?" Naturally, Nuan Shu was aware that Sidhu, the protector's entire body burning was the signature of the dismantling burning god skill. Wasn't it said that the use of this forbidden technique was excruciatingly painful? Why did Sidhu, the protector, end up smiling at the end? He said 2 sentences. Lin Yuan spoke in an even tone. The first sentence had 12 characters. In death, to have seen your excellency, I die without regrets. Lin Yuan floated in the air, his sleeves billowing, as he reviewed Xiahou Yuan's memories, revisiting every detail about Situ, the protector. So it was that little beggar. Lin Yuan's thoughts receded as he looked up towards the Tianjin sect, then turned and went back to the underground palace. The second sentence had 8 characters, awaiting the demon lord's return to the 5 domains. The dismantling burning god skill is known as a forbidden technique. Once employed, it cannot be reversed. The physical body and primordial spirit will quickly burn out, turning into nothingness. Actually, this description isn't entirely accurate. Irreversibly, that part is correct. Even Lin Yuan would find it difficult to forcibly stop it. Using heavenly earth vital energy to recreate the primordial spirit is merely a transient solution, merely prolonging the endless suffering of the caster. Thus just now, Lin Yuan allowed Situ, the protector, to burn into oblivion. But the last statement that every aspect of the physical body and primordial spirit would burn out is not accurate, at least after Situ, the protector, turned to nothingness. Lin Yuan had already preemptively captured a strand of pure spiritual power. In the underground palace, beside the vitality spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, a strand of pure spiritual power floated. Outside this spiritual power, Taiyin and Taiyang merged into Taiji, isolating heaven and earth, completely separating this strand of pure spiritual power from the outer macrocosm. Without such a method of isolating heaven and earth, this strand of pure spiritual power would have dissipated the moment it was exposed. The current cultivators believe that the dismantling burning god skill burns everything of the physical body and primordial spirit. And that's also correct, because apart from Lin Yuan, nobody could capture this strand of pure spiritual power. Even if they were at the peak of the 12th realm, or were even unprecedented 13th realm powerhouses, they would almost certainly be unable to do it. This isn't a matter of strength. It's about how systems of cultivation and personal methods combine. Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path, integrating myriad paths, is perfect in every aspect. As for other cultivators, they simply could not have the encounters and experiences of Lin Yuan, nor the against heaven's understanding to achieve integration, hence they remain at the 9th realm, 10th realm. This strand of pure spiritual power, could it be something essential like a true spirit? Lin Yuan thought to himself. For Lin Yuan, as long as the essence of the true spirit remains, he wouldn't consider it true death. How should I nurture it? Lin Yuan fell into thought. This essence of the true spirit is extremely fragile. If nurtured directly with heavenly earth vital energy, it would turn to ash in the next moment. Let's foster it in the 5-colored lotus for now. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, slowly integrating this essence of the true spirit into a nearby lotus, displaying 5 colors. The 5-colored lotus, a rare spiritual plant of this realm. When Lin Yuan discovered this vitality spring, there were more than a dozen extraordinary flowers and herbs nearby, including the 5-colored lotus. When Lin Yuan advanced to the 5th rank, he consumed most of these extraordinary flowers and herbs, with only a few like the 5-colored lotus remaining. The 5-colored lotus has a mild nature and is miraculous in nurturing spirits. It is perfectly suitable for fostering the extremely fragile essence of the true spirit. Accompanied by the essence of the true spirit of Situ, the protector, merging into the 5-colored lotus, Lin Yuan distinctly felt the essence of the true spirit stabilized, and immediately began to slowly draw on the medicinal power of the 5-colored lotus, gradually growing stronger. Good. After nurturing it for a few years, this strand of true spirit essence should recover to the strength of a normal person. Lin Yuan slightly nodded. Once it reached that stage, the consciousness of Situ, the protector, would naturally revive. The rest was merely about finding a suitable body for him. Well, Lin Yuan looked at the 5-colored lotus in front of him. Indeed, no need to search for a body. Isn't this 5-colored lotus the best carrier right now? Lin Yuan's face showed a hint of unusual color. With the vision of the main world universe starry sky, Lin Yuan understood that life is definitely not limited to the human race. In the vast, boundless main world universe starry skies, aside from the human race, many other powerful peak races exist. They might be plant life, elemental life, energy life, etc. Given that this five-colored lotus of Situ, the protector, could embrace all aspects of the five-colored lotus, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Not to mention, life forms like these plants are famous for their longevity. Of course, even if Situ, the protector, couldn't accept it, it wouldn't be a problem with Lin Yuan around, it would merely be about finding another suitable body. Time slowly passed. Before long, several years had elapsed. Lin Yuan had hardly ever left the underground palace, always immersed in cultivation and enlightenment. Heaven and earth. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful, feeling faintly that this realm's heaven and earth were extremely vast, seemingly not just limited to the 5 domains. Could it be, beyond the 5 domains, there are new great realms and continents? Lin Yuan pondered. Before his transition, he had split a thread of his consciousness to roughly observe the overall view of this realm, catching only a fleeting glimpse without paying much attention, only seeing the most conspicuous 5 continents. However, the fortunes of this heavenly and earthly realm are clearly beginning to burgeon. Is it due to my influence? Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted. The so-called fortunes of heaven and earth are profound and more profound. Lin Yuan had crossed 3 or 4 worlds before he somewhat understood this. To summarize, it can be said that when time and tide are right, all forces align. In a state where the fortunes of heaven and earth are burgeoning, the frequency of geniuses and powerhouses emerging would be much higher. Even the bottlenecks and constraints in cultivation would relax and loosen without a sound. Generally speaking, it's rare for a realm to be in such a state. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan seemed to have discovered something, looking up towards a not-too-distant place. There was a lotus, displaying 5 colors, currently swaying gently. Is the consciousness reviving? Lin Yuan had an idea. Having nurtured it for several years, the essence of the true spirit of Situ, the protector, had grown rapidly and was now on the brink of consciousness revival. I'll have a look. Lin Yuan stood before the 5-colored lotus, observing carefully. I didn't die? Situ Ming was somewhat dazed, having prepared for death after deploying the dismantling burning god skill. Situ Ming only hoped, before death, he could meet the esteemed one, and inform him of the Tianjin sect's plans. But unfortunately, with the continual use of the dismantling burning god skill, Situ Ming's speed became faster and faster, and in the end, he not only had to endure endless pain, but he couldn't even stop. However, just when Situ Ming was in utter despair, he saw the esteemed one appear before him, and even made an attempt to save him. It was at that moment, Situ Ming vaguely perceived the esteemed one's terrifying strength, an aura so vast that even Tianjin Zi, who had already stepped into the 10th realm, was far inferior. Situ Ming died with no regrets. But now, Situ Ming attempted to perceive his surroundings. To his surprise, he found that he was now a lotus. A lotus that displayed 5 colors. Esteemed one? Situ Ming's perception continued to spread out. He discovered a tall man appearing before him. And this tall man was none other than his esteemed one. There's no need to worry. Right now, your soul and primordial spirit are nourished within the 5-colored lotus. Try your best to merge with the 5-colored lotus and take control of everything about it. Lin Yuan spoke, his voice gentle. Becoming the main consciousness of the 5-colored lotus was not an easy task. Even if a strong person from this world were to escape with their primordial spirit and seek a new host, they usually chose another member of the human race. As for using a certain plant as a host, not to mention whether it was possible, even if it succeeded, what would one do afterward? Simply become a plant? Yet Lin Yuan was different. In the main world, he had a complete series of secret techniques, namely the seizure secret technique. The Chicken Star Lord of the past had seized a juvenile starry sky wanderer Kun, which led to his later valiant achievements. Yes, Situ Ming had a natural submission to Lin Yuan and immediately began trying to merge with the 5-colored lotus, replacing its main consciousness. Good. Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. His aid to Situ Ming was actually a kind of test. Moreover, if Situ Ming truly could become the master of the 5-colored lotus, his lifespan would at least explode to several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. It would also count as Lin Yuan's contingency in this world. Tianjin Mountain. Tianjin Zi and many strong ones were becoming increasingly irritable. What's going on with Xiahou Yuan? Is he coming for revenge or not? Why has there been no movement for so many years, even if he was seriously injured from being suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground? But it's been more than a decade, hasn't he recovered? Aren't demonic practitioners best at healing injuries? Can't they just kill some people, extract their essence and origin source, and be done with it? What exactly is going on? Could it be that Xiahou Yuan knows I've had a breakthrough, so he dares not come? Tianjin Zi was reflecting. He realized that for all these years, he had been sitting on Tianjin Mountain, like a fool. It wasn't just him, even the others of the 5 domains were also waiting together. That shouldn't be it. For over a decade, I have blockaded the Tianjin sect. It was only a few years ago that the little demon went out. But after getting hit by my attack, plus activating the dismantling burning god skill, he could only keep flying, getting faster and faster, until he eventually dissipated into nothing, unable to stop at all. How could he have passed on any messages? Tianjin Zi was puzzled, but at this point, all he could do was to continue waiting. After waiting for more than a decade, if he stopped now, wouldn't it mean that they were mistaken all these years? How could that be? Do not panic, everyone. I believe Xiahou Yuan will come soon. We just need to endure a little longer. Tianjin Zi spoke, encouraging the many impatient strong ones present. Meanwhile, as the majority of the strong ones in the 5 domains were still stuck on Tianjin Mountain, hoping to catch their prey and waiting for Xiahou Yuan to come for revenge. They were unaware that subtle changes were starting to occur in the world. Within a bustling city, a small beggar looked at a middle-aged man selling books, eagerly staring at a tattered booklet on the shelf. Scram, 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 where did this little beggar come from? The book-selling middle-aged man waved his hand, his face full of disgust. I want that book. The small beggar mustered the courage to approach, pointing at the tattered book on the shelf. 10 copper coins, do you have it? The middle-aged man said, annoyed. 10 copper coins. I don't have. The small beggar shrunk back a little, but I have 2 copper coins. The small beggar's right hand fumbled in his pocket and brought out 2 copper coins. You actually have money? The middle-aged man was taken aback slightly. He immediately picked up the worn-out booklet and tossed it to the little beggar. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm selling it to you at a discount. In fact, he had fished out these booklets from a bookstore that was about to close, for just a few pennies each. The little beggar couldn't produce 2 pennies, let alone 1, but he would have sold it to him anyway. Thank you. The little beggar hugged the tattered booklet to his chest, placed the 2 pennies on the bookshelf, and hopped away. Idiot. The middle-aged man watched the little beggar's retreating figure with a hint of mockery. An old temple. The little beggar studied the booklet intently. Refining spirit decree? The little beggar mimicked the movements of the little figures illustrated in the booklet. Unbeknownst to him, heavenly earth vital energies slowly began to converge. It slowly merged into the little beggar's body. In just one day, the little beggar had stepped into the first realm. At a cliff's edge, a young man was being chased by dozens of men in black. Even if I die, I will become a ghost and come back for revenge. Filled with deep resentment, the young man leapt off the cliff. He didn't know how much time had passed. The young man woke from unconsciousness. Where is this? The young man found himself stopped by a tree trunk growing at the edge of the precipice. Not far away, on the nearly smooth cliff face, there appeared a pitch-dark hole that was clearly man-made. Assessing his situation, the young man realized that his only hope of survival was to enter that hole. So, he struggled toward the cave entrance. Good for nothing. Where is the talent you showed 3 years ago, for 3 whole years, not being able to sense the heavenly earth vital energy to form a primordial chi vortex inside your body? Do you still have the face to continue using the clan's cultivation resources? An old man with a white beard was scolding a young boy. The boy hung his head, grinding his teeth, unnoticed by others. A faint glimmer suddenly flashed across the black ring on his right hand. As the great tides of heaven and earth surge forth, countless opportunities will arise, and many talents will emerge. Among them, the strongest talents can be called children of fate. Within the underground palace, though Lin Yuan had not gone out, he vaguely sensed the changes in the world. Such changes were profound, and even Lin Yuan felt shocked and amazed. Just then, not far away, the 5-colored lotus suddenly withered. Underground, the lotus root of the 5-colored lotus was taking shape indistinctly. A humanoid figure emerged from the ground, composed entirely of lotus root, The figure came out and immediately knelt down, saying reverently to Lin Yuan, "Situ Ming, pays respects to my lord. Get up." Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He lifted his right hand, and a slight wound appeared. Then, a drop of blood that looked like mercury, vibrant red, fell onto Situ Ming's lotus root body. Suddenly, the blood dispersed and dissolved. Situ Ming's lotus root form began to change rapidly. Flesh, skin, limbs, and facial features grew, not long after. A child of about 10 years old appeared. Situ Ming's eyes widened. Just the ability to escape from the five-colored lotus and crawl from underground had already made him overjoyed. But now, with just a drop of blood bestowed casually by his lord, he had transformed into a real human being? Such means, were they any different from the divine powers in the midst of gods creating humans? "Thank you, my lord." Situ Ming knelt once again, expressing his gratitude. "It's nothing." Lin Yuan waved his hand and observed the changes in Situ Ming. He then continued, "You may enter the world now. With the great movements of heaven and earth, opportunities are countless. Go and find one that belongs to you." "Understood, my lord." Situ Ming promptly responded. He always executed his lord's suggestions to the letter. Before leaving, Situ Ming seemed to remember something and asked hesitantly, "Should I bring back those opportunities, my lord?" "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With a profound look, he said, "I no longer need those opportunities." Lin Yuan watched as Situ Ming left. He had reshaped Situ Ming's body with his own essence blood. There was another effect, too. That was to inscribe his own brand. The hearts of men are fickle, even the most loyal of subordinates. 100 years, 200 years, their loyalty can be ensured. 300 years, 500 years, loyalty can still be ensured. But what about 800 years, 1,000 years? What about when Lin Yuan's time is up and he has to leave this world? Will Situ Ming still be able to maintain his absolute loyalty to him? Situ Ming, now formed after the five-color lotus transformation, could easily live for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Over the long years, anything can change. But by inscribing his brand with his essence blood, Lin Yuan eliminated any other possibility. Situ Ming's primordial spirit and body, having been fashioned by Lin Yuan, no longer have the capability to harbor any other thoughts. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his Tao enlightenment. Time slowly passed. 20 years later. In these 20 years, the world had changed more than it had in the previous 200 years, or even 2,000 years. One genius after another emerged, and heritages that had disappeared from history resurfaced. The great powers of the five domains underwent several major reshuffles. Of course, the Tianjin sect, with Tianjin Z from the 10th realm as its pillar, still overlooked the world from above, its status unshaken. However, more than 10 years ago, after the forces of the five domains, including Tianjin Z, realized they couldn't anticipate Shahuo Yuan's return. They could only go back to their respective homes and no longer wait in vain on Tianjin Mountain. There was no other way. If it were another time, they might have persevered a little longer. But now, with the world growing more volatile by the day, with powerful figures continuously emerging, these old-timers, would probably have their foundations uprooted if they did not make a comeback soon. Tianjin Z had no solution to this. He could only speculate that something unpredictable had happened to Shahuo Yuan. Perhaps Shahuo Yuan had realized that he had entered the 10th realm and defiantly refused to come over at all. Underneath the underground palace, next to a vein of fire, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his body radiating intense heat. 20 years of cultivation had naturally brought him to an entirely new level. Lin Yuan's strength now could be described as approximately comparable to the 14th realm of this world. He was indeed unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even the concept of the 14th realm was created by Lin Yuan because, before him, no being had ever ventured into this domain. For tens of thousands of years, the mightiest being in this realm had been of the 10th realm. Maybe 50,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago, there were beings beyond the 10th realm, but at most they reached only the 11th realm. As for the 14th realm, what a joke, it's almost time. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his resounding breath causing even the nearby vein of fire to tremble. Huff. Lin Yuan exhaled, the scorching breath breaking through layers of soil, traveling dozens of miles, and striking an underground stratum. The layer burst into dust with a bang, and the terrifying fluctuation spread in all directions, causing tremors on the surface above. Now Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his emanating aura swiftly retracting, and within a few breaths, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. Tianjin sect. Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of the Tianjin sect. Go and extinguish the Tianjin sect. Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly stirred. An indistinct figure, emanating with the power of Taiyan, emerged from within the sea of consciousness at his brow. The figure bowed slightly toward Lin Yuan and then stepped out, effortlessly passing through the thick soil to the surface above and immediately vanished. This figure was none other than Lin Yuan's yin god, also known as the Taiyan primordial spirit. Actually, had it not been for Lin Yuan's discovery that the vast current of heaven and earth had surged forth 20 years ago, he probably would have already flattened the Tianjin sect right after stepping into the 13th realm 18 years prior. But now was not too late. No matter how vigorously the vast current of heaven and earth surged, it had its limits. The ceiling of this realm remained fixed, and no matter how much nurturing occurred, it couldn't produce supreme powerhouses like those from the main world. With Lin Yuan's current 14th realm strength, he was more than capable of sweeping through everything, even if it was only a yin god. More than 20 years ago, Lin Yuan's own Taiji primordial spirit had divided into the yin and yang spirits. At that time, if the yin and yang spirits exerted their full power, they could grow to hundreds of feet tall. Now, after more than 20 years, the yin and yang spirits had grown more than 10 times stronger than before. Tianjin Mountain. On this day, the Tianjin sect was in celebration, bustling with activity. Guests came and went without end, because today was the 800th birthday of Tianjin Zi. As the strongest of his time, and the only one from the 10th realm, Tianjin Zi's birthday was naturally a grand affair. Many forces from the 5 domains and numerous powerful individuals wouldn't dare miss it. Even those unruly, adventure-laden younger generations mostly came in a subdued manner. In front of this senior 10th realm powerhouse, no one dared to act recklessly. At the top of Tianjin Mountain, Tianjin Zi sat high in the principal seat. Looking at the many guests below, he was in high spirits. For a 10th realm powerhouse, 800 years was just a minor part of life. A 10th realm being had a lifespan of 2,000 years. Congratulations to Tianjin Zi, Senior, for a life as vast as the East Sea. A middle-aged man strode forward, bowing slightly to Tianjin Zi. This middle-aged man was a 9th realm powerhouse, yet he remained slightly respectful in the presence of Tianjin Zi, who had reached the 10th realm. Tianjin Zi nodded slightly, indicating he had acknowledged the gesture. He would react only when powerhouses of the 9th realm rose to congratulate him. As for those below the 9th realm, he would merely acknowledge them with a glance. These few decades have seen the number of 9th realm individuals skyrocket several times over. Tianjin Zi looked around, silently reflecting. As the sect leader of the world's most powerful sect, Tianjin Zi was naturally aware of the changes within the 5 domains. But to cultivate a 10th realm, it will still take tens or 100 years. At that time, perhaps a hint of longing flickered across Tianjin Zi's expression. In another 100 or 200 years, he hoped to cultivate to the peak of the 10th realm. By then, he might even be able to attempt reaching the 11th realm, something that had only been achieved 50,000 years ago. Of course, thinking about this now was still premature. At present, Tianjin Zi was far from reaching the perfection of the 10th realm, let alone the 11th realm. As Tianjin Zi pondered, a veteran powerhouse below spoke out loudly. Sect leader Tianjin Zi's divine might is unparalleled. 20 years ago, Shahuo Yuan was so terrified that he didn't dare to seek revenge and would rather die than come here. As soon as this was said, it immediately sparked a chorus of agreement. Although only 20 years had passed, with the explosive increase of powerhouses from the 9th realm, everyone's fear of Shahuo Yuan had also invisibly diminished a lot. After all, in this era, strong warriors emerge in large numbers, especially those most dazzling ones who have nearly reached the peak of the 9th realm, hardly weaker than Shahuo Yuan back then. If Shahuo Yuan dared to appear again now, it's estimated that he would be swept away by the younger generation of warriors. In today's 5 domains mainland, a new era had arrived, and except for the Tianjin sect, which could maintain its status, all other forces were trembling with fear. dreading that they might be eliminated one day. Xiahou Yuan? Tianjin Zi was slightly startled. Had no one mentioned that name, he would have almost forgotten it. A miserable dog, better left unmentioned. Tianjin Zi shook his head slightly. The young generation of powerhouses were now his focus. As for Xiahou Yuan, he wasn't even worth another glance now. Exactly. What is Xiahou Yuan anyway? Does he even deserve a mention at sect leader Tianjin Zi's birthday feast? I heard that one of the younger generation outside has a close relationship with Xiahou Yuan. So what if they are close? Even Xiahou Yuan was defeated by sect leader Tianjin Zi. What waves can they possibly make? Many guests discussed noisily, expressing their deep scorn for Xiahou Yuan. Beside Tianjin Zi, big brother Xiahou Bai Qing'er, wearing a white dress, her delicate wrist supporting her chin. After all these years, won't you even look at Qing'er? Hundreds of miles away from Tianjin Mountain. Within a secluded forest, Situ Ming gazed distantly at Tianjin Mountain, his expression tinged with gloom. Tianjin Zi, if it weren't for the prime god's reluctance to bother, would you still be alive? Situ Ming thought to himself. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan allowed him to enter the world. With the terrifying talent of the five-colored lotus, Situ Ming broke through to the ninth realm in just over a decade, becoming one of the most dazzling figures among the young generation. Of course, the reason Situ Ming had ascended to the ninth realm so swiftly was entirely because he had been an eighth realm powerhouse before becoming the five-colored lotus. Even though he had to start over with his physical and primordial spirit after becoming the five-colored lotus, his foundational depth was still there, quickly restoring him to the power of the eighth realm, and a subsequent ascent to the ninth realm was only natural. One day, even if the prime god does not take action, I will also trample you, Tianjin Zi, underfoot. Situ Ming took a deep look at Tianjin Mountain miles away, intending to leave. As of now, he was still far from being a match for Tianjin Zi of the 10th realm. Suddenly, at that moment, Situ Ming's expression subtly changed. He looked in a certain direction. He saw a person strolling leisurely from afar. Although described as leisurely, his pace was extremely fast, covering hundreds of yards in just a few steps. This man had ordinary features, but each of his movements exuded an unusual charisma. Especially his fiery red eyes, which emitted a scorching sensation. Xiahou? Upon seeing this man, Situ Ming's mind immediately made a connection to someone. Xiahou, currently a leader among the young generation of the Five Domains mainland, with the strength at the peak of the ninth realm. It was said that Xiahou showed extraordinary talent in his early teens, but later, over 3 years, his abilities all seemed to vanish, leading to his suppression by his family, eventually leaving the family in indignation. In the following 20 years, like having a breakthrough boost, Xiahou rapidly grew stronger, breaking through the 9 realms, ultimately standing at the peak of the 9th realm. Situ Ming, Xiahou looked calm, smiling at Situ Ming. I heard you have quite a substantial connection with the formidable villain Xiahou Yuan from decades ago? Seeing Situ Ming show a wary expression, Xiahou shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I have no interest and no hostility towards Xiahou Yuan. There was something Xiahou left unsaid, and that was he had never regarded Xiahou Yuan highly. In Xiahou's eyes, his opponent had always been just one person. That was Tianjin Zi of the 10th realm. Xiahou Yuan has a great feud with Tianjin Zi, and coincidentally, our visit this time is also to deal with Tianjin Zi. In a sense, you are still our friend. Xiahou said with a smile. We? Situ Ming's gaze slightly condensed. Exactly. Xiahou paused for a moment, then raised his voice. You too, won't you show yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 profound auras silently appeared within Situ Ming's sensory range. Situ Ming looked up. To his left was a female figure, her physique robust. Wonderful mental fluctuations almost led Situ Ming to be entranced. Yang Bixin. A shock crossed Situ Ming's mind. Yang Bixin, also a young generation leader, with peak 9th realm capabilities. Yang Bixin had a pitiful background, a beggar in her youth, but somehow, she obtained a refining spirit decree, which was perfectly suited for her training. Afterward, Yang Bixin soared, ascending directly to the peak of the 9th realm. Ha ha ha. Since Brother Xiao has spoken, how could I, Shen Lang, stay hidden? A loud laugh came, and a figure strode forward, his hair wildly dancing like a majestic lion. Shen Lang. Si Ming was already prepared in his heart. Shen Lang. Also a name among the young generation leaders, alongside Xiao Huo and Yang Bixin. Unlike the previous two, Shen Lang had a distinguished family background, but at the age of 20, his enemies had come to kill him. In a desperate situation, Shen Lang had no choice but to leap off a cliff. However, Shen Lang did not die from the fall but rather received a heritage from a suspected 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago. You three, Si Ming looked at the trio, Xiao Huo, Yang Bixin, Shen Lang, the most dazzling trio of the young generation on the 5 domains mainland. They could even suppress the vast majority of the older generation at the 9th realm. We are here to challenge Tianjin Zi to step into the 10th realm. Xiao Huo spoke gently, yet emitted a strong intent to fight. With the capabilities of the three, only the high and mighty 10th realm could exert pressure on them, and with this pressure, they hoped to advance further, stepping into the 10th realm. Si Ming, do you wish to join us? Xiao Huo extended the invitation. Xiahou Yuan was once suppressed by Tianjin Zi, such humiliation. Let us avenge it for him, Shen Lang said slowly next to him. His gaze was fixed on Tianjin Mountain hundreds of miles away, unwavering. It is said that Bai Qinger of the Tianjin sect is the most beautiful woman under heaven, who once dazzled Xiahou Yuan so much that he lost his senses. I'm quite curious to see what kind of beauty she is. Yang Bixin touched her hair, speaking softly, you. Si Ming took a deep breath. He realized that these three had never taken him, nor his master, seriously. The so-called revenge was just casual talk. Even without the master, these three would still challenge Tianjin Zi. The master's vengeance should naturally be avenged by me, Si Ming said in a cold tone. Xiao Huo was about to speak. Just at that moment, Shen Lang, who had been standing beside them, his gaze fixed on Tianjin Mountain without a flicker, suddenly stiffened. His body's aura began to uncontrollably surge. What's happening? Xiao Huo furrowed his brows, and alongside Yang Bixin, followed Shen Lang's gaze. But with just one look, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the high skies above Tianjin Mountain, a sea of clouds tens of thousands of miles wide churned and hung low. A towering figure, over 100,000 feet tall, stood silently in front of Tianjin Mountain. Tianjin Mountain, a famed peak in the central region, also spanned dozens of miles high, usually shrouded in mist, resembling an immortal realm. However, at that moment, before the towering figure, even the lofty Tianjin Mountain merely reached his ankles. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Xiao Huo, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, the towering figure slowly lifted his right foot towards Tianjin Mountain. Then, he stepped down. Tianjin Mountain peak. Seated high above, Tianjin Zi overlooked the many guests with an indifferent expression. As the protagonist of the birthday banquet, Tianjin Zi was undoubtedly the most watched person there. Those three little ones, they should be arriving soon, right? A hint of coldness flickered across Tianjin Zi's face. As the master of the world's foremost power, how could Tianjin Zi not know that the three most dazzling youths of the 5 domains were sharpening their claws, eager to step over him and ascend to the divine throne? This was not because Tianjin Zi bore a grudge against them. For decades, Tianjin sect had not oppressed the younger generation. In fact, they couldn't even if they wanted to. It's just that Tianjin Zi had been oppressing the strong of the 5 domains for too long, and the 3 leaders of the younger generation wanted to break his myth. By harnessing the pressure from Tianjin Zi, they aimed to carve their own paths. Foolish. Today, I shall let you understand what the 10th realm is. Tianjin Zi thought to himself. If given enough time, Tianjin Zi did not deny that the 3 had the potential to step into the 10th realm. But now, mere 9th realm practitioners, how could they challenge Tianjin Zi? This time, I must not hold back. Once these 3 are dealt with, the younger generation of the 5 domains will be greatly weakened, and they won't threaten Tianjin sect for the next 100 or even hundreds of years. With that, I can also set out to that place with peace of mind. Tianjin Zi's thoughts surged as his gaze faintly turned in a certain direction. That was the north. North of the northern region, north of the endless sea domain. After stepping into the 10th realm, Tianjin Zi vaguely sensed a calling. A summons from the heavens and earth, constantly drawing him northward. The 2 predecessors from Tianjin sect who were in the 10th realm had also experienced this. After those two 10th realm predecessors from Tianjin sect heeded the call and headed north of the Endless Sea domain, they never returned. Thus, after entering the 10th realm, Tianjin Z had been suppressing this call. Only in recent years had the summons grown stronger, and Tianjin Z was vaguely aware that if he continued to delay, a great terror might ensue. Luan Yi, when will you reach the peak of the 9th realm? Tianjin Z's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Bai Qinger. Bai Qinger, originally named Luan Yi, was rumored to be Tianjin Z's childhood sweetheart. In truth, Luan Yi was just Tianjin Z's sister. However, ever since the incident with Shahuo Yuan, Luan Yi had taken Bai Qinger as her actual name. Soon, Luan Yi answered nonchalantly, "Once you reach the peak of the 9th realm, I will help you step into the 10th realm with all my strength," said Tianjin Z. "When will the sect leader come out of seclusion and capture Shahuo Yuan for me?" Luan Yi suddenly asked. Shahuo Yuan? Tianjin Z's brow furrowed. He had long since stopped concerning himself with Shahuo Yuan. However, seeing Luan Yi like this, it was clear she had been left with a heart demon because of that incident. Enough. Tianjin Z sighed inwardly. Even as a 10th realm practitioner, if Shahuo Yuan was determined to hide somewhere, there was not much he could do. But after decades of cultivation, Tianjin Z had delved deep into the 10th realm and had even comprehended several secret techniques left by his 10th realm predecessors. If he paid a certain price, it was still possible to locate Shahuo Yuan. "After the birthday banquet, I will bring back Shahuo Yuan. However, you must promise me the thing you promised." Tianjin Z spoke in a calm tone, as if he were retrieving not the legendary fiend who once oppressed the 5 domains but rather a stray cat or dog. "Thank you, sect leader," Bai Qinger said, immediately smiling with joy at the words. At that moment, she had already begun to envision the various scenes that would unfold once Shahuo Yuan fell into her hands. Suddenly, at that moment, the numerous strong practitioners gathered at the peak of Tianjin Mountain, celebrating for Tianjin Z, suddenly realized that the sky seemed to darken. The originally sunny and mist-enshrouded peak of Tianjin Mountain became gloomy all at once. "What is that?" A strong practitioner looked up at the sky. They saw a continent-sized massive shadow falling rapidly toward Tianjin Mountain. "Not good. Run quickly." "What is this thing?" Even though the strong practitioners did not know why the continent shadow had appeared here, they realized that staying would definitely not bode well. So they frantically fled in all directions. As long as they could escape the coverage range of the continent shadow, they should be safe. Unfortunately, it was too late. The continent shadow descended too quickly. And the boundless power of Taiyin spread, turning into a terrifying pressure, restricting all the strong practitioners' speeds. Boom! Tianjin Z soared into the sky. The breath of a 10th realm practitioner burst forth unrestrained, shaking the heavens and the earth. Others could run, but Tianjin Z could not, for beneath his feet lay Tianjin Mountain, the core land of Tianjin sect. If he were to flee and cause any accident to Tianjin Mountain, wouldn't he be the sinner of Tianjin sect for tens of thousands of years? Most importantly, Tianjin Z had a vague feeling that even if he wanted to run, he could not. Surrounded by the formless and profound power of Taiyin, even though Tianjin Z was a 10th realm practitioner, his speed was greatly reduced, and there was no hope of escaping before the continent shadow descended. "Stop!" Tianjin Z's eyes turned blood red, and his aura surged once more, towering like a divine being, attempting to hold back the descending continent shadow. However, bang! Tianjin Z exploded abruptly. The continent shadow did not stop even for a moment, continuing to press down on Tianjin Mountain. Rumble, rumble. With the continent shadow's relentless descent, Tianjin Mountain began to collapse. One after another, the strong practitioners burst apart, their flesh and primordial spirits shattering into fragments that fell. During this time, there were strong beings who realized they couldn't escape and chose instead to stand their ground and resist furiously. However, it was meaningless, they were continuously blasted apart. In just a few breaths' time, the towering Tianjin Mountain had been flattened. All that was left in its place was a giant pit reaching dozens of miles deep. If one were to look from thousands of miles away, they would find that this massive pit resembled a footprint, but magnified by billions of times. The auras of countless primordial spirits turned into streaks of light, racing in all directions. The thick scent of blood spread. That single step had shattered the physical bodies of countless strong beings. Having lost their physical forms, the primordial spirits were still there. Even though they were severely damaged, many of the strong beings' primordial spirits had not completely collapsed. Now grasping the opportunity, they naturally fled as if mad. It was at this moment. Above the sea, miles away, another vast shadow reached down. If one observed carefully, they would discover that this huge shadow resembled a human face with blurred features, impossible to make out in detail. One could see this face turning towards the direction of the huge footprint, opening its massive mouth, and taking a deep inhale. Boom! In the face of the terrifying suction. Be it primordial spirits or the dispersing blood and energy. All of it turned into long dragons, flowing into the mouth of that immense face. Hundreds of miles away, in a dense forest, Xiao Huo, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin, three widely admired young leaders full of hope, were now pale and stiff. Gazing up at Tianjin Mountain, it had been flattened under the step of that towering figure, and the countless strong beings on the mountain, including Tianjin Z of the 10th realm, had their physical bodies and primordial spirits crushed, only to be swallowed by that towering figure in one gulp. The minds of Xiao Huo and the others turned to mush. Especially Shen Lang, who had received the heritage of an 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago. But even 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, or even more distant times, there had never been such a horrifying scene, had there? This is a primordial spirit. Xiao Huo touched the ring on his right hand, barely suppressing the shock in his heart, and said in a low voice. Primordial spirit? That towering figure is a primordial spirit? Shen Lang and Yang Bixin took deep breaths once more. Even the primordial spirit of a 5th-rank peak powerhouse of the 9th realm, when exerting all its might, would at most be 100 zhang tall. The primordial spirit of a 10th realm powerhouse might possibly reach several hundred zhang. But just now, that towering figure was at least 100,000 zhang tall. If such a massive primordial spirit existed, how powerful must its owner be? The 12th realm? The 13th realm? Xiao Huo and the others couldn't believe it. Even with countless fortuitous encounters, they only ever thought they could step into the 10th realm. Shen Lang, with the heritage of someone from the 11th realm, might have a slim hope of reaching the 11th realm. As for higher, they dared not think of it, they wouldn't think of it. Because that was completely beyond reality. This is the Venerable One. This is the Venerable One's Taiyin primordial spirit, said Situ Main. Compared to the shock and terror of Xiao Huo and the others, Situ Main, who had been the 5-colored lotus, had spent a long time with Lin Yuan and was quite familiar with his aura. The current towering figure might reach from heaven to earth, flattening Tianjin Mountain with a single step, its divine might dominating the world, but the faint aura it emitted was similar to that which Situ Main had sensed from the Venerable One. The Venerable One? You're saying that this primordial spirit belongs to Demon Venerable Xiao Yuan? Xiao Huo and the others exchanged glances, unable to imagine that Xiao Yuan, who had long withdrawn from the stage of the 5 domains, had cultivated to such a realm where just one primordial spirit could sustain heaven and earth. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, said Situ Ming. I can still recognize the Venerable One's aura. In his heart, Situ Ming was equally shocked. He had thought Lin Yuan was very powerful. When he had used the dismantling burning god skill in the past, certain death was inevitable, but he was forcefully saved. And during that time, Situ Ming vaguely sensed the vast aura from Lin Yuan. But Situ Ming never thought that Lin Yuan could be so powerful, deploying just one primordial spirit to annihilate Tianjin Mountain. Here, annihilate didn't mean in a symbolic sense, like sweeping through the many strong beings of the Tianjin sect and crushing Tianjin Z. It meant physically annihilating it. The entire Tianjin Mountain had been leveled to the ground. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Huo and the other two carefully pondered. They realized that throughout the 5 domains mainland, to bear such deep hatred for the Tianjin sect is to directly trample its gates. Xiao Yuan was definitely one of them. Moreover, Xiao Huo and the others didn't believe that Situ Ming had the courage to let his respected superior impersonate such a powerhouse. Should it be discovered by him, the entire demonic Tao would be trampled flat just like Tianjin Mountain. As Xiao Huo and the other two whispered among themselves. Far away, hundreds of miles distant, That towering figure over 100,000 zhang tall, after swallowing the essence and blood of numerous powerhouses' primordial spirits, slightly turned its massive head, casting a gaze towards the dense forest here. Boom! It was merely a glance, yet it brought Xiao Huo and the other to an unprecedented pressure. It felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, as if all things were being annihilated. No! Xiao Huo, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin instinctively knelt on the ground, not daring to continue gazing at that towering figure. Although they were separated by hundreds of miles, Xiao Huo and the others knew that to that towering figure, a few hundred miles was merely a few steps. Interesting. The Taiyin primordial spirit seemed to have discovered something. Its form suddenly dispersed, turning into countless particles of Taiyin power, disappearing from the spot. It wasn't until half an hour after the Taiyin primordial spirit had left that Xiao Huo, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin dared to lift their heads. Only after confirming that the towering figure had disappeared did the three of them breathe a heavy sigh of relief. What should we do now? After a long while, the softly spoken Yang Bixin asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huo and Shen Lang immediately fell into silence. Originally, according to their plan, they were to challenge powerhouses everywhere to pave their own road to the 10th realm. As the number one powerhouse in the 5 domains, Tianjin-Z was naturally their target. But now that Tianjin-Z was dead, a challenge was no longer possible. In fact, although Tianjin-Z had died, a far more formidable existence than Tianjin-Z had appeared. That was the Demon Lord Shahuo Yuan, mentioned by Situ Main. And challenging the Demon Lord Shahuo Yuan, challenge my ass. Forget about the Demon Lord Shahuo Yuan himself, even one of his primordial spirits, to be precise, a glance from one of his primordial spirits. The three of them felt as if the world was collapsing, unbearable. A challenge? Xiao Huo and the others may have grand ambitions, but they were not fools. They knew better than to leap forward into certain death. The reason they had dared to challenge Tianjin-Z earlier was that they had the assurance they could save their own lives. Even if they failed, they could withdraw in one piece. But facing the Demon Lord Shahuo Yuan, Xiao Huo, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin looked at each other. Suddenly, everything seemed tasteless. They had been full of confidence in their cultivation, believing that with their own efforts they could surpass anyone. Yet, after merely witnessing that towering figure before, their state of mind began to crumble subtly. What was the use of further cultivation? Wouldn't it be trivial for that towering figure, with just a step? Even a step wouldn't be necessary. A mere glance, or perhaps a sliver of killing intent? Below the underground palace, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Streams of Taiyin power converged. The Taiyin primordial spirit appeared before Lin Yuan. Finished? Lin Yuan casually asked. In fact, as the main body, he shared a viewpoint with the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. To be precise, one consciousness divided into three, the Taiyin primordial spirit trampling down Tianjin mountains each and every detail, as clear as the pattern on one's palm if Lin Yuan wished to see it. The question, finished? He just asked was nothing more than a casual inquiry. The 100,000 Zhang Yin god. Lin Yuan's gaze was serene. No matter which world it was in, 100,000 zhang was considered a colossal size. If converted to another unit, with 1 zhang equaling 3.3 meters, 100,000 zhang would be 330,000 meters. That is, 600 miles. Even in the main world, such a massive body would be considered a 5th-rank life form, one of the strongest beings on the planet. Of course, the primordial spirit is not the same as the physical body. Without the restrictions of flesh and blood, as long as the realm is reached, it can almost grow infinitely. Those three children of destiny. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. What are children of destiny? Favored by the world, even drinking water could lead to serendipity. In summary, having extremely good luck, often turning misfortune into fortune and continuously growing stronger. And these points were what Lin Yuan had finally witnessed today. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Huo, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang were supposed to go to Tianjin Mountain to challenge Tianjin-Z and pave their own paths toward the 10th realm. If everything went smoothly, when the three of them reached Tianjin Mountain, Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit would descend and flatten Tianjin Mountain with a single footstep. With the strength of the Taiyin primordial spirit, Regardless of what methods those three children of destiny had, they were destined to die. However, under such circumstances, for some unknown reason, those three children of destiny suddenly stopped midway, had a few words with Situ Ming, and even invited Situ Ming to go with them. It was just this slight delay that saved the three children of destiny from a massive disaster. One could only say that the luck of these three children of destiny was too good. You must know, compared with the three of them, Situ Ming, although also part of the younger generation, was far from their equal. Usually, Xiao Huo and the others wouldn't even stop to talk to Situ Ming, let alone have such a prolonged conversation today. Is it really luck? Or some kind of hint? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Actually, with Lin Yuan's strength, if he really wanted to kill those three children of destiny, no matter how much the world favored them, no matter how good their luck was, it wouldn't matter. The three of them were still destined to die. There was no chance for luck. In the face of absolute strength, only equal strength can contend. As for the rest, all illusions. However, Lin Yuan had insights into the cosmos. He faintly felt that, even if he killed those three children of destiny, it wouldn't mean anything. As long as this world existed, in several years or decades, there would still be a fourth, a fifth, a sixth child of destiny born. That's why just now, the Taiyan primordial spirit looked at those three children of destiny and said the word, interesting. Pitiable. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Children of destiny are favored by the world. But success by destiny and failure by destiny. The next line too, when the time comes, the world exerts the same force. Is, when luck departs, the hero is no longer free. What does not free mean? The children of destiny can be seen as the children of the cosmos. Or, perhaps, incarnations of it. Their limit is the limit of the world. And they can never escape the shackles of the world. Of course, there is also the possibility that a child of destiny eventually overcomes the consciousness of the world and turns defeat into victory. But the likelihood is too low. Everything you have, all your methods, are conferred by the world, are bestowed by the cosmos. With what will you win? Speaking of which, in recent decades, the great forces of the world have surged, and three children of destiny have been born in succession, also influenced by me. Lin Yuan's thoughts started to spin, suddenly realizing. Over the years, Lin Yuan's strength had constantly grown, breaking free from past constraints time after time. Others might not be aware, like Situ Ming, Nuan Shu, Moyang Demon Lord and his other subordinates. At most they just realized that Lin Yuan was very strong. But how strong he actually was, they had no concept. Or rather, they couldn't even imagine. However, this world, this cosmos, could feel the changes in Lin Yuan's strength. Excessively powerful individuals bring a sense of crisis to the world, and lead to the rise and fall of great fortunes, the emergence of children of destiny. In a way, the birth of these children of destiny is for the purpose of subduing demons. To bring down Lin Yuan, the startlingly powerful demon. But, birth of children of destiny also requires time. Even investing the power of an entire world to nurture three children of destiny, and reaching the peak of the ninth realm in just over 20 years is considered incredible. But Lin Yuan's growth rate is even more astonishing, so fast that even the children of destiny cannot compare. This has led to a rather awkward situation. Facing Lin Yuan, the children of destiny would have their spirits crushed, not to speak of subduing, they wouldn't even dare to harbor such thoughts. Sigh. As Lin Yuan was contemplating, the Taiyan primordial spirit before him opened his mouth slightly and released two streams of primordial spirit force. These two streams of primordial spirit force began to condense upon coming out, turning into two thumb-sized figures. It was Tianjin Zi and Bai Qinger. The primordial spirits of other powerful beings were swallowed by the Taiyan primordial spirit to nourish itself without any hesitation. But these two were held in a special position in Xiahou Yuan's heart. Of course, it wasn't any kind of good position. Swallow them as well, Lin Yuan said as he looked down at the two tiny figures of Tianjin Zi and Bai Qinger. He felt a sense of dullness for a moment. He didn't wait for the two to awaken. Nor did he wait for them to show shocked and fearful expressions when they awoke and saw Lin Yuan. He directly summoned the Taiyang divine spirit and swallowed the two primordial spirits as well. Devouring the primordial spirits of living beings can pollute one's own soul's purity, but occasionally swallowing a few isn't a problem. From Lin Yuan's current heights, unless he devoured billions or quadrillions of living beings in a short period of time, there would be no problem or hidden danger. Having settled the grudges of his original self, Lin Yuan began contemplating the next matter, which was spreading the Tao. Along with his rising status in the main world, Lin Yuan discovered that the main world's super-powerful beings would spread paths of evolution related to themselves or their kin. For instance, the innate, ancient gods, in the depths of the cosmic starry skies. With their might, if they weren't willing, there wouldn't exist the ancient god evolution path. In fact, the ancient gods were very eager for the ancient god evolution path related to themselves to spread among humans. It was merely suppressed by the human alliance. Not only the ancient gods but also those high-level powerhouses of the human alliance. They were deliberately, and sometimes unintentionally, spreading their own evolutionary paths. The vast array of evolutionary paths collected by the Cosmic Human Alliance could not possibly be achieved solely through forced uploads by the evolvers. It had to be voluntary. Lin Yuan had once asked his senior brother. That is, the Chicken Star Lord's eldest disciple. The strongest among the 13 disciples. The senior brother told Lin Yuan he said spreading one's own evolutionary path related to the ultimate leap. Of course, the ultimate leap was too far away for the senior brother. Even the Chicken Star Lord was far from that level. To truly reach that step, one had only hoped by creating an evolutionary path that fully suited oneself. Currently speaking, whether it was the senior brother, the second brother, or the third brother, they were all following the evolutionary paths of their predecessors. Since most of the super powerhouses in the main world are spreading their own evolutionary paths, then that surely means this method is undoubtedly correct. In the main world, within the human alliance, thousands of evolutionary paths emerge concurrently. The Marshall Path evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan needs to go through heavy competition before it can attract some evolvers. It's just in other worlds. The difficulty of Lin Yuan spreading his own evolutionary path is naturally not high. After all, with invincible strength, why fear others won't cultivate? However, spreading an evolutionary path, that is, a cultivation system, is a very time-consuming affair. Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding, and from a high perspective. He could reach the peak in just a few decades, but what about other people? They might need several generations, or even dozens of generations, to achieve something. To prevent the Marshall Path evolutionary path from mysteriously dying out during its spread, Lin Yuan had to cultivate a protector to take over after his departure from this world and ensure the vigorous development of the Marshall Path. This protector's lifespan must be exceptionally lengthy, as passing it down generation by generation could easily lead to issues. And most importantly, he must be absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan, no matter if thousands or tens of thousands of years pass, still able to execute Lin Yuan's commands perfectly. The protector, chosen by Lin Yuan, was none other than Situ Ming. Situ Ming himself was a five-colored lotus with a long lifespan, easily living thousands to tens of thousands of years. Plus, with both his primordial spirit and physical body coming from Lin Yuan, he was absolutely loyal. Even after Lin Yuan's time limit arrived, he could still replace Lin Yuan and ensure the Marshall Path could be passed down for a long time. When Lin Yuan initially saved Situ Ming, he spared no effort using a five-colored lotus as well as many other resources and time, ultimately even a drop of his vital blood. It was all in consideration of this day. Several months later, Situ Ming returned to the underground palace. Master. Situ Ming knelt before Lin Yuan with unmatched fervor. Nuan Shu, Moyong Demon Lord, and others also stood by respectfully. Tianjin Mountain had been flattened by a certain existence's foot, and this news had spread across the 5 domains like a hurricane. After all, many ordinary people lived around Tianjin Mountain, and even cultivators of the 4th and 5th realms. Under the step of the Taiyin primordial spirit, all the powerhouses on Tianjin Mountain were utterly annihilated. But outside of Tianjin Mountain, there were still many who witnessed this scene. All sorts of rumors arose in no time. They said Tianjin sect had offended the gods, thus the punishment was brought down, and so on. People outside had all sorts of speculations. In fact, the demonic Tao had various guesses too, but all speculations vanished after Situ Ming returned. Because Situ Ming told them it was the master's doing. From today onwards, all cultivators of the demonic Tao will also cultivate this method. Moreover, use all means possible to spread this cultivation method throughout the 5 domains mainland." Lin Yuan said indifferently. Before him, a stack of books was laid out. It recorded the martial path evolutionary path he had organized recently. Lin Yuan, while maintaining its core unchanged, had substantially modified it to integrate it as much as possible into this world. Yes. Nuan Shu and Moyang Demon Lord immediately agreed. North. After sending everyone away, Lin Yuan still sat cross-legged next to the vitality spring. At Lin Yuan's current realm, he had vaguely sensed that at the far north, beyond the northern region and even the north of the endless sea domain, there indistinctly existed a black hole. This black hole, like a gluttonous beast, was incessantly devouring the heavenly earth vital energy. This caused the overall heavenly earth vital energy to decline at a certain slow pace. 50,000, 100,000 years ago, the 5 domains mainland had seen the birth of 11th realm powerhouses. But from 10,000 to 50,000 years ago, 11th realm powerhouses had become legends, and even 10th realm powerhouses were extremely rare. As for now, in the 10,000 years since, the only confirmed 10th realm powerhouse was Tianjin Z. Under the prospering of great destiny, those children of destiny might step into the 10th realm, but it was a temporary solution, not addressing the root cause. The so-called great destiny was merely exhausting the potential of thousands, tens of thousands of years to come. After these children of destiny have passed away, this world might not even see a 9th realm powerhouse. And the chief culprit of all this was the massive black hole that Lin Yuan had vaguely sensed. Located north of the endless sea domain, eastern region, in a purple bamboo forest, Xiao Huo, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, the 3 children of destiny, stayed here. Even if Xiahou Yuan is strong, it should not affect us. His strength is his own affair, we still need to continue cultivating. Yang Bixin spoke softly but was the quickest among the 3 to recover. Absolutely. Heaven forges ahead, and a gentleman should ceaselessly strive to strengthen himself. Shen Lang quickly rallied. Embarrassed, Xiao Huo's eyes were red, but he also recovered in that moment. The 3 looked at each other and laughed, just as they were about to continue chatting. Suddenly, a roaring noise came from deep within the purple bamboo forest. Seeing this, Xiao Huo and the others immediately stood up and approached. They vaguely felt that there was something extraordinary about the roaring noise. Shortly after, the trio arrived in front of a gigantic cave entrance. The entrance was pitch black, but immense primordial chi fluctuations were emanating from within, as if it connected to another world. What is this? Xiao Huo frowned. This is an entrance to the underground world, a rare sight every tens of thousands of years. Shen Lang pondered for a moment, his expression becoming excited. With Shen Lang's explanation, Xiao Huo and Yang Bixin gained some understanding of the underground world. The so-called underground world was the subterranean world of the 5 domains, vast and immense. Most importantly, it retained the concentration of primordial chi from tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the past 100,000 years, entrances to the underground world appeared several times. Each time, the cultivators who entered emerged significantly stronger, indeed the top opportunity in the world. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping us. Xiao Huo and the others glanced at each other and stepped in without hesitation. Once the 3 had entirely entered the black hole entrance, the ground shook again, and chunks of rock fell, completely concealing the entrance. Time slowly passed. Tianjin Mountain was flattened by a powerful entity. The truth gradually spread that Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan's demonic power was complete. He sent out his primordial spirit, transforming into a gigantic godly figure 100,000 zhang high, leveling Tianjin Mountain. When this incident first broke, most did not believe it because it was too incredible. 100,000 zhang tall primordial spirit, that's extremely powerful. But as time passed, the demonic Tao continued as usual, and more people started to believe. After all, if the story were false, Xiahou Yuan would have quickly come forward to debunk it, lest the next target to be flattened be the demonic Tao, right? But Xiahou Yuan did not deny it, and no demonic being came forward to explain, which meant it was tacitly accepted. In this scenario, Xiahou Yuan remained alive and well, only proving that the news was true. Suddenly, Xiahou Yuan was revered by many powerhouses of the five domains as the strongest in the world. To be precise, the strongest in the last 100,000 million years. 100,000 zhang tall primordial spirit was simply terrifying. And just then, a cultivation system known as martial Dao rapidly spread across the five domains mainland. Those without cultivation aptitudes, the ordinary people, began trying this martial Dao cultivation system. Even those cultivators in the third realm, fourth realm, upon discovering the potential of the martial Dao cultivation system, decisively abandoned their own cultivation and switched to martial Dao. And just like that, 100 years hurriedly passed by. 100 years had passed, and the world had transformed significantly. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might represent a lifetime. Even for cultivators below the sixth realm, 100 years could be considered half of one's life. Especially this century, the changes in the world were far greater than those of the past 1,000 or even 10,000 years. The first and foremost was the leveling of Tianjin Mountain, an impact that was not merely temporary but profound and enduring. What was Tianjin Mountain? It was the mountain gate of the Tianjin sect, the stronghold of the foremost power in the world. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianjin sect had given rise to more than one cultivator of the 10th realm, and its influence in the five domains mainland was deeply entrenched. Such a colossal power, even if it were to decline, would do so gradually, only completely falling after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Yet now, it had been flattened in a single stroke. More crucially, it wasn't just the disciples of the Tianjin sect who died. Before the flattening of Tianjin Mountain, it was the time of Tianjin Zi's 800th birthday celebration. At that time, the mountain had gathered all the powerful allies of the Tianjin sect. But the outcome? These mighty individuals perished along with Tianjin Mountain. This led to a catastrophic loss for most powers in the five domains. Subsequently, when facing the onslaught from the demonic Dao forces, the native powers of the five domains simply collapsed. In the first decade of this century, the demonic Dao accomplished the feat of unifying the five domains, a feat not even the Tianjin sect in its heyday, despite many powers submitting to them, could claim to have truly unified the five domains. And all this was accomplished by the demonic Dao forces. To be precise, the demonic Dao forces were able to do this entirely because of Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's destruction of the major arteries of the righteous powers in the five domains, even if the demonic Dao wished to unify the five domains, they would have been dragged into a lengthy war, taking far more than 10 years to achieve unity. Of course, the so-called unification of the five domains by the demonic Dao was merely superficial. Behind the scenes, there were still many remnants of the original powers of the five domains trying to launch counterattacks, attempting to reclaim everything they had lost. But with Lin Yuan present, all resistance was futile. Lin Yuan did not even leave the underground palace, but merely sent out his yin god and yang spirit, inflicting heavy losses on the resisting forces. Even so, such resistance continued to occur. Each interval between resistance efforts was getting longer, clearly indicating that the resistors also knew that they were no match for Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan head-on. They could only lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In the eastern region, Binhai City, inside an inn, a storyteller was fervently speaking. Speaking of recent events, a group of strong individuals arrived in the coastal areas, suspected to be disciples of the Qing sect which was annihilated by the demonic Dao forces 100 years ago. The surviving disciples fled overseas and now they have returned, surely up to no good. This storyteller clearly had a well-informed source, even providing his own insights. From what I see, the eastern region is about to experience unrest, the storyteller said, his words filled with emotion. Great chaos in the world was definitely not good news for common folk like them. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn, an old man with white hair and beard sipped his wine, savoring it joyfully. If there had been a ninth realm expert present, they would have detected that this old man, with his unfathomable aura, was also a cultivator of the ninth realm. However, this old man was different from other cultivators of the ninth realm. He did not seek power or wealth but enjoyed traveling through the five domains and savoring fine wines. This osmanthus brew from Binhai City is becoming more flavorful. The old man nodded in approval. Oh, Grandpa, you shouldn't drink. Did you hear what the storyteller just said? The eastern region is becoming restless? The young girl at his side tugged at his sleeve. Oh. The old man responded indifferently and continued to enjoy his osmanthus brew. "Grandpa." The girl became a bit anxious and couldn't help but ask, "Do you think the 5 tribes will make a move? What does a little girl like you have to worry about such matters?" The old man glared at her and, seeing tears starting to form in her eyes, quickly soothed her. "I don't know if the eastern region will be unstable, but a while ago, some folks from Dihuo sect sought me out, wanting me to take action and occupy an Earth-grade spirit spring." "Ah, so, Grandpa, did you agree?" The girl's eyes immediately brightened. "Of course not. An old man like me should just enjoy his twilight years." The old man shook his head and said, he did not have the courage to oppose the demon lord. Who was the demon lord? He was the strongest being in 100,000 years. Ordinary cultivator may not understand the concept of cultivating a primordial spirit to 100,000 zhang. But as a 9th realm cultivator, the old man was aware of the immense difficulty and the almost inconceivable awe that it inspired. Besides, the 5 domains under the rule of the demonic Tao forces, it's not much different than before. The old man glanced at his granddaughter, a curious expression on his face. 90 years ago, when the demonic Tao unified the 5 domains. The old man had seen it all. Originally, he thought that the suffering of all beings was about to begin, for how could the 5 domains possibly fare well under the rule of the demonic Tao? Would all beings simply be penned up and used as nourishment for the cultivators of the demonic Tao? However, as time passed, the old man suddenly realized that this scenario never actually happened. After unifying the 5 domains, the demonic Tao forces actively disseminated a cultivation system known as martial Tao. This system, which had a low threshold, was explained in detail by appointees from the demonic Tao forces. This generous act was something that had never occurred in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before. The once great powers of the 5 domains, to maintain their own status, would never have passed on their family's cultivation techniques. Not to mention specially sending people to instruct others. This was simply, the elder was unable to describe such a measure. He only felt that the thoughts and considerations of the demon venerable were completely beyond those of ordinary people. "Grandfather, I want to go to the central region, and visit the sacred land of demonic Tao," the young girl whispered at that moment. The sacred land of demonic Tao was the very underground palace where Lin Yuan cultivated. Over a century, this underground palace had become a sacred site in the 5 domains, with countless cultivators going there to pay their respects. Of course, to avoid disturbing the demon venerable, all cultivators could only observe from 50 leagues away from the underground palace. The sacred land of demonic Tao? The elder was somewhat hesitant. But upon recalling that he had never opposed the demon venerable over the years, his expression quickly became calm. "All right," the elder nodded, giving his consent. Beneath the underground palace, next to the vitality spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura completely withdrawn, as if he was in an entirely different space. Seemingly illusionary, seemingly ethereal. Name: Lin Yuan. Role: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: heaven-defying comprehension. Current state: consciousness descent. Remaining stay duration: 140 years. 140 more years of staying duration. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight and thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been in this world for 160 years. The 300-year stay had almost imperceptibly passed by a large part. The 16th realm. Lin Yuan examined himself. 100 years had elapsed, and Lin Yuan had broken through 2 realms, from the 14th realm to the 16th realm. However, upon entering the 16th realm, Lin Yuan faintly felt that this realm seemed to be the limit of this world. Advancing further might provoke the innate rejection of the world. Perhaps directly expelling Lin Yuan from the world? No, that's not right. The limit of the world should not be merely the 16th realm. Is it because of that black hole to the north? Lin Yuan's thoughts surged as his gaze once again drifted northward. More than 100 years ago, Lin Yuan had detected a massive black hole to the far north, beyond the endless sea domain. This black hole, at every moment, was devouring the heavenly earth vital energy of this world. As a result, the upper limit of the world's powerhouses had been decreasing again and again. 50,000 years ago, even 100,000 years ago, there were traces of 11th realm powerhouses. Yet, in the recent tens of thousands of years, the 10th realm has become quite rare. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, even powerhouses of the 9th realm will become a legend. It was due to that black hole that the upper limit of this world had decreased and was almost unable to accommodate Lin Yuan anymore. Over tens of thousands of years, whenever a 10th realm powerhouse emerged, they would disappear from the 5 domains within just decades or a century, perhaps heading for that black hole to the north. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. After the demonic Tao unified the 5 domains, he had greatly increased access to historical records, understanding the final actions of those 10th realm powerhouses over tens of thousands of years. While Lin Yuan was pondering over this black hole, he seemed to sense something, emitting a slight sound of surprise, and turned his gaze toward the east. Under Lin Yuan's perception, 30 leagues away from the underground palace, 2 figures were stealthily approaching. One was the form of an elderly man, possessing the power of the 9th realm. The other was a girl in her teens, currently full of curiosity and inspecting the direction of the underground palace. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the young girl. The Bai family still has descendants. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling a sense of nostalgia welling up within him. The Bai family had significant ties with Xiahou Yuan, who hadn't yet achieved greatness in his demonic practices when he fell in love with the direct daughter of the Bai family. Later, because Xiahou Yuan made too many enemies, the Bai family was implicated and exterminated from top to bottom. The Bai family held a special significance for Xiahou Yuan. Back then, Luan Yi, from the Tianjin sect, under the guise of Bai Qing'er, approached Xiahou Yuan, which is how she managed to gain Xiahou Yuan's trust. It was because she pretended to be a descendant of the Bai family's bloodline. Otherwise, how could a cold and ruthless man like Xiahou Yuan invest so much emotion in a woman? Finally, his mental state was forced, and he was suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss underground. However, now, Lin Yuan once again felt the aura of the Bai family bloodline from that young girl. This type of bloodline was not the disguise like Bai Qing'er's, it genuinely originated from the depths of her lineage. 30 leagues from the underground palace. The elder was somewhat nervous. They were now within 30 leagues from the underground palace, having ventured far deeper than the designated 50 leagues. Xiao Bai, are you sure it's all right to be this close? The elder asked again. Originally, he had come with the young girl, like other cultivators, to slowly view the area from 50 leagues away from the underground palace. But as the girl was exploring, she led the elder along a small path within the 50-league boundary, until now, when they were only 30 leagues from the underground palace. This made the elder sweat coldly when he thought that just 30 leagues away was the demon venerable Xiahou Yuan, who could level the Tianjin sect with one step. The elder's legs grew weak. Grandfather, what are you afraid of? I specifically found out about this path. Many people have walked it, just to get closer to the sacred site for a better view. The girl led the way in front, her tone brimming with excitement. Are you sure? The elder was now somewhat regretting bringing the girl here. Though the girl was not his biological granddaughter, having been found by him in the wild. The elder's affection for her was genuine, always treating her as his own granddaughter. Absolutely sure. Before us, many have already used this path to visit, and no problems occurred. The girl patted her chest and said, I hope so. The old man steadied himself, trying hard not to overthink. He had also noticed that many people had trodden the path beneath their feet. Yet, even being so close to a personage like the Demon Lord, the old man still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Grandpa, you're too timid. The girl couldn't help but say. Timid. The old man thought helplessly to himself, but didn't know how to retort. Just then, in front of the path that the girl and the old man were traveling, a tall man appeared silently. The tall man stood there quietly, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing this, the girl immediately grinned and laughed. Grandpa, look, it's not just us on this road. There are others who want to get a closer look at the Holy Land. The girl immediately said. That's good. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. The tall man stood there without a hint of a cultivator's aura. To the old man, this was a sign of safety. If even ordinary people could get close without harm, they probably wouldn't have any problems either. Having walked along this path for so long without encountering anyone, the girl, upon meeting the tall man, immediately went up to strike up a conversation. Are you here to observe the Holy Land too? Observe the Holy Land? The tall man turned his head, glanced at the girl, and didn't answer. "Don't be shy. Apart from observing the Holy Land, who else would come here?" Thinking the tall man might be shy, the girl approached and said, "It's just as well we met. You can come with us. My grandpa is really powerful, a great master of the 5 domains." The girl extended an invitation. The tall man remained unmoved, neither accepting nor declining. This made the girl somewhat exasperated. What's with this guy, acting like a mute? Did he even understand what she was saying? "Let me put it this way, my grandpa is a 9th realm powerhouse. Do you know what the 9th realm is?" The girl couldn't help but reveal some home truths. In the 5 domains mainland, there are fewer than 100 9th realm powerhouses, and my grandpa is one of them. If you follow us, you don't need to worry about safety. "Were you picked up by your grandfather?" Finally, the tall man spoke up, his voice deep and magnetic. He hadn't detected the Bai family bloodline in the old man. "Ah, how did you know?" The girl's eyes widened. She was certain she had not told the tall man about this matter. "Could it be that you are?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Are you a fortune teller? Someone who can divine? Did you realize instantly that I'm not my grandfather's biological granddaughter?" "Bai." The old man vaguely sensed something and his voice trembled slightly, not even daring to look directly at the tall man. But at that moment, his voice was so faint that the girl did not notice it at all. "I didn't think you actually had some skill. I always thought those fortune tellers were just scam artists." The girl became interested. The tall man's ability to immediately see that she was not related by blood to the old man was obviously no simple matter. Come. Help me see when I can become a powerhouse like my grandpa." The girl stood on tiptoe, patted the tall man on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, as long as you're accurate, I won't skimp on your reward. Let me tell you, my grandpa has a lot of treasures. Just take your pick of any." Bye. Seeing the girl actually daring to pat the tall man on the shoulder, the old man felt a rush of blood to the head and started to grow dizzy, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing right there and then. And it was precisely as the girl stood on tiptoe to pat the tall man on the shoulder that the air seemed to solidify. One after another, figures appeared all around. The aura emanating from each figure was that of a 9th realm peak. No fewer than 20 9th realm peak powerhouses stood quietly a short distance away. The leader among these figures exuded an aura that surpassed the 9th realm. However, all these figures appeared behind the girl, and considering her low power level, she didn't notice anything amiss and remained unaware. But whereas the girl was oblivious, the old man next to her sensed everything very clearly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his legs shook uncontrollably, and he was nearly about to kneel on the spot. "Retreat." The tall man stood with his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. Suddenly, every figure that appeared vanished swiftly, as if by command. The alley returned to its original state. Only the old man knew what had just happened. He and the girl had nearly walked through the gates of death. "You remind me of an old friend of mine." The tall man smiled faintly. He reached out and gently touched the girl's head. Ouch! The girl didn't understand why, but facing the tall man's gesture, she had no intention of resistance and stood there dazed. "Go back. Practice well." The tall man raised his right hand. With a gentle wave, the old man and the girl felt darkness before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves 50 miles away once more. "Grandfather, what was that?" The girl was a bit bewildered. It took her a long while to react. What had just happened? Wasn't she just talking with the tall man? Bye? Only the old man had recovered his senses. He directly grabbed the girl's collar. He sprinted in the opposite direction of the underground palace. Several hours later, thousands of miles away from the underground palace, the old man finally stopped. Fear still lingered on his face. "Do you know who that was just now?" The old man took a deep breath, raised his hand to slap the girl but couldn't bring himself to do it. "Ah, who was he?" The girl blinked her eyes. By now she had also begun to realize. "Demon Lord. He is Demon Venerable Shahou Yuan." The old man's voice trembled as he spoke. "He is the Demon Lord?" Bai's eyes widened once again, after a long while. Bai suddenly remembered a question. It was a question she had been too embarrassed to ask before, but having just met the Demon Lord and survived, she naturally wanted to ask it aloud. "Grandfather. Everyone says Demon Venerable Shahou Yuan is unfathomably tall. So how tall is he really?" The girl looked at the old man full of anticipation. How tall? The old man seemed to see the tall figure of the man flashing before his eyes once again. He should be as tall as the heavens, I suppose. It's just, the elder suddenly remembered something. He examined the girl over and over again, if he hadn't seen wrongly just now. Did the girl stand on her tiptoes and pat that tall man on the shoulder? If that tall man was the demon lord, didn't that mean the girl had patted the shoulder of the demon lord? Such an audacious act, and yet they both managed to come out alive, was simply inconceivable. That was demon venerable Xiahou Yuan. A ruthless person who could flatten Tianjin Mountain with one stomp. At that moment, when he saw the girl reaching out to pat the other's shoulder, fear clouded his consciousness. However, unexpectedly, nothing happened afterward. She resembles an old friend. The elder remembered a sentence said by the tall man. Could it be that this granddaughter he had picked up was a descendant of an old friend of Xiahou Yuan? For a moment, the elder was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he decided not to think further about it. No matter what the girl's relationship with the demon lord was. She was his granddaughter. Having lived together for over 10 years, their bond was like that of family, if not by blood. The underground palace. Lin Yuan's gaze reached far towards where the elder was. Descendant of the Bai family. Lin Yuan's expression was calm. The descendant of the Bai family was Xiahou Yuan's deepest bond. Just now, when Lin Yuan appeared in front of that girl, he reached out and touched her head. And casually transmitted a strand of primordial qi to her. This strand of primordial qi could subtly improve the girl's aptitude. With this primordial qi, entering the 9th realm in the future would be no difficult task. Lin Yuan's action also served as a complete severance of the original ties between Xiahou Yuan and the Bai family. The 5 domains. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. Under his command, the demonic Tao forces unified the 5 domains mainland with terrifying speed. It wasn't that Lin Yuan wished to claim the throne of the 5 domains, rather, he wanted to spread the martial Tao cultivation system as widely as possible. Only by unifying the 5 domains could he openly propagate martial Tao, which was Lin Yuan's true purpose. During the few hundred years he would stay in this world, he wanted to fully integrate the martial Tao cultivation system into the 5 domains. That way, even if he were to leave one day, or even if the demonic Tao forces were overthrown, the martial Tao cultivation system wouldn't necessarily disappear. Just like a star colonizing movement, colonizers would spread their culture and language as extensively as possible on the colonized planet. Thus, even if the colonizers were to be driven out and the colony became independent, it would likely still use the language and culture of the colonizers. There are countless evolution paths in the main world, each standing alongside strong practitioners. Even a martial path evolutionary path, no matter how excellent, couldn't compete with those that had existed for tens of thousands or even millions of years. Therefore, why not open up a new battlefield and spread one's evolution path through other worlds? Even though the scale of other worlds was far less than the main world, like the current 5 regions world, which at most was comparable to a higher grade life planet in the main world. One could not ignore the sheer numbers. With the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan could spread it an infinite number of times. Furthermore, even if there are 100 billion citizens on a high-tier life planet in the main world, how many can truly cultivate a certain evolution path? In other worlds, Lin Yuan believed that with his means, he could make the martial Tao cultivation system the mainstream system of cultivation. That is, the first cultivation system that all beings would prioritize to practice. Day after day, as the years accumulate, what do those super strong beings in the main world have to compare with Lin Yuan? Although I'm not sure what use there is in spreading the evolution path I created, or what its relationship with the ultimate leap is. There's no harm in it for me, just a small effort required, thought Lin Yuan privately. After all, no matter how many people practiced the martial Tao cultivation evolution path, it wouldn't affect Lin Yuan. And as for worrying about his descendants surpassing Lin Yuan, the founder. If it were the founder of an ordinary evolution path, there might be such concerns. But as for Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, not to mention the latecomers, even the trailblazers would be quickly caught up by Lin Yuan. The successors wouldn't even qualify to look up to him, let alone surpass him. My lord. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Come in, Lin Yuan said as if he had anticipated it, nodding his head. Soon, a figure walked in with utmost respect. it was Situ Ming. 100 years had passed, and with Lin Yuan's assistance, Situ Ming had successfully advanced into the 10th realm. He was the first among Lin Yuan's subordinates to reach the 10th realm. A perfect vessel indeed. Lin Yuan looked at the respectful Situ Ming and thought to himself. Situ Ming's body was a 5-colored lotus, with both flesh and primordial spirit coming from Lin Yuan. Therefore, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Situ Ming was the most perfect vessel for consciousness descent. In simple terms, if Lin Yuan's physical body were destroyed, he could directly take residence in Situ Ming's body. The two would be a perfect match without needing any time to adapt. Of course, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Situ Ming's usefulness was far greater than just being a vessel for descent. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if all the powerful beings of this world attacked together, they wouldn't be sufficient for him to slap away. The only threat to Lin Yuan was the consciousness of the world itself. There was no need to prepare any vessel for descent. I need you to do something. Lin Yuan looked at Situ Ming and slowly spoke. Please speak, my lord, Situ Ming immediately responded formally. To say the least, even if Lin Yuan asked him to take his own life right now, Situ Ming would execute the command without hesitation. 140 years from now, I will leave this world. At that time, you will take my place, ensuring the spread of the martial Dao cultivation system. If there is any sign of its decline, intervene to prevent it. Lin Yuan stated, all things cannot escape the passage of time. Though over the past century, the martial Dao cultivation system had already spread widely throughout the 5 domains mainland. More and more people began to practice martial Dao. But as time passed, there could be many accidents. And Situ Ming was the contingency plan left by Lin Yuan, the best candidate to protect the path of martial Dao. Situ Ming wasn't of the human race. His true form was a 5-colored lotus, possessing a longevity that spanned over 10,000 years. Moreover, with Lin Yuan there to aid his cultivation, entering the 11th realm before his time limit was no issue. With such a protector, Lin Yuan naturally felt at ease. After all, Situ Ming's physical body and primordial spirit were both bestowed by him, ensuring absolute loyalty, and even as time passed, no other thoughts would arise. As for what to do after 10,000 years, once Situ Ming passed away, Lin Yuan felt that if martial Dao could exist for 10,000 years in the 5 domains mainland, it would surely have taken deep root, making it impossible to erase even if one wished to. And even if something unexpected really occurred, there would be nothing Lin Yuan could do, as 10,000 years was not just a distance, but an immensely long span of time. Yes. Situ Ming agreed without hesitation. If the demonic Dao forces are threatened. Situ Ming asked cautiously. He meant to ask whether he should intervene to maintain control over the 5 domains if the demonic Dao forces could no longer maintain their rule in the future. You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just ensure the continuation of the martial Dao heritage. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Ensuring the transmission of a cultivation system and ensuring the transmission of a unified power are not the same in terms of difficulty. The latter is full of hidden dangers, and if Situ Ming truly dared to meddle, even with the strength of the 11th realm, he might not come out unscathed. Situ Ming wasn't Lin Yuan, who had the power to crush everything. The fact that 11th realm powerhouses had once emerged in this world indicated the possibility of more appearing in the future. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, didn't care. With the strength of the 16th realm, no amount of 11th realm fighters posed a threat to him. Besides, Lin Yuan had left some trump cards for the demonic Dao forces, ensuring that they would continue to rule the 5 domains for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years after his departure. You may leave. After today, you need not show yourself in front of others, Lin Yuan instructed. Just observe the 5 domains from the shadows, as you command. Situ Ming felt somewhat disheartened. He vaguely sensed that his master was giving his last words. But how could that be possible? A 10th realm powerhouse lived for 2,000 years, and his master crushed 10th realm fighters as if stepping on ants, so why would he be giving his last words so soon? Watching Situ Ming's departing figure, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation again. To fully integrate the martial Dao cultivation system into this world, Lin Yuan had made 3 preparations. The first preparation was the unification of the 5 domains. To spread the martial Dao cultivation system in the most orthodox way. The second preparation was having Situ Ming, the protector, to ensure that the martial Dao cultivation system could still be spread steadily after his departure, capable of facing and resolving any accident that might occur. The first two preparations were for unexpected situations under normal conditions. They covered nearly all possibilities. As for the third preparation, Lin Yuan targeted the world consciousness of this world. The world is conscious. This was something Lin Yuan had vaguely sensed during his first travel. In the martial world, when Lin Yuan finally began to touch its upper limits, he felt a pressure coming from the heavens and the earth, like a whale stranded on the beach. This was the world consciousness's rejection. As for the second and third worlds he traveled to, Lin Yuan never had this feeling, solely because those two worlds were special. In the Dragon Tiger world, there were items like the true martial sword and primeval demon spirits from higher realms. Its world level was vaguely elevated, so Lin Yuan never felt rejection in the end. The Divine Arms world was even more akin to being incomplete, with parts of its laws extracted by the ancient godly beings to create divine weapons, leading to the world's consciousness being weakened. In this current world, Lin Yuan could faintly sense the will of the world. What is the world consciousness? It has no joys or sorrows and is similar to the artificial intelligence of the main world, constantly maintaining the operations of the world itself. Lin Yuan's third preparation was to prevent the world consciousness from deliberately suppressing the martial path evolutionary path. If the world consciousness detested the martial path evolutionary path and under its own evolution, even with the presence of the protector C2 main, the martial path evolutionary path might not last long and could disappear through various accidents. World consciousness. Lin Yuan murmured softly. The world consciousness was not a tangible entity. If Lin Yuan wanted to meet with the world consciousness, it could be difficult or not, depending on the approach. The simplest method was through the children of destiny. The children of destiny are products born from the outburst of the world's grand fortune, targets of the world consciousness's keen attention. If Lin Yuan found a child of destiny, he might be able to communicate with the world consciousness. Of course, even without a child of destiny, there were still ways to force the world consciousness to appear. That is by destroying this world. Lin Yuan naturally would not employ this method. But it could be used to intimidate the world consciousness. Child of destiny. Lin Yuan pondered. Over 100 years ago, the Taiyan primordial spirit had once glimpsed those three children of destiny, remembering their auras. But soon after, these three children of destiny disappeared from the 5 domains mainland. Lin Yuan speculated that under the empowerment of the heavenly and earthly movements, they must have encountered some extraordinary fortunes. I'll wait a bit longer. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan sank back into cultivation. With his current level of strength, as long as those three children of destiny reappeared on the 5 domains mainland, they could perceive it in an instant. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, several years had gone by. In a certain purple bamboo forest in the eastern region, thunderous roars, a series of booming sounds came forth. Suddenly, 3 figures soared into the sky. A vast, distant aura wildly dispersed. The area within tens, hundreds, even hundreds of miles, was all enveloped by a terrifying aura. Ha 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 ha. We're out, we're finally out. Xiao Huo, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, the 3 of them laughed wildly. Their clothes were tattered, but their eyes shone with extreme brightness. Over a century, they had endured endless torment underground and had finally passed the test, emerging through their own strength. And after such a long time of cultivation, their strength had leapt from the peak of the 9th realm to the 10th realm. And not just the 10th realm but the peak of the 10th realm. Furthermore, in the underground world, the trio had discovered a joint attack skill. After they perfected it, their combined attack could withstand opponents from the 11th realm and even the 12th realm. After a long time, the 3 vented their emotions. They started gathering together to discuss what to do next. Our current strength could dominate a region even 10,000 years ago, and if we use that secret technique, maybe even demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. Shen Lang said this but stopped short, his gaze revealing a hint of ambition. The underground world century had been a persistent nightmare because of demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. If the 3 of them could defeat Xiahou Yuan, no, just withstand him, or even just save their lives from him, that nightmarish influence would completely vanish. With their minds fulfilled, even striving for the 11th realm might successfully happen. Then, Xiao Huo also felt slightly excited, about to ask when they would seek out Xiahou Yuan. Suddenly, just then, a deep, magnetic voice came through. "No need to look for me." In an instant, the heavens and earth turned upside down, the sun and moon lost their light. A mysterious aura filled the area for thousands of miles. Under the shocked gazes of Xiao Huo, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, a towering figure approached from the horizon, each step seeming to compress space. In just a few steps, he stood before them. "I came by myself." This towering figure stopped, looking down at Xiao Huo and the others. "Demon. Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan." Xiao Huo's scalp numbed, his spirit shuddering, feeling as if the power of the 10th realm within him had completely succumbed to stillness. In front of Xiahou Yuan, Xiao Huo felt he wasn't the invincible fighter of the 10th realm, but rather a baby, a mere ant. How can he be so strong? Shen Lang felt utterly disheartened. The sensation Xiahou Yuan gave them now was far stronger than that of the primordial spirit from a century ago, by tenfold, 100-fold. During these 100 years, not only had they made significant advances, Xiahou Yuan had also been refining his skills continuously, even refining at a pace much faster than theirs. Xiao Huo opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But then he saw Xiahou Yuan, suspended in the sky, raising his right hand toward them. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly began to compress. Xiao Huo and the others suddenly spat out blood, their consciousness beginning to blur. "Are we going to die?" Young Bixin slowly closed her eyes. However, just then, a cold, vast consciousness appeared silently. Xiao Huo slowly stood up, his eyes, which had been red, now turned pure gold. He looked up at Lin Yuan. Though looking up, there was a sense of looking down. As if heaven were looking down on all creations, world consciousness. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back. "You've finally shown yourself." Xiao Huo stood erect, his eyes of pure golden color, void of any emotional fluctuation. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was not surprised. For him, Situ Ming was the perfect vessel, and he could dominate his body with just a thought. After all, everything about Situ Ming was bestowed by Lin Yuan, who couldn't resist him, and he didn't even harbor the thought of resisting. Similarly, in the eyes of the Supreme World Consciousness, the perfect vessel is naturally the child of destiny. Whenever the world consciousness wishes, it could descend into the body of the child of destiny at any moment and take control of everything. Faced with the descent of the world will, the child of destiny couldn't resist, and no matter how strong, it was pointless. Years ago, Lin Yuan planned to force the world consciousness to appear through those three children of destiny. Regrettably, the three children of destiny had disappeared from the 5 domains mainland a century ago. Until moments ago, the aura of the three children of destiny re-emerged, and Lin Yuan immediately rushed over. Actually, Lin Yuan had no intention of killing the children of destiny. He was merely feigning a murderous intent to test the waters. Even if the world consciousness did not appear in the end, Lin Yuan intended to hold back. After all, the children of destiny are the favored ones of the heaven and earth's grand fate, the spokespersons of world consciousness, and killing them directly would be too wasteful. Rather, it was better to slowly refine the traces of grand fate from their bodies, which might prove useful to him. However, Lin Yuan was fortunate, as this slight probing managed to force the world consciousness into appearance. Lin Yuan speculated that the world consciousness valued these three children of destiny so much because it had invested a lot in them. If it were 100 years ago, these three children of destiny would only possess the strength of the 9th realm. Even if Lin Yuan decided to hunt them down, the world consciousness might not necessarily intervene. A child of destiny of the 9th realm, even if one died, cultivating another one wouldn't be difficult. But the 10th realm, especially these three children of destiny, being at the peak of the 10th realm, just a hair's breadth from the 11th realm, Lin Yuan even sensed a kind of homogeneous aura from them. If the three joined forces and stimulated the homogeneous aura within their bodies, they could utterly unleash the power of the peak of the 11th realm or even the 12th realm. To cultivate these three children of destiny, the world consciousness obviously had also invested a lot, and wouldn't allow them to die easily at the hands of Lin Yuan. "State your demands." With pure golden eyes, Xiao Huo spoke in a flat tone. At this moment, his own consciousness was in a deep slumber, completely replaced by the world consciousness. making him the most powerful existence in this world. So powerful that even Lin Yuan couldn't match him. But the world consciousness isn't a living being. Everything it did had to follow rules, far from being as unrestrained as Lin Yuan. I want the martial Tao cultivation system to be eternally inherited in this world, thriving for tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan spoke. Without the tacit approval of the world consciousness, even if Lin Yuan made many preparations, the martial Tao cultivation system would struggle to endure. Lin Yuan might not face any mishaps while he was present, but as soon as he left this world, under the suppression of the world consciousness, it might once again nurture another child of destiny specifically to eradicate the martial Tao cultivation system. Impossible. Xiao Huo directly refused. As the absolute dominion of this world, he was very clear that the cultivation system from the first realm to the 10th realm was the most suitable for this world. As for the martial Tao cultivation system, while not weaker than the native cultivation system, the world consciousness faintly realized that allowing this path to rise in the 5 domains was not a good thing. This cultivation system, which clearly bore the mark of a specific existence, could influence him, if allowed to develop over a long period. Compared to the third world that Lin Yuan traveled through, the divine arms world, this world's world consciousness was much more intact, able to make decisions that were most beneficial for itself. Impossible. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Since the world consciousness hadn't immediately left, it indicated that there was still room for negotiation, and Lin Yuan's initial demand was rather steep, yet there was still significant room to step back. Outside the purple bamboo forest, Yang Bixin and Shen Lang's faces were pale. When the world consciousness descended into Xiao Huo, it casually threw them out. Clearly, it didn't want these two to overhear the direct conversation between Lin Yuan and itself. Lin Yuan had no objection to this. Xiao Huo, he. Yang Bixin's lips trembled slightly. The power of Xiao Yuan, that formidable devil, far exceeded their imagination. Before meeting Xiao Yuan, the three of them were full of ambition, devising a series of plans. Such as what to do if Xiao Yuan struck first, what to do if they attacked first, and how to save themselves if they couldn't defeat Xiao Yuan, among others. However, when they actually faced Xiao Yuan, the three realized how naive their ideas were. Ambition? A series of plans? No amount of preparation could bridge the gap in absolute power? In front of Xiao Yuan, the three were like ants waiting for judgment, incapable of any other action. If it weren't for Xiao Huo at the end, at that thought, Yang Bixin and Shen Lang exchanged glances. As powerhouses at the peak of the 10th realm, they were certainly far inferior to Xiao Yuan, but they could instantly determine that Xiao Huo was replaced by the world consciousness. They also realized that Xiao Huo seemed like a different person. And Xiao Huo's transformation directly caused Xiao Yuan to stop and even expelled them, not allowing them to hear the conversation between the two. Could it be? Shen Lang harbored a guess in his heart. He had received the heritage of an 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago, knew many secrets of the world, including descriptions of the world consciousness. However, within the description of the 11th realm powerhouses, the world consciousness is referred to by another name. Heavenly Tao, or the Heavenly Lord. What should we do now? Yang Bixin asked in a low voice. She glanced toward the direction of the purple bamboo forest. At that moment, it appeared hazy, almost like another world. What should we do? Shen Lang thought for a moment and said helplessly, let's just wait here. He understood what Yang Bixin meant, questioning whether they should take the chance to leave. However, they had just emerged from the underground world, and in a brief moment, Xiao Yuan appeared. This meant that it was extremely easy for Xiao Yuan to find them. With Xiao Yuan's strength, even if they took the chance to leave now, as long as he still harbored the intent to kill, they could not escape. Instead of that, it would be better to continue waiting and see how the conversation between the two inside concluded. If Xiao Huo persuaded Xiao Yuan, they could justify not fleeing. If the persuasion failed, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would still face death. Upon hearing this, Yang Bixin fell silent. With her intelligence, she could think of these points too, yet she was too shocked and momentarily asked such a question. About half an hour later, under the watchful eyes of Yang Bixin and Shen Lang, the hazy space near the distant purple bamboo forest gradually became clearer. Seeing this, Yang Bixen and Shen Lang did not make any hasty moves but waited another 2 hours before mustering the courage to approach it. Soon, they found Xiao Huo lying unconscious in the original spot. As for Xiahou Yuan, he had already vanished without a trace. The two quickly went forward, helped Xiao Huo up, and began using their methods to treat his injuries. Not long after, Xiao Huo slowly woke up. What happened? Xiao Huo felt a splitting headache, as if some gigantic object had been stirring him for days and nights. Yang Bixen and Shen Lang immediately told him everything they knew. I felt like I had become a different person. Xiao Huo steadied his mind and frowned and thought. The three conversed for a while longer. Unlike when they had just emerged from the underground world. Xiao Huo and the others no longer dared mention Xiahou Yuan. Under the vast sky, Lin Yuan pondered deeply. He had just talked with the world consciousness for a bit over half an hour and had barely reached a consensus. The world consciousness promised to allow the martial Dao cultivation system to spread in this world, not directly or indirectly interfering with it. And this also met Lin Yuan's expectations. As long as the world consciousness didn't act against it in secrecy after his departure, Lin Yuan's contingency plan should ensure that the martial Dao cultivation system could be safely passed down for tens of thousands of years. And tens of thousands of years later, it was estimated that by then, a great number of people would have advanced far in the martial Dao cultivation system to ensure its ongoing legacy. Of course, the world consciousness made such a concession. Also because Lin Yuan had made a promise. The Eye of the North Sea. Lin Yuan slightly lifted his head, staring into the distance toward the north. Accurately speaking, to the north of the endless sea domain. Over 100 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt that there was a black hole emerging there, ceaselessly devouring the primordial qi of this world. And this black hole was what the world consciousness referred to as the Eye of the North Sea. The Eye of the North Sea appeared in this world tens of thousands of years ago, suddenly. Since then, the primordial qi of heaven and earth began to slowly decline, losing the support of primordial qi, and the upper limit of the world gradually fell. The world consciousness also made efforts, and over tens of thousands of years, every time a 10th realm powerhouse was born in the 5 domains mainland, under its guidance, they went to the Eye of the North Sea to attempt to seal or suppress it. But the effect was minimal. At best, they could only prevent the Eye of the North Sea from expanding. Yet, every moment, the Eye of the North Sea continued to devour the primordial qi of this world. Lin Yuan also learned from the world consciousness that the place where the strongest gather the most was not the 5 domains mainland. It was in the region of the Eye of the North Sea. For tens of thousands of years, the world consciousness, in an attempt to resolve the Eye of the North Sea, continually hinted at the strong to go there. Generation after generation, these powerhouses gradually settled in the region around the Eye of the North Sea. As a result, the region around the Eye of the North Sea was not lacking in 10th realm powerhouses, and there were even 11th realm powerhouses. The world consciousness must be cultivating those 3 sons of fortune, hoping to use them to suppress the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Combined, those 3 sons of fortune could unleash combat power at the peak of the 11th realm and even the 12th realm. Even in the region of the Eye of the North Sea, they would be considered among the top powerhouses. The Eye of the North Sea. Lin Yuan's eyes turned deep. His promise to the world consciousness was to do his best to repair the Eye of the North Sea but didn't guarantee success. However, even without the conversation with the world consciousness, Lin Yuan would have eventually made a trip to the Eye of the North Sea. After all, allowing the Eye of the North Sea to continue devouring the primordial qi of this world and causing the world's upper limit to decrease was detrimental to Lin Yuan. Cultivation would also be suppressed. Eventually, if it continued, one day, this world would be devoured. Then, what Dao would Lin Yuan pass on, having painstakingly laid out the martial Dao cultivation system, only for it to be devoured along with the world? Let's go. Let's make a trip to the North Sea. Lin Yuan did not even return to the underground palace but flew directly north. Now in the 5 domains mainland, stability had been achieved. Even if there were remnants of power rebelling from 100 years ago, they could not affect the overall situation. Nuan Shu, Moyong Demon Lord, and others rigorously governed the 5 domains in accordance with the rules set by Lin Yuan, so major issues were unlikely. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had left the range of the 5 domains. He arrived above the endless sea domain. The terrifying wind and waves were blowing wildly, making it extremely difficult for ordinary warriors of the 6th and 7th realm to move even an inch. However, all the wind and waves calmed down completely within 100 yards of Lin Yuan. Above the stormy sea, the area near Lin Yuan appeared as though another world had formed. No wonder only those from the 10th realm are summoned by the world consciousness. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even for warriors of the 9th realm, passing through this sea area would be challenging. North of the endless sea domain, a white tower stood tall. Atop the tower, a chubby man was sitting cross-legged. Only 20 more years, then I can go back and take a good rest. The chubby man sighed. Even a 10th realm powerhouse, sitting here for decades or centuries, would find it tedious in the company of the vast sea. I wonder when the eye of the North Sea will disappear. I've heard that in that direction, there's the 5 domains mainland, far larger and more vast than North Sea Island. The chubby man silently thought to himself. Having been born and lived on North Sea Island, he naturally longed for the so-called 5 domains mainland. It's just that Master Nolan and a few vice masters don't allow us to leave. The chubby man grimaced. Master Nolan and the vice masters are the 11th realm powerhouses of North Sea Island and the endless sea domain, ruling high above, commanding many warriors to jointly suppress the eye of the North Sea. Huh? It seems like someone is coming? The chubby man seemed to have noticed something and immediately focused his gaze on a spot to the south. On the vast sea surface, a streak of escape light was approaching fast. Could it be a 10th realm powerhouse from the 5 domains mainland? The chubby man's eyes lit up. He had long known that, every once in a while, 10th realm powerhouses from the 5 domains would come to join the suppression of the eye of the North Sea. However, as time passed, the 10th realm powerhouses coming from the 5 domains seemed to decrease steadily. The most recent one arrived almost 10,000 years ago. I heard that these powerhouses from the 5 domains mainland are initially very arrogant and unbridled. Everything about them just needs a little reminder. The chubby man suddenly thought. The 10th realm powerhouses from the 5 domains mainland were generally invincible existences, extremely proud in nature. Suddenly arriving at North Sea Island, a place filled with strong warriors, they definitely found it hard to adapt. Swoosh! The chubby man flew up immediately, ready to greet the new arrival from the 10th realm and caution the newcomer not to make any mistakes on North Sea Island, especially not to offend those few. The chubby man was thinking when, just then, boom! Several streaks of escape light flew from behind. They were also flying toward the newly arrived 10th realm. Ah! The chubby man widened his eyes. Master Nolan and several vice masters. The chubby man took a deep breath, recognizing the escape lights coming from behind. They were indeed the 11th realm powerhouses of North Sea Island and the endless sea domain. Does that person have a grudge with the master and vice masters? Seeing Master Nolan and several vice masters personally coming, the chubby man couldn't help but feel sorry for the new 10th realm arrival. However, the next moment, under the shocked gaze of the chubby man, Master Nolan and several vice masters flying toward the new 10th realm arrival suddenly stopped and slightly bowed, respectfully saying to the new 10th realm, "We greet you, sir." "Do you know me?" Lin Yuan immediately understood. It must be the world consciousness that notified the powerful beings around the eye of the North Sea. The world consciousness is aloof. Even 9th realm and 10th realm powerhouses do not have the qualifications to contact it. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Huo and the other 2 were about to die by Lin Yuan's hand, the world consciousness would not have descended. But it was different for the 11th realm powerhouses. The 11th realm powerhouses can be said to be the limit of this world. For hundreds of thousands of years, the strongest were only at the 11th realm. Lin Yuan had made a deal with the world consciousness to come here and try to resolve the hidden dangers of the eye of the North Sea. The world consciousness naturally made prior arrangements with the 11th realm powerhouses in this area to prevent any mistaken incidents. Yes, Master Nolan and several vice masters said respectfully. At this moment, Master Nolan's mind was shaken. It was not long ago that he received the directive from the Heavenly Tao, instructing him and his people to welcome an important figure. A person who might completely resolve the issue with the eye of the North Sea. Under the directive of the Heavenly Tao, they all had to obey this person without any dissenting thoughts. In short, after this person's arrival, the several 11th Realm individuals and many 10th Realm powerhouses on North Sea Island were all subject to this person's commands. Although Master Nolan found this puzzling, he could only comply. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied in his heart. The world consciousness of this world had considered everything thoroughly. But then again, given that this related to the future of this heavenly earth, the world consciousness would naturally try its best to avoid any accidents. However, Lin Yuan looked around. The farther north he went, the more Lin Yuan could feel the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy increasing. Here, it was almost 10 times that of the 5 domains mainland. This was not hard to understand. For hundreds of thousands of years, the eye of the North Sea had acted like a black hole, devouring heavenly earth primordial chi from all directions. This caused the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy in the 5 domains mainland to continuously decline. Where did all the heavenly earth vital energy go? Naturally, it went into the mouth of the eye of the North Sea. However, as the eye of the North Sea consumed massive amounts of heavenly earth vital energy, the concentration of vital energy around it naturally rose dramatically. Just like a long river flowing into the sea, as the water flows into the ocean, it irrigates numerous fields along both banks. Lin Yuan speculated that the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy where he was now was close to the peak from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This level of primordial chi concentration increased the closer one was to the eye of the North Sea. No wonder there are so many at the 10th and 11th realms. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the 5 domains mainland, a 10th realm powerhouse might be born every thousands or tens of thousands of years, and as for the 11th realm, there has been none for 50,000 years. If not for the few ancient records, perhaps people would think the 11th realm was a legend. Yet near the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan could sense the presences of dozens of 10th realm powerhouses and 6 11th realm powerhouses. Among them were Master Nolan and the 5 Vice Masters. Master Nolan's strength was at the peak of the 11th realm, only a half step away from the 12th realm. If so many powerful beings were to emerge, it undoubtedly required an extremely high environmental demand. However, with the rich heavenly earth vital energy here, under the beckoning of the eye of the North Sea, the thriving of so many powerful beings by converging all the world's primordial chi here is not unthinkable. Lead me to the eye of the North Sea. After asking a few casual questions, Lin Yuan directly said. This way, sir. Master Nolan immediately led the way for Lin Yuan personally. The other 5 Vice Masters also closely followed. The group then headed towards the location of the eye of the North Sea. In the distance, a plump man just watched as Lin Yuan, surrounded by Master Nolan and the 5 Vice Masters, headed towards the direction of North Sea Island. Why are the Master and Vice Masters so respectful? The plump man couldn't believe it. Had it not been for seeing it with his own eyes, he could hardly imagine that the usually authoritative Master Nolan and the 5 Vice Masters would exhibit such a servile side. Who is that person? The plump man's concentration once again focused on Lin Yuan. Initially, the plump man thought Lin Yuan was a newcomer from the 5 domains mainland at the 10th realm. But now, it seemed his assumption was massively mistaken. A mere newcomer at the 10th realm wouldn't cause a stir even for him, let alone for Master Nolan and the Vice Masters. Ah, if only I didn't have 20 more years of my guard duty, I would definitely follow and investigate. The plump man sighed. He was obligated to guard the tower for this century and couldn't leave. Under the guidance of Master Nolan and the 5 Vice Masters, Lin Yuan soon arrived in front of an island. To call it an island would be an understatement, it was more like a small continent. Although it couldn't compare with the 5 domains, it was home to several hundred million of the human race. The auras of the dozens of 10th realm powerhouses Lin Yuan had sensed earlier came mostly from this island. This island, we all call it North Sea Island. Master Nolan explained by his side. The eye of the North Sea is over there. Master Nolan raised his hand and pointed. In the north of North Sea Island, a faint black line was visible. If one looked closely, it would appear as a deep abyss like void. Every moment, an immense amount of heavenly earth vital energy surged into this void. Soon, Master Nolan led Lin Yuan to the front of the eye of the North Sea. Compared to viewing it from a distance, being close to the eye of the North Sea was even more awe-inspiring. It resembled a crack in the world, pitch black as night. Around 800,000 miles in radius. Lin Yuan roughly estimated the range of the Eye of the North Sea. The Eye of the North Sea expands slowly on a regular basis, and 9 10th realm warriors are enough to guard it. But every 100 years, the Eye of the North Sea will expand wildly for a period. At that time, I, along with several deputy island lords, will take action and operate the sealing skill to suppress. But it's of little use. The Eye of the North Sea is still slowly expanding. I remember thousands of years ago, the Eye of the North Sea was only 750,000 miles in radius, now it's approaching 800,000 miles. As Master Nolan said this, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Following this trend, in another 100,000 years, the Eye of the North Sea will expand to a radius of 2 million miles. At that time, with the Eye of the North Sea displaying an attitude of devouring heaven and earth, they, even if sacrificing their lives, would not be able to suppress and contain it as they can now. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, having a clear understanding in his heart. Bring me all the secret techniques you used to seal the Eye of the North Sea to examine. From Lin Yuan's observations, the few 10th realm warriors guarding the 4 directions of the Eye of the North Sea were employing suppression techniques that had a very good restraining effect on the Eye of the North Sea. Although the Eye of the North Sea was still slowly expanding, under the suppression of the secret techniques, the speed of expansion was noticeably slower. Lin Yuan speculated that this suppression technique might come from the world consciousness, and even if not, it was formed under the covert guidance of the world consciousness. This is the secret technique used to suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Without hesitation, Master Nolan took out a jade stone which recorded the secret technique Lin Yuan had spoken of. To suppress the Eye of the North Sea as much as possible, Master Nolan had already disseminated this technique widely. Even if Lin Yuan didn't ask for it, once back on North Sea Island, he could easily obtain it. Thank you. Lin Yuan accepted the jade stone. Next, Lin Yuan returned to North Sea Island with Master Nolan. Suppressing the Eye of the North Sea was not something that could be done overnight. To Lin Yuan, visiting the Eye with Master Nolan and then returning to the island was nothing out of the ordinary. North Sea Island. A grade cave mansion. This cave mansion was the one with the most abundant primordial chi on the entire North Sea Island. It should have belonged to Master Nolan, but with Lin Yuan's arrival, it was naturally to be occupied by Lin Yuan for the time being. This is really comfortable. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and a large amount of the heavenly earth vital energy, which had condensed to substantial form, flowed into his nostrils. Although for someone at Lin Yuan's level, this amount of heavenly earth vital energy was a drop in the bucket, compared to the barren, 5 domains mainland, it was undoubtedly Dizensa no, hundreds of times better. Alright. Time to get down to business. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly more serious. From his observation during the day, Lin Yuan knew that the Eye of the North Sea was beyond the power of humans to contend with. Even if Lin Yuan were more powerful, he could not directly resolve the situation with the Eye of the North Sea. The best method, just like what Master Nolan and others were doing, was to use the sealing skill to suppress the expansion of the Eye of the North Sea. With this in mind, Lin Yuan's consciousness merged with the jade stone, beginning to browse the sealing skill. The Eye sealing skill, the name is pretty straightforward. Lin Yuan glanced over the name of the secret technique and shook his head slightly. The Eye sealing skill was divided into 4 levels. Entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection. Generally, only those who cultivated this secret technique to the state of major accomplishment were qualified to go and suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Like Master Nolan and the 5 deputy island lords, they had cultivated this technique to the state of perfection. Lin Yuan began to repeatedly observe this secret technique. Your comprehension is against heaven's understanding, observing the secret technique, Eye sealing skill. And you have comprehended the innate Eye sealing skill. Several days later, Lin Yuan comprehended the innate Eye sealing skill from the original Eye sealing skill. Beihai Dao. Another A-grade cave mansion. Master Nolan and the 5 deputy island lords sat facing each other. That person. What exactly is his background? One of the deputy island lords couldn't help but ask. They didn't doubt the instructions of the heavenly Tao for a moment. It was just that Lin Yuan came from the side of the 5 domains mainland. In their eyes, the heavenly earth vital energy of the 5 domains mainland was long since mostly drained by the Eye of the North Sea. It was extremely difficult to even give birth to a 10th realm warrior, so how could someone possibly emerge who could completely resolve the existential threat posed by the Eye of the North Sea? Are you questioning? Master Nolan glanced at that deputy island lord. Not at all, not at all. I'm just curious. The deputy island lord quickly shook his head. What a joke. Who dares question the will of the heavenly Tao? There's no need to be curious. Since we have received the heavenly Tao's instructions, our full cooperation with that person is imperative. There's no need for further thought. Doing our best is all that's required. Master Nolan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the other vice masters immediately cast their eyes downward and fell silent. Exactly how should we cooperate? After issuing the warning, even Master Nolan couldn't help but mutter to himself. From receiving Lin Yuan until now, the latter had behaved in a perfectly regular manner. From every aspect, he didn't seem to have the capability to solve the Eye of the North Sea issue thoroughly. Half a month later, Lin Yuan followed Master Nolan to the Eye of the North Sea once again. Gazing at the pitch-black void of the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. After half a month of comprehension, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had not only cultivated the eye-sealing skill to the state of perfection. He had also founded the innate eye-sealing skill and flawless innate eye-sealing skill based on that secret technique. In particular, the flawless innate eye-sealing skill was many times more ingenious than the original eye-sealing skill. Of course, the flawless innate eye-sealing skill required cultivation above the 15th realm to be activated. That's also why, for tens of thousands of years, the practitioners of the 10th and 11th realms of the North Sea Island had always used the eye-sealing skill. It was certainly because their understanding fell far behind Lin Yuan's. Another reason was that, with their strength, they were utterly unable to promote the transformation and fundamental change of the eye-sealing skill. Alright. Have them all withdraw. From today onward, the Eye of the North Sea is in my hands. Lin Yuan spoke up. At these words, Master Nolan's pupils shrank slightly. Ordinarily, guarding the Eye of the North Sea required at least 9 10th realm powerhouses to stand guard from every angle and direction. In doing so, they could contain the Eye of the North Sea's expansion as much as possible. But now? If Lin Yuan made the 9 10th realm powerhouses withdraw, wouldn't that leave the Eye of the North Sea to expand unchecked? It wasn't that Master Nolan doubted Lin Yuan's strength, but the Eye of the North Sea was too huge, spanning a full 800,000 miles in radius, and the strength of a single person simply couldn't cover it all. My lord. A vice master at the side was about to speak up and dissuade. Do as he says. After pondering for a moment, Master Nolan directly instructed. Yes. The other vice masters, seeing this, immediately stood up and cleared out the 10th realm powerhouses from around the Eye of the North Sea. Boom! As they ceased their guard, the diffusion of the Eye of the North Sea noticeably sped up. My lord. Upon seeing this, Master Nolan's heart bled internally. Given the current size of the Eye of the North Sea, even if it expanded by a meter, the rate at which it devoured the heavenly earth vital energy would dramatically increase. This is bad. The Eye of the North Sea is beginning to expand wildly. The vice master who first spoke seemed to sense something and his face turned pale. However, before he could say anything more, he witnessed an unthinkable scene. Lin Yuan, who had been standing beside them, instead of backing away, suddenly took a step forward and swiftly ascended above the Eye of the North Sea. Immediately after, he released his radiant Yang spirit and wandering Yin spirit, his formidable Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit, tens of thousands of feet tall, stood at either end of the Eye of the North Sea, while he himself sat enthroned above it. An overwhelming suppression power surged out, enveloping the entire Eye of the North Sea, preventing it from expanding even an inch, no matter how much it tried to. Even as time passed, the Eye of the North Sea was actually shrinking. The vice masters were dumbstruck. For tens of thousands of years, the Eye of the North Sea had always been expanding, and no matter how hard they tried, it had never diminished in the slightest. The world has been saved. Master Nolan looked up at the figure above the 2 monumental primordial spirits and murmured to himself. Such rich heavenly earth vital energy. Atop the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan felt enveloped by boundless heavenly earth vital energy. Throughout the suppression of the Eye of the North Sea, The heavenly earth vital energy from the entire world hadn't dissipated, but continued to flow towards the eye of the North Sea. However, since the eye of the North Sea was suppressed and couldn't absorb the heavenly earth vital energy, it naturally all went to Lin Yuan. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed. North Sea Island. The 10th realm powerhouses chatted leisurely, occasionally glancing at the eye of the North Sea, which had shrunk to 100 meters across. Over these 100+ years, their lives had been both comfortable and shocking. It was comforting that they no longer had to guard the eye of the North Sea and didn't have to face the profound depths that seemed as unfathomable as the abyss. And watching the eye of the North Sea shrink day by day was a pleasure to their spirits. As for the shock, it all came from one person. The mysterious superior being, who surpassed their tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years of achievements with his own power alone. Over these 100+ years, that mysterious superior being sat above the eye of the North Sea, his two primordial spirits having reached 1,000,000 zhang tall, each standing on opposite ends of the eye of the North Sea. I'm telling you, I almost personally received the superior being. If it wasn't for Master Nolan and the Vice Masters taking the limelight, I probably would have been the first to speak with the superior being. A chubby man boasted proudly, not mentioning his initial thought, which was to remind Lin Yuan to keep a low profile when coming to North Sea Island. Who knows what background this superior being comes from, how such a powerful being was born. A slim 10th realm powerhouse couldn't help but mutter. True dragons can't be raised in shallow waters. This is common knowledge to cultivators. But the mysterious superior being who completely suppressed the eye of the North Sea, relative to them, was much more than a true dragon, wasn't he? Let alone the superior being himself, just the 2,000,000 zhang tall primordial spirits he had sent out made them tremble in their hearts and minds. Alright, Master Nolan and the Vice Masters have already said not to discuss the superior being in private. Violators will be punished. A stern-looking 10th realm powerhouse said in a low voice. I was just saying, I didn't speak ill of the superior being. The slim 10th realm powerhouse immediately shook his head. Besides, if Master Nolan and the Vice Masters forbid us from discussing him, do you think they don't talk about that mysterious superior being themselves? He couldn't help but say. If Master Nolan and the Vice Masters have forbidden it, they definitely abide by it themselves, spoke the stern-looking 10th realm powerhouse earnestly. What do you think? How strong is the superior being? 14th realm, or 15th realm, inside the Beihidao, a grade cave mansion. Master Nolan and several Vice Masters also gazed in the direction of the eye of the North Sea. One of the Vice Masters thus expressed his astonishment. The higher their strength and realm, the more they could feel the terror of Lin Yuan. Such a dreadfully powerful force, far transcending the limits of this world, curbed any thought of resistance in them. Not sure, but I think, the superior being must have already transcended the divisions of realms. The heights at which the superior being resides are indescribable and incomprehensible to us, said another Vice Master in a low voice. No wonder, Heavenly Tao, hinted that we should comply and heed the superior being's words. A third Vice Master pondered with a contemplative expression. Master Nolan looked calmly at the distant eye of the North Sea. Most of his time over the past 100+ years had been spent watching the eye of the North Sea slowly vanish, and Master Nolan's concerns faded little by little. After our generation, countless generations of descendants will never have to face the threat of the eye of the North Sea. Master Nolan's awe for Lin Yuan grew greater, almost to the point of outright reverence. It's just, there was always one doubt in Master Nolan's heart. Why was the heavenly earth vital energy still flowing unceasingly towards the North Sea even though the eye of the North Sea had been completely sealed? Above the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Ever since the eye of the North Sea had shrunk to 10,000 li. He recalled his yin god and yang spirit back into his body because he alone could suppress the eye of the North Sea at this scale. This is really comfortable. Lin Yuan looked quite pleased. He didn't fully suppress the eye of the North Sea but left a small gap, allowing it to continue inhaling and exhaling the heavenly earth vital energy of this world. As the boundless heavenly earth vital energy arrived here, it was naturally snatched up by Lin Yuan for cultivation. In other words, for these 120 years, the eye of the North Sea had been working entirely for Lin Yuan, gaining not the slightest benefit and continually shrinking. 18th realm. Lin Yuan breathed out softly. By then he had reached the 18th realm. Of course, the 18th realm is a term from this world. According to the Human Civilization Alliance of the main world, it would be considered 6th rank, 12th level. What a pity, stepping into the 6th rank isn't something that can be solved just with primordial qi. Lin Yuan mused silently. In the main world, advancing from the 5th to the 6th rank is harder than the combined difficulty of advancing from the 1st to the 5th rank. The 5th rank is the continent sinking rank, while the 6th rank is the fallen star level. A qualitative change exists between them, and bridging that gap is no easy feat. While there is the 4th rank as a cushion between the 3rd rank city destroyer grade and the 5th rank continent sinking rank. There is no such cushion between the 5th and 6th rank. The evolver must break through on their own. Even with a complete evolution path to guide them, it is incredibly challenging for ordinary evolvers, let alone Lin Yuan, the founder of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Although Lin Yuan had many evolution paths for reference, including those transcending the 6th rank and even the extremely mysterious Zanhuang evolutionary path. Taking reference is one thing, but continuing to create the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is another matter entirely. It's about time. Lin Yuan glanced at the eye of the North Sea beneath him. In fact, Lin Yuan had the power to completely seal the eye of the North Sea already 30 to 40 years ago. However, in order to continue enjoying the vast heavenly earth vital energy brought by the inhalation and exhalation of the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan had forcibly dragged on until now. It seemed that the world consciousness of this realm had noticed. But it had no way to intervene. The world consciousness still relied on Lin Yuan to deal with the eye of the North Sea, so it was impossible to fall out with him at this time. Only now. Lin Yuan had already reached the 12th segment of the 5th rank, and his subsequent cultivation had little to do with the external primordial qi. Moreover, with only a little more than 10 years remaining until his stay limit, there was no need to continue lingering here. Suppress. With this thought, Lin Yuan looked down at the 100-meter radius of the eye of the North Sea below. Boom boom boom. Under the terrifying suppression, once again, it cascaded downward. The 100-meter wide eye of the North Sea immediately began to shrink again. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Just as the eye of the North Sea had shrunk to 10 meters. A terrifying consciousness pierced through the eye of the North Sea, reaching Lin Yuan's ear. Cease your actions. This terrifying consciousness emitted psychic fluctuations that allowed Lin Yuan to intuitively understand the meaning it conveyed. Cease your actions? Lin Yuan let out a slight smile, unconcerned. Over the years, he had long surmised that behind the eye of the North Sea stood a powerful being. Because when he observed the eye of the North Sea carefully, with his against heaven's understanding, he would occasionally enlighten himself to some devouring, secret techniques. Of course, these devouring secret techniques were not comparable to the devouring heaven evolution path, but it was obvious that they belonged to the unique skills of some powerful existences. Lin Yuan originally thought that the existence behind the eye of the North Sea would remain silent until it was completely suppressed. Only he did not expect that the other party would ultimately lose patience. As long as you cease your actions, everything is negotiable. The terrifying consciousness sounded somewhat urgent. We can make a deal. The terrifying consciousness continued to emit psychic fluctuations. I'm not interested in deals. Lin Yuan did not cease his suppression, and the eye of the North Sea continued to shrink. To be precise, Lin Yuan had little interest in making deals where there was too great a disparity between the parties. The existence behind the eye of the North Sea was at least a powerhouse beyond the 6th rank, and making deals with such a being was akin to negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Who knew when he might fall into the other party's hands? Lin Yuan was willing to make deals with the world consciousness because the world consciousness was not a sentient being, without emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, or personal feelings. Moreover, Lin Yuan had means to contend with the world consciousness if necessary. In the worst-case scenario, he could just destroy this world, and nobody would benefit. But the existence behind the eye of the North Sea? Lin Yuan didn't think he had any means to restrain it. Instead of worrying about fear, it was better to avoid contact altogether. Boom boom boom. The eye of the North Sea continued to shrink. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. At last. The terrifying consciousness that originated from the depths of the eye of the North Sea began to curse. Hum. An invisible psychic attack swiftly penetrated Lin Yuan's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's yin spirit and yang spirit had united as one, forming the Taiji primordial spirit, immensely stable, augmented by the psychic defense secret technique, Mind Palace Tower. Faced with a psychic attack that originated from the depths of the Eye of the North Sea, its power unknowably weakened by many times, he naturally had nothing to fear. Ultimately, several days later, the Eye of the North Sea shrank to a speck finer than a strand of hair. With a slight motion of Lin Yuan's mind, the speck fell into his hand. With such a size, the Eye of the North Sea no longer posed any threat. It couldn't even perform the inhalation and exhalation of heavenly earth vital energy anymore. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished. He appeared above North Sea Island. By this time, Master Nolan, along with the 5 deputy island masters and many 10th realm individuals, had long been waiting in their place. When the Eye of the North Sea continued to shrink down to 10 meters, Master Nolan and the others realized that the greatest threat looming over countless powerhouses in this world might become a thing of the past. Therefore, they had led everyone to wait here early on. After all, once the Eye of the North Sea was fully dealt with, the mysterious powerful individual would naturally appear. You have lived here for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan looked towards Master Nolan and the other powerhouses. The thousands, tens of thousands of years here referred not to a single generation but to generations upon generations. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Eye of the North Sea first appeared, under the implications of the world consciousness, one powerful being after another arrived here. After hundreds of thousands of years of proliferation, even Master Nolan was a descendant of some of the early generations of powerhouses. However, everyone will need to continue staying for another 500 years before you can go to the 5 domains, Lin Yuan said indifferently, surveying his surroundings. Currently, the demonic Tao forces that Lin Yuan had left on the 5 domains mainland were enough to suppress everything. But if the powerhouses from North Sea Island were to swarm into the 5 domains, it would be a different story. Dozens of 10th realm powerhouses and 6 11th realm powerhouses could completely disrupt the situation in the 5 domains. Therefore, Lin Yuan set a 500-year period for everyone. With this buffer time, losing the inhalation and exhalation of the Eye of the North Sea, the 5 domains heavenly earth vital energy will recover, and it's possible for some 10th or even 11th realm powerhouses to emerge after 500 years. Yes, Master Nolan and the other powerhouses agreed without hesitation. They had managed to wait for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Naturally, a mere 500 years was not a problem. In that case, with a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan sent out specks of light that flew into the foreheads of each powerful being. These specks of light were formulated by Lin Yuan using the aura of the North Sea Island combined with his own power. If anyone left the boundaries of the North Sea Island region, it would trigger the light to self-destruct. Remember, you can go to the 5 domains only after 500 years, Lin Yuan reminded them once more before his figure disappeared from view. 5 domains. Great Xia Empire. For 120 years, Nuan Shu and the various demon lords, strictly following Lin Yuan's instructions, governed the 5 domains in an orderly manner. And thus, they established a vast empire, named the Great Xia Empire. The Xia here is taken from the word Xia in Xiahou Yuan's surname. Great Xia Empire. Imperial Palace. Nuan Shu rubbed her brow, her expression revealing weariness. The Great Xia Empire had no emperor, only 12 ministers assisting the state, led by Nuan Shu, formerly under the command of demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. The concentration of heavenly earth vital energy is increasing again? Nuan Shu walked to the window, murmuring to herself. Over the years, she too had stepped into the 9th realm, and with her keen senses, she had naturally noticed that across the entire mainland of the 5 domains, the heavenly earth vital energy was slowly becoming more concentrated. In the future, the heavenly earth vital energy will continue to increase until 50 years from now, when it recovers to the environment from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded, startling Nuan Shu. When Nuan Shu turned around and saw the owner of the voice, her eyes immediately began to redden. "My lord." Nuan Shu immediately knelt down, speaking excitedly. "Rise." Lin Yuan shook his head. "These 10 tokens contain the power I have left behind." No sooner had Lin Yuan's words fallen than 10 wooden tokens floated in front of Nuan Shu. In the future, should you face an insolvable predicament, you may shatter a token, and then the power within the token will grant you temporary strength of the 13th realm. Lin Yuan said indifferently. This was also the safeguard Lin Yuan had left for the great Xia Empire. Even if hundreds of thousands or millions of years passed, the power of the 13th realm would still be able to sweep away and crush everything. Yes. With some hesitation, Nuan Shu couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are you leaving us?" The words Lin Yuan said had led Nuan Shu to an unsettling speculation. With Lin Yuan's strength, why would he need to leave tokens as a last resort if he were still in the world? Where in the world is there no separation? Lin Yuan shook his head, clearly consenting. Then where are you going, my lord? Nuan Shu gathered her courage to ask. Where to? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. From whence I came, there I shall return. Lin Yuan's figure vanished, leaving behind only Nuan Shu still kneeling on the ground, her face a portrait of confusion. Southern domain. In the midst of a dense forest. The figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Lin Yuan glanced. He noticed at a distant mountain village, Xiao Huo, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin, disguised as commoners, were playing with children there. Ah, the children of destiny. Lin Yuan sighed. If it weren't for him, Xiao Huo, Shen Lang, and Yang Bixin would probably have become the most dazzling trio in the 5 domains mainland. After all, these three were favored by the world's consciousness, intended to be the principal force to resolve the Eye of the North Sea. But now, these three were clearly stricken hard by Lin Yuan, directly retreating to live in seclusion in a remote forest. Western domain. In the midst of a desert. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the sand. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan let his thoughts wander. This moment was only a short while away from the end of his time here. Martial Dao. Lin Yuan's perception spread infinitely, faintly feeling the force of life carried by the martial Dao cultivators spread across the 5 domains mainland. If one day, the martial Dao cultivation system disappears from this world, Lin Yuan suddenly murmured to himself, then a second Eye of the North Sea will appear. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered slightly and the Eye of the North Sea, fine as a strand of hair, appeared before him. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Next, he began sinking into the desert. Sinking continuously, without end. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, heavenly earth vital energy coalesced, forming a figure. This figure had eyes of pure gold, lofty and aloof, cold and unfeeling. It glanced at the spot where Lin Yuan had sunk in, then its form once again turned into heavenly earth vital energy and disappeared on the spot. Main world. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Back already? As consciousness returned, Lin Yuan quickly woke up. Nearly 20 days have passed. Lin Yuan checked the time. 300 years had passed in the 5 regions world, but only half a month had gone by in the main world. The final arrangement. Lin Yuan stepped out of the nutrition pod, went to the balcony, leaned on the railing, and fell into deep thought. Before leaving the 5 domains mainland for the last time, Lin Yuan left a contingency with his own body. It was that if one day, his body no longer sensed the unique vital energy fluctuations emitted by the martial Dao cultivators on the 5 domains mainland, then the body submerged beneath the endless desert of the western domain would self-destruct. In the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan's strength before departure was at the 18th realm. Converted to the main world's realms, that would be the 5th rank, 12th segment. Such level of powerhouses with the vast energy contained within their bodies, if they self-destructed, then it's estimated that the entire western domain continent would fall into ruin and collapse. It might even affect the other domains' continents. Of course, to the high and mighty world consciousness, losing a few continents would have no impact, but before leaving, Lin Yuan transformed the Eye of the North Sea into a black speck as thin as a strand of hair and swallowed it as well. Once his body exploded, the terrifying release of energy might very well tear that speck open again, forming a new Eye of the North Sea. When that happened, whether the world consciousness could find a second Lin Yuan was highly doubtful. This was also the final warning Lin Yuan left for the world consciousness. Keep your promises or we all go down together. As for whether the world consciousness could perceive Lin Yuan's warning. After leaving the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan vaguely felt a sense of being watched. That was the world consciousness. To the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan was a world-ending, level threat, and was always under the focus of world consciousness wherever he went. Therefore, the last few words Lin Yuan said to himself. Others couldn't hear, but the world consciousness definitely could. Even to make the world consciousness understand, Lin Yuan purposely took out that black speck from the eye of the North Sea and swallowed it again right in front of it. This dimensional travel. Lin Yuan began to examine himself. Organizing the gains from this travel. First off, it was the realm of strength. From the 4th rank 12th segment to the current 5th rank 12th segment. He had crossed an entire great realm, giving Lin Yuan's strength a qualitative leap. Next was the comprehension of other evolution paths. In addition to the Zanhuang evolutionary path, Lin Yuan had comprehended more than 100 evolution paths in the 7-star cave world, including those 16 that surpassed the 6th rank. Lin Yuan had already grasped them all. He had even comprehended the 5th rank chapter of the Zanhuang evolutionary path and was now pondering the 6th rank chapter. This Zanhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. Even with his against heaven's understanding, after pondering for 300 years, he had only reached the 5th rank chapter. How could other evolvers comprehend it? Lin Yuan speculated. There were 2 possible ways to cultivate the Zanhuang evolutionary path. One was that the evolvers suited for the Zanhuang evolutionary path might comprehend it at an inconceivably fast rate. It should be noted that Lin Yuan wasn't actually suitable for the Zanhuang evolutionary path. His understanding of it was purely forced, a mere entry forced by his against heaven's understanding. The other possibility was that comprehending the Zanhuang evolutionary path required some auxiliary item. Lacking such an item, Lin Yuan's comprehension was so slow. Lin Yuan felt the latter was more likely, or perhaps both possibilities existed. After the Chicken Star Lord took him as a disciple, he only gave a brief explanation before going back into seclusion. He hadn't had the time to explain in detail the origins and cultivation methods of the Zanhuang evolutionary path to Lin Yuan. Of course, it was also possible that the Chicken Star Lord never imagined Lin Yuan's progress would be so rapid. Never mind that. As long as I can comprehend it, that's good enough. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided not to think too much about it. After all, the Zanhuang evolutionary path had indeed helped him greatly. The martial path evolutionary path had been smoothly developed to the 5th rank 12th segment, and the Zanhuang evolutionary path, along with other evolution paths, had played a significant role. Even the forthcoming 6th rank, or even the 7th rank. These evolution paths had given Lin Yuan plenty of inspiration and direction. 6th rank. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Since he had reached the 5th rank 12th segment, naturally the next consideration was the 6th rank. In the main World Human Civilization Alliance, the transition from 5th rank to 6th rank was a watershed. Below the 6th rank, as long as there were sufficient conditions, evolvers could freely change their evolution paths. For example, Lulin He from the Thunder Rainstar region replicated his physique to change from one evolution path to another. Or like some cosmic rare treasures that once ingested would cleanse many evolution marks on the body, returning it to its initial state and allowing it choice to cultivate a new evolution path. But reaching the 6th rank, the evolution path seeps into the soul, and changing it becomes no easy task. Even if a great price is paid to switch the evolution path, one can only switch to a similar source evolution path. For instance, a water system 6th rank evolver who wants to change paths can, at most, switch to another water system evolution path. As for cultivating a fire system evolution path, impossible. So, before cultivating to the 6th rank, one must be prudent. Because once at the 6th rank, some aspects become irreversible. First, restore my strength. Lin Yuan had already grasped a rough direction for the 6th rank, but the specifics of how to develop the martial path evolutionary path's 6th rank chapter still required careful consideration. Bang! Lin Yuan returned to his room. He took out the bottle of Scarlet Spirit liquid. This was a privilege exclusively for the peak masters of the Red Kun lineage. As a disciple of the Chicken Star Lord, Lin Yuan didn't need to waste time on basic energy accumulation. As long as he reached the realm required, he could directly transform his physical soul with the Scarlet Spirit liquid. Before the 4th traverse, Lin Yuan had applied for a bottle of Scarlet Spirit liquid, as preparation for this moment. Gulp. Gulp. Lin Yuan picked up the bottle of scarlet spirit liquid. He tilted his head back and started drinking, while breaking through from 4th rank level 11 to 4th rank level 12. Lin Yuan dared only to consume a drop of scarlet spirit liquid. Any more would be a tremendous waste, despite the mild energy of the scarlet spirit liquid not causing his physical body to burst. But now, from 4th rank to 5th rank, an entire great realm, a single drop of scarlet spirit liquid was naturally far from enough for Lin Yuan. With a breath, as a great amount of scarlet spirit liquid entered, it transformed into vast volumes of mild power, which Lin Yuan quickly absorbed. Physical body, soul, both were transforming at an extraordinarily fast pace. 1 or 2 days later, outside the main building of the manor, Hu Ming was meticulously scanning his surroundings. As the captain of the guard for the 13th peak master of the Red Kun lineage, Hu Ming's task was to ensure the 13th peak master's safety. For that, he would even sacrifice his own life. This was an instinct rooted deep within Hu Ming's soul. He was a 6th rank evolver secretly trained by the Red Kun lineage. Naturally, there would be no issues with his loyalty. What is this? As Hu Ming was patrolling, suddenly, a faint fluctuation reached him. Hu Ming swiftly turned around, looking towards the main building behind him. If not for this faint fluctuation, which carried Lin Yuan's aura, Hu Ming might have instinctively attacked at this moment. For this weak fluctuation had already reached the 5th rank. It's the peak master. Hu Ming's pupils slightly constricted. He found it hard to believe. He remembered that not long ago, Lin Yuan's strength was still at the 4th rank level 11. And now, he had already stepped into the 5th rank. How is this possible? Worthy of being the disciple of a Star Lord. Hu Ming sighed, feeling that the Chicken Star Lord had indeed spotted a true gem. I must ensure the peak master's safety. After his moment of reflection, Hu Ming's spirit rose once again. After becoming Lin Yuan's captain of the guards, Hu Ming's loyalty was solely to Lin Yuan. Even the Chicken Star Lord could no longer command him. I've finally recovered. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a smile appearing on his face. This recovery of strength was unprecedentedly smooth compared to the previous 3 times. It was worth exposing some of my talents to become the 13th peak master of the Red Kun lineage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If he didn't have the identity of the 13th peak master, he would probably still be worrying about which cosmic rare treasures to choose to buy. Moreover, many of the evolution paths also needed to be purchased. There's still 1/10 left. Lin Yuan glanced at the scarlet spirit liquid in front of him. He then put it away, to save it for next time, 5th rank level 12. I can now organize the 5th stage section of the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, contemplating internally. Now that Lin Yuan had almost completed the 5th rank stage, the next step was figuring out how to step into the 6th rank. 5th stage section. Lin Yuan's thoughts whirled. The second layer chapter of the martial path evolutionary path involved the fusion of 2 extreme powers of yin and yang, known as the Taiji Dao. The third layer chapter was an understanding of numerous rules. The 4th rank chapter involved further understanding of these rules, perfecting the Taiji Dao. As for the 5th stage section, it was the primordial spirit. The Taiyin primordial spirit, Taiyang divine spirit, and their union, the Taiji primordial spirit, of course. To reduce the difficulty of the martial Dao cultivation pathway, Lin Yuan divided the primordial spirit of the 5th stage section into 3 levels. The Taiyin primordial spirit, Taiyang divine spirit, and the final Taiji primordial spirit. The evolvers after, need not cultivate into a Taiji primordial spirit. They only need to cultivate either a Taiyang divine spirit or a Taiyin primordial spirit. This is quite similar to the yin-yang realm of the second layer chapter. In the Dragon Tiger world, all the heavenly masters cultivate either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. As for the Taiji, which unifies yin and yang, only Lin Yuan has managed to cultivate it. Thus, in the martial path evolutionary path's 3rd rank chapter, Lin Yuan also divided it into 3 layers. Taiyin chapter, Taiyang chapter, and the Taiji chapter. These 3 tiers are laid out side by side, allowing the cultivator to choose based on their own talent. In the martial Dao cultivation system, after the 5th rank, the primordial spirit can leave the physical body to act on its own, much like the special talent, avatar. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The talent, avatar, is a method possessed by a few unique races deep in the cosmic starry skies. It can separate out a body, akin to an external incarnation. After Lin Yuan reached the 5th rank, his condensed primordial spirit was similar to an avatar. Although it lacked flesh and blood, the power it demonstrated with just the force of the primordial spirit wasn't much weaker than his physical body. In some aspects, it was even stronger. For example, speed without the constraints of a physical body, the speed of the primordial spirit was inconceivably swift. In size, the primordial spirit is a concentration of soul force. Theoretically, it could be infinitely large. With Lin Yuan's current strength of his primordial spirit, if he exerted his full power, he could transform into a giant of 1,000,000 feet. I have more than one primordial spirit. Both yin spirit and yang spirit can act independently, akin to having two avatars. Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself, if an avatar with the talent, avatar, perishes, regenerating it would require a significant sacrifice. Even some talents, avatar, would be lost forever once dead. But Lin Yuan's primordial spirits, as long as the physical body, yin spirit, and yang spirit don't all perish at the same time, they could quickly evolve into the other two. The Tao of Taiji, where yin and yang blend, the extreme of yin turns to yang and the extreme of yang turns to yin. Yin and yang can naturally convert into each other. Even if the yang spirit is destroyed, as long as the yin spirit still exists, it could quickly split off a yang spirit. A few days later, Lin Yuan had almost finished organizing the 5th stage section. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom, planning to upload the 5th stage section. Having realized the importance of spreading the teachings, Lin Yuan naturally would not keep them to himself. Besides, given the difficulty of practicing the 5th stage section, other evolvers, no matter how talented, could at most cultivate either a yin spirit or a yang spirit. As for a Taiji primordial spirit like Lin Yuan's, even if it were cultivated, it would be only after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Moreover, through traveling across the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan faintly realized as long as he, a founder, was still alive, other cultivators on the martial path evolutionary path were naturally suppressed by him. Just like Shahuo Yuan's suppression over the demonic Tao in the world. Of course, initially, Lin Yuan's suppression of other martial arts evolutionaries was not apparent. But as his power increased, this suppression would gradually intensify. Virtual world. Within a vast palace, the elder clad in a crimson robe suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes burned like constant stars, yet no longer radiated light and heat. Obviously he had barely managed control. Finally, I've mastered this secret technique. The Chicken Star Lord closed his eyes and upon reopening them, the star pupils had vanished. To cultivate this secret technique, the Chicken Star Lord had paid a great price, having acquired dozens of star cores, and at last refined them within his eyes. My dear disciple must be getting impatient. Just after mastering the secret technique, Chicken Star Lord thought of his newly accepted 13th disciple. He couldn't help it. During the secret technique cultivation period, most of his focus was concentrated in his eyes, utterly unable to suppress the power of the star cores, so after hastily accepting Lin Yuan, he resumed his closed-door cultivation. Dear disciple, come and see me. Chicken Star Lord connected his consciousness to the virtual world, confirmed that Lin Yuan was not in seclusion but was online, and promptly sent an invitation. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan had just finished uploading the Martial Path Evolutionary Paths, 5th stage section. Then he received a request from the Chicken Star Lord. Dear disciple, come and see me. The voice message from Chicken Star Lord echoed in his ears. The teacher has emerged from seclusion. Lin Yuan immediately stood up, his consciousness also connected to the virtual world, arriving at a vast palace. Everything here was fiery red. Greeting, teacher. Lin Yuan bowed lightly towards the Chicken Star Lord seated on the high throne. Yes, get up. The Chicken Star Lord scrutinized Lin Yuan closely. Suddenly, his expression slightly changed. Although Lin Yuan had not synced his power in the virtual world. Which is to say, Lin Yuan's physical soul was still at the peak of the 4th rank. But with the eyesight of the Chicken Star Lord, after a few more glances, he subtly sensed that Lin Yuan's mental power had surpassed the 4th rank. Dear disciple, have you reached the 5th rank? After a moment of silence, the Chicken Star Lord could not help but ask. A few days ago, I chanced upon the entry into the 5th stage. Lin Yuan did not deny it. The human civilization is vast and boundless, filled with countless geniuses. A span of 1 or 2 years to cross a great realm might be considered rare for a certain star domain or for a few star domains. However, if looked at from the entire territory of human civilization, it's not so dazzling after all. Not to mention others, in years past, the Chicken Star Lord seized the body of a starry sky wanderer Kun Juvenile and ascended in a single step, a legend that spread through more than half of the human civilization territory. So, as long as Lin Yuan remained a member of the human race, and did not reveal the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind, even if he displayed an extraordinary talent, no problems would arise. Instead, he would be treasured and protected even more by the Chicken Star Lord and the Goddess of Wisdom. Over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, the Human Civilization Alliance swept through the 8 directions of the universe, causing different species to retreat step by step. Aside from those few top powerhouses, what was more important was the protection mechanism for geniuses. Without this mechanism continuously supplying fresh blood, the dominant presence of human civilization that pressured many different species would not be possible. Truly reached the 5th stage, the Chicken Star Lord fell silent, thinking it was an illusion just moments ago. Only when he heard Lin Yuan confirm it did he immediately realize that his newly accepted disciple had a talent even greater than he had anticipated. Comprehending the Zhanhuang evolutionary path merely indicates one's suitability for training in this evolution path, but how high one can eventually go is still an unknown matter. However, given Lin Yuan's current performance, his potential in the future goes without saying. Let me take a moment. The Chicken Star Lord rubbed his temples. He had already arranged a series of training plans for Lin Yuan during his retreat. The Chicken Star Lord was skilled in guiding disciples and casually went through the battle videos from Lin Yuan's arena matches again after his previous exit from seclusion. From that, he came up with a training plan tailored for Lin Yuan. This training plan was custom-built for Lin Yuan, accurate to every step of his subsequent cultivation. But now, Lin Yuan had broken through to the 5th stage. The training plan thought out by the Chicken Star Lord naturally had to be scrapped. It wasn't because the Chicken Star Lord's training plan was limited to the 4th rank chapter. In fact, his training plan covered the 6th rank chapter, even including advice on how to break through to the 6th rank. However, this training plan was based on Lin Yuan as previously known to the Chicken Star Lord. Now that Lin Yuan had stepped into the 5th stage, his talent surpassed the expectations of the Chicken Star Lord, and to use the original training plan would be obviously inappropriate. Simply put, the training plan was no longer worthy of Lin Yuan's current level. I need to think. The Chicken Star Lord was very cautious. He was well aware that the more genius one was, the less they needed to be directed and interfered with. From the Chicken Star Lord's perspective, he could directly guide and even personally plan the path ahead for an ordinary evolver. But for a top-tier genius evolver, the Chicken Star Lord had to be careful, because he did not know if the path he planned for this top-tier genius evolver was indeed the right one. Geniuses often carve their own paths, and interference from others would only suppress their genius. I never thought I, Chicken, would be troubled by such matters one day. The Chicken Star Lord felt somewhat worried inside. The 12 disciples he had taken before did not display talent that reached the level of Lin Yuan's, so the Chicken Star Lord guided them quite casually. You can go back first. I need more time to think. After observing Lin Yuan for a while and having a brief conversation, the Chicken Star Lord fell back into deep thought. Yes. Lin Yuan bowed and then disappeared from the spot. With Lin Yuan's departure, the vast Crimson Palace was once again left with only the Chicken Star Lord. How to cultivate him? The Chicken Star Lord frowned in deep thought. Zhao Hong. Suddenly, the Chicken Star Lord spoke up. Master, Zhao Hong is here. A mechanical voice sounded. It was the Chicken Star Lord's intelligence assistant, Zhao Hong. That rule crystal I collected 80,000 years ago, it's still around, isn't it? The Chicken Star Lord asked. It is, Master. Zhao Hong immediately responded. Send that rule crystal to my disciple, the Chicken Star Lord said after a moment's thought. Master, that is a rule crystal. Zhao Hong paused slightly, having evolved into a sentient AI with its own thoughts and emotions after following the Chicken Star Lord for many years. Yes. Seeing that the Chicken Star Lord was silent, Zhao Hong could only comply. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Wonder what the teacher wanted me for. Lin Yuan was puzzled, suspecting his advancement into the 5th stage might have disrupted some of the Chicken Star Lord's plans. But Lin Yuan was at a loss. In front of a powerhouse like the Chicken Star Lord, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his true strength. This time when he met the Chicken Star Lord, Lin Yuan hadn't even synced with the virtual world, but his true strength was still detected by the Chicken Star Lord. The power of the soul, Lin Yuan secretly thought. The power of the soul is the most fundamental strength of an evolver, and it was the detection of a soul power surpassing the 4th rank that led the Chicken Star Lord to conclude Lin Yuan had entered the 5th stage. While Lin Yuan was deep in thought, the solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. Respected 5th-level citizen Lin Yuan, after the final judgment, your submission for the 5th stage section has been valued at 200,000 merit points. 200,000 merit points. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It's important to note, this isn't the value of the martial path evolutionary path, but merely the value of the 5th stage section itself. The likelihood of the martial path evolutionary path advancing to the 6th rank is 95%. The possibility of advancing to the 7th rank is 20%, and the possibility of moving on to the 8th rank evolution path is 5%. Lin Yuan immediately looked at the updated information on the martial path evolutionary path. With the upload of the 5th stage section, the Goddess of Wisdom would definitely reassess the information of the martial path evolutionary path and draw an updated conclusion. The possibility of advancing to the 6th rank didn't reach 100%? Lin Yuan felt somewhat regretful. Little did he know, among the countless evolution paths recorded by the Human Civilization Alliance, there wasn't a single one below the 6th rank that guarantees advancement to the 6th rank. Most of the 5th rank evolution paths had only a 30% to 40% chance of ascending to the 6th rank, and it was considered rare to exceed 50%. The martial path evolutionary path's chance of ascending to the 6th rank had reached 95%. Ranking it among the very top of all 5th rank evolution paths. The possibility of advancing to the 7th rank increased by 10%, and there was an added 5% possibility of advancing to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was evident that Lin Yuan's upload of the 5th stage section had brought about a qualitative change to the martial path evolutionary path. This was expected, as after all, the method of refining the primordial spirit in the 5th stage section was an extraordinarily rare technique. Though Lin Yuan estimated that the majority of future evolvers who refined their primordial spirits would only have one, this was a method akin to the talent of Avatar. The latest ranking of the Chicken Evolution Rankings, 53rd place? Lin Yuan glanced at the updated ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. He was still first on the Kanglin Evolution Ranking. On the Chicken Evolution Rankings, he had moved up from near the bottom of the top 100 to 53rd place. Actually, even some of the evolution paths in the top 50 of the Chicken Evolution Rankings had a lower chance of advancing to the 8th rank than the martial path evolutionary path. But alas, most of these evolution paths were 7th rank evolution paths, surpassing the martial path evolutionary path by 2 levels. The rankings on the evolution rankings were determined by many factors, and potential was only one aspect. 5th level citizen advancing to a 6th level citizen requires 500,000 merit points? Why don't you just rob someone? Lin Yuan sighed. Even though he had created the martial path evolutionary path that broke into the top 53 of the Chicken Evolution Rankings, the total accumulated merit points were still far from the 500,000 needed to rise to a 6th level citizen. One could imagine the difficulty of advancing to a 6th level citizen. Even Lin Yuan faced this challenge, let alone other evolvers who might need thousands to tens of thousands of years to amass such a vast amount of merit points. However, higher-level citizens have many privileges within human civilization. To enjoy these privileges, hefty sacrifices must be made, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although he couldn't gather 500,000 merit points this time, maybe next time, or at most the time after that, he definitely would. Chicken Main Virtual World. In the Central Plaza area, numerous evolvers chatted in small groups. Naturally, most of them discussed topics related to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. There was no helping it. The top 100 evolution paths on the chicken evolution rankings might not change for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and everyone had talked about each path to the point of exhaustion. Basically, everything that could be discussed had been discussed. However, the Marshall Path evolutionary path had only recently entered the rankings, and even though it only occupied a spot in the lower part of the top 100, it still generated immense interest, especially due to its astonishingly quick advancement speed, which was a hot topic among many evolvers. I wonder which evolver scholar's experimental product was deployed to the chicken star domain. Evolver scholars, they are on par with, no, even more important than high-rank evolvers. They are treasures of the human race. Many evolvers and high-level citizens whispered among themselves. In human civilization, the status of evolver scholars was so high it was unimaginable. Many of them were not skilled in combat, but their contributions to human civilization were no less than those high-rank evolvers who constantly battled different species on the frontiers. To become an evolver scholar, one prerequisite was to pioneer an entirely new 8th-rank evolution path, or discoveries equivalent to an 8th-rank evolution path or technological inventions. This was a pathway that could continuously produce 8th-rank evolvers, potentially benefiting the human race for hundreds of thousands to millions of years. What do you think? When will the Marshall Path evolutionary path continue to climb in the rankings? A 4th-rank evolver asked curiously. If the Marshall Path evolutionary path was developed by an evolver scholar, then its final ranking would definitely not settle within the top 100 of the chicken evolution rankings. Continue to climb the rankings. It probably won't happen anytime soon. A 3rd-level citizen couldn't help commenting. Even an evolver scholar couldn't just randomly create an evolution path with a potential of the 7th or even 8th rank. The establishment of an evolution path required careful consideration, and in the end, it needed the approval of the 3 goddesses. I think so too. The Yuan scholar who founded the Marshall Path evolutionary path is indeed learned and knowledgeable. But our chicken star domain's evolution rankings aren't just for anyone. Hasn't that evolution path withstood the test of time? Another evolver spoke up, rising to his feet and pointing towards the towering chicken evolution rankings, finally resting his finger on the Marshall Path evolutionary path at the very end. I bet, for at least the next 3 years, the rankings won't change. Before the evolver could finish, it had already reached the daily update time for the chicken evolution rankings. Suddenly, the 100 evolutionary paths on the rankings began to blur. After a few breaths, the names of all the evolution paths came into focus again. The standing evolver suddenly realized that the evolution path he was pointing to was no longer the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Goodness! He immediately sensed that something was amiss. His gaze shifted upwards. Finally, at the 53rd spot, he found the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Meanwhile, at the Central Plaza area, many evolvers and high-level citizens were astounded once again. The Marshall Path evolutionary path had leapt dozens of places, soaring from the top 100 to the 53rd, utterly shattering their conventional views. This wasn't just any planetary evolution ranking, but the evolution ranking of the chicken star domain, which recorded all the evolutionary paths of over 1 million life planets across the whole star domain. Every evolution path listed in the chicken evolution rankings had gone through numerous trials. Let alone leaping dozens of places at once. Even moving up 1 or 2 places was extremely difficult, requiring a major breakthrough somewhere to succeed. 5th stage section. The Marshall Path evolutionary path has updated the 5th stage section. It must be this section that caused the Marshall Path evolutionary path's rank to surge. Buy it quickly for research. I want to see what it was that allowed the Marshall Path to bypass 40 to 56th rank evolution paths. In the Central Plaza area, several evolvers immediately began to purchase the 5th stage section of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. In the human cosmic territory, near the eastern side, on a gigantic planet within a vast star domain. This planet was immensely huge, surpassing higher life planets, and was home to numerous research institutes. At the highest institute, an elderly man in a white research robe was staring at the screen before him. Infinite data emerged on the screen, with many formulas and conclusions flashing by. It's about finished. The elderly man closed his eyes, intending to rest for a while. His consciousness connected to the virtual world, entering the Founders World's forum. Mike Post, from back then, someone replied again. The elderly man looked somewhat surprised, as he had left a question on the Founders Forum 23,000 years ago. Is it better to perceive one rule, or is it better to perceive multiple rules? Over the years, people had occasionally added their insights under this question. But none of the answers had satisfied the elderly man. Let's see. He immediately went into the thread. Since he was idle, looking back at the question he once faced during rest was also a gain. It's naturally to perceive one rule, as the universe has so many rules, to perceive every one of them, even those residing high in the evolution tower wouldn't manage it, right? Perceiving just one rule will ultimately have its limitations. If possible, one should naturally perceive multiple rules. The elderly man skimmed through the recent replies, shaking his head constantly. Obviously none of the replies had satisfied him. Until he came across the very last reply. This was the most recent reply, just over a month old. Perceive a certain rule, then use this principle to command all others. The elderly man was slightly stunned, his face showing surprise. To command 1,000 paths with a single one? The old man's eyes quickly flickered with vast amounts of data. Clearly, he was computing the feasibility of such a method. In fact, whether it's better to comprehend one rule or multiple rules. There has been a near-standard answer for 20,000 years. It depends on oneself. If you are naturally close to multiple rules, then it is naturally better to comprehend multiple rules. If you have a higher affinity for a certain rule, then it is naturally better to focus on comprehending that rule first. But now, this latest response gave the old man a different direction. No, that's not right. To command 1,000 paths with a single one, first and foremost, this single path must be overwhelmingly suppressive towards the 1,000 paths. If it's just a path on the same level, why would it command 1,000? The old man deduced for a long time and hit a dead end. But this method is indeed possible. Reinvigorated, the old man ignored the data that kept appearing on the nearby screen. No, I have to have a good chat with this fellow. The old man immediately clicked on the avatar of the person who gave this response, trying to obtain their contact information directly. Not enough permission? The old man blinked his eyes. I'm at least a level 8 citizen. How can I not have enough permission? The old man muttered. Let's see if I can. Many streams of data once again flickered through the old man's eyes. However, the next moment, a solemn and cool voice came through. Great Scholar Tae, your actions violate Article 13 of the Human Alliance's Constitution. If you continue, you will receive the corresponding punishment. Heh, Goddess of Wisdom. I was just trying to see if there were any loopholes in the information blockade set by you three goddesses, with absolutely no intention of violating the Constitution. The old man quickly explained with a chuckle. Great Scholar Tae, whether there are loopholes or not will have corresponding handling measures, it's not your concern. The Goddess of Wisdom's tone remained unfluctuating. Alright then. The old man sat back down. By the way, Goddess of Wisdom. Why is there such extensive information lockdown on the citizen who offered that response, to the extent that even I cannot inquire about their information? The old man paused for a while, immediately asking probingly. It should be known that the old man was a level 8 citizen, and also a rare evolution scholar, whose status could rank in the top 3 among dozens of surrounding star domains. Great Scholar Tae, you don't have enough permission to know about this matter. The Goddess of Wisdom answered indifferently, oh. Great Scholar Tae fell into contemplation. Could it be that the other party is also a great scholar, and one of those researching top-secret achievements? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for their information to be completely inaccessible. Forget it. I'll play it straight. Great Scholar Tae thought for a long time and realizing there was no shortcut, he left his own question under the, to command 1,000 paths with a single one, response. As long as the person who gave this response logs in and enters the Founder's world, they will see it. Kanglin Star. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Many pieces of information about the Marshall Path evolutionary path appeared on the screen before him. First tier chapter. 36,783 people. Second layer chapter. 494 people. Third rank chapter. 0. Lin Yuan was looking at the number of evolvers at each stage of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, evolvers need to purchase the evolution path under their real names, and after becoming an evolver, they must register with the Evolvers Association. If they make any breakthroughs, they also need to go to the Evolvers Association to update their rank information. As a result, the human civilization's official data will naturally reveal the number of evolvers at each rank. Of course, there will be discrepancies, like if an evolver breaks through to the second layer but forgets to update their rank information because of other matters. However, such cases are relatively rare and fall within the margin of normal error. To date, not a single person has cultivated to the third rank chapter? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The third rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path already involves the shallow understanding of rules. When Lin Yuan first created this chapter, he was in the divine arms world, had many divine weapons to contemplate, and possessed against heaven's understanding. For other evolvers in the main world, it was evident that they did not enjoy the benefits that Lin Yuan had. Therefore, even with a complete guide such as the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan had developed, stepping into the third rank chapter was not going to be easy. I could make a tutorial video when I have the time. Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself. Since spreading his own evolutionary path would be beneficial for his ultimate leap in the future, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to lower the difficulty for other evolvers to cultivate the martial Dao cultivation evolution path. This action would serve two purposes. Not only would it increase the number of evolvers on the martial path evolutionary path, but it would also create more revenue for him. With dedicated tutorial videos, other evolvers who were on the fence could have an epiphany and step into the realm of the martial Dao. Another 100+ people have purchased the 5th rank chapter. Lin Yuan glanced at the sales numbers of the martial path evolutionary path and saw the number behind the 5th rank chapter was 126. This meant that 126 people had purchased the 5th rank chapter. When uploading the 5th rank chapter, Lin Yuan set the price at 500 million. First tier chapter, 10,000. Second layer chapter, 500,000. Third rank chapter, 5 million. Fourth rank chapter, 50 million. Fifth rank chapter, 500 million. With more than 100 copies of the 5th rank chapter sold, that equated to selling over 50 billion. Even after a split of proceeds and the deduction of related taxes, Lin Yuan would still take home over 10 billion. And this was just a few days after the upload. As time passes, the number of buyers would only increase. Even many evolvers, despite not training, would buy it to study. After all, the martial path evolutionary path is currently ranked 53rd on the Chicken Evolution rankings. In terms of fame, the martial path evolutionary path is bigger, as making a leap of several tens of ranks in a short period of time can further spark the curiosity of other evolvers. Evening. Lin Yuan finished training. He went outside the main building, preparing to dine with his parents and sister. Since Lin Yuan spent most of his time training, even though the family lived in the same estate, they didn't see each other often. Thus, Lin Yuan made it a point to come out for a meal every so often. "Brother, I am now a first-rank evolver," Lin Yi boasted while eating. Actually, Lin Yi becoming a first-rank evolver so quickly was quite normal. When Lin Yuan entered the 4th rank, he had performed marrow cleansing for Lin Yi. With Lin Yuan's strength, under marrow cleansing, a strong foundation was laid for Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter which evolution path she took, it was easy, given that the foundation was there. Of course, this ease was only apparent in the 1st rank, at most the 2nd layer. From the 10th or 11th segments of the 2nd layer, she could only rely on herself. "Xiaoyuan, you are not young anymore. Even if your main focus is on the path of evolution, you should also consider having a child," Mrs. Lu Chong couldn't help but say. Nowadays, because of Lin Yuan, the Lin family had leapt from being an obscure family in Dongning City to becoming one of the top families on Kanglan Star. Mrs. Lu Chong occasionally also connected to the virtual world, unaware of how many families and powerful forces on Kanglan Star wanted to introduce their precious daughters to Lin Yuan. "There's no rush on this matter, we can talk about it later," Lin Yuan said casually. The powerful evolvers of the main world had different attitudes towards progeny. Many evolvers focused on the path of evolution felt progeny was superfluous. Lin Yuan held a similar view. No matter where or when, personal strength is always the fundamental base. As for offspring, they are just a numerical accumulation. As long as Lin Yuan was there, even if alone, it would still be the most top-tier family nobility. If one day Lin Yuan was gone, even if they had many descendants, it would be of no use. It would be just like monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree. As the family was chatting, "Master, someone has come to visit." The voice of the digital assistant sounded in his ear. "Who?" Lin Yuan asked. "Kanglan Star Governor Song Wuyang." Inside the main building's reception room, Lin Yuan and Governor Song Wuyang sat facing each other. Truly a once-in-millennia evolutionary genius of our Kanglan Star. Governor Song Wuyang was very pleased with Lin Yuan. Recently in the arena competition, Lin Yuan had dominated the whole event with his 4th rank strength. To think, a 4th rank evolver under 100 years old being born on Kanglan Star was also a nice boost to his governance performance. It was merely by luck. Lin Yuan shook his head. Luck? In tens of thousands of years on Kanglan Star, could Mr. Lin be the only one lucky? Governor Song jokingly said. However, regarding the trial of the Chicken Star Lord, Mr. Lin need not worry. Governor Song comforted. Lin Yuan not passing the 7-star cave trial was no secret. Though Lin Yuan was a 4th rank evolver, at that time, tens of thousands of 4th rank evolvers participated in the 7-star cave trial, and very few passed. The 7-star cave trial initiated by the Chicken Star Lord targeted the comprehensive aspects of the challengers, where strength was only one aspect and not even the most significant. What a pity. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, displaying a hint of regret. In the arena, Lin Yuan simply showed his 4th rank strength, but the Chicken Star Lord was able, through his own judgment and the source video, sent by the Goddess of Wisdom, to confirm that Lin Yuan had begun to comprehend the rules, ultimately becoming a golden pattern challenger. As for the others? Even among beings on the same level as the Chicken Star Lord, without the source video, one still couldn't confirm the true extent of Lin Yuan's abilities. He was just perceived as an ordinary 4th rank. Such a 4th rank, among the tens of thousands of evolvers entering the 7-star cave trial, was quite common. As a result, it seemed quite normal to outsiders that Lin Yuan had failed the 7-star cave world trial. It was very inconspicuous. Governor Song came this time for. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment before Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask. "There is something I need Mr. Lin's help with." Song Wuyang paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Mr. Lin is the youngest 4th rank evolver on Kanglan Star. Would you consider our invitation to become an honorary professor at Kanglan Evolution Academy?" "Don't worry, it's just honorary, apart from showing up for the first few classes. Afterwards you can come and go as you please. Even if Mr. Lin leaves Kanglan Star in the future, as long as you don't renounce the honorary professor title, you can always enjoy the many benefits that come with it." After finishing, Song Wuyang carefully observed Lin Yuan's reaction. Kanglan Evolution Academy, being the highest institute on Kanglan Star, gathered the most promising of the younger generation. Since they were the younger generation, they were naturally not very old, and Lin Yuan, as a 4th rank evolver under 100 years old, had great influence among the youth. If Lin Yuan could become an honorary professor of Kanglan Evolution Academy, it would undoubtedly be a significant inspiration for those students. After all, having their idol in the school, who among those students wouldn't be fully motivated to study and practice? No problem. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while, then agreed. Primarily because this honorary professor role was really very liberal, having no binding force on him, and even when teaching students, it was in the virtual world, no need to leave his estate. Besides, he could also collect a salary of 100,000 civilization coins per month. Of course, with Lin Yuan's current fortune, he wasn't concerned about the money. However, occasionally providing guidance to other evolvers was also a form of self-reflection for Lin Yuan, and with his against heaven's understanding, there might be unexpected gains. Since that's the case, then it's settled. Song Wuyang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that Lin Yuan might refuse before his arrival. Since he had agreed to become an honorary professor at Kanglan Evolution Academy, Lin Yuan also felt it improper to not even show his face. In the virtual world, the president of Kanglan Higher Evolution Academy, alongside various professors and experts, personally welcomed Lin Yuan. "Professor Lin is young and promising, making us old fellows truly ashamed," Professor Chu said with a laugh. He was also the most senior among the professors, not only a professor but also the vice president. "I never thought I'd live to see such a talented evolver," Mr. Liu couldn't help saying as he sized Lin Yuan up. After chatting for a while, naturally, the topic shifted to evolution paths. After all, everyone was either an expert or a professor. regularly engaging with knowledge in the field of evolution, which made it easy to find topics for discussion. And since the topic had shifted to evolution paths, it was impossible not to mention the recently popular Marshall Path evolutionary path. Even on the main world of the chicken star domain, the Marshall Path evolutionary path had caused quite a stir, and as Kanglin star was the initial world for this path, its popularity was naturally higher. All the experts and professors present had basically purchased the first 3 ranks of the Marshall Path evolutionary path for study. Seeing that Lin Yuan sat there silently while the professors and experts discussed enthusiastically, Professor Chu, not wanting Lin Yuan to feel isolated, took the initiative to ask, "Professor Lin, what are your views on the Marshall Path evolutionary path?" As soon as the question was asked, everyone quieted down. They were all looking forward to hearing Lin Yuan's opinion. They also wanted to hear the perspective of the most talented evolver in the history of Kanglin star. "My view on the Marshall Path evolutionary path?" A hint of amusement crossed Lin Yuan's face. If it had been any other question, he might not have had an answer. But regarding the Marshall Path evolutionary path, naturally, there were no issues. The Marshall Path evolutionary path is based on vital energy. Lin Yuan roughly shared his views, but only limited to the first and second layer. The higher ranks were difficult to articulate merely by speech. The surrounding experts and professors listened intently, nodding occasionally. Once Lin Yuan finished, everyone started discussing in low voices. Moments later, Professor Liu and a few other professors discussed for a bit and then spoke up. "Professor Lin, your understanding is good, but somewhat one-sided and fails to reflect the true profundity of the Marshall Path evolutionary path." "My understanding of the Marshall Path evolutionary path is one-sided?" Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Looking at Mr. Liu, whose eyes were shining brightly, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of oddness in his eyes. When it came to understanding the Marshall Path evolutionary path, not to mention Mr. Liu, even those top-tier evolvers from the human civilization wouldn't surpass Lin Yuan. After all, the Marshall Path evolutionary path was created and pioneered by Lin Yuan himself. How could others compare? It was as if Lin Yuan had set the questions, and he alone decided what the answers were. Could outsiders dare challenge the question setter? Of course, the identity of the founder of an evolutionary path was immensely significant, especially for the currently popular Marshall Path evolutionary path. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not admit his identity here. You should know, in the chicken star domain, most evolvers and high-ranking citizens unanimously believed that the Marshall Path evolutionary path was developed as an experimental product by some top-ranked evolver scholar. What is an evolver scholar? They are the absolute elite of human civilization, unchallenged both in terms of personal strength and contributions to human civilization. Those from different species outside human civilization were all desperate to assassinate an evolver scholar. An evolver scholar might have never been to the frontier battlefield, but their influence on it was profound through the evolutionary paths, secret techniques, and even technological achievements they developed. This could even decide the outcome of local wars. Unfortunately, the importance of evolver scholars was known to the different species, and naturally to the human race. Every evolver scholar was tightly protected. Moreover, evolver scholars were not weak, they too had their own means of protection. The different species couldn't even pin down where an evolver scholar was, let alone assassinate one. If Lin Yuan were to expose himself as the founder of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, the different species would certainly launch an assassination without hesitation. Even if it cost several sixth-ranked powerhouses who had infiltrated human territories, they would still fiercely target Lin Yuan. Why was the Marshall Path evolutionary path considered an experimental product by an evolver scholar? Why hadn't other evolutionary paths been subject to such speculation? It was because of the high potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, which was astonishingly high. A regular founder of an evolutionary path simply couldn't create such a high-level path. Only evolver scholars, who transcended through time, possessing vast knowledge and also stood in high positions, could create such potent evolutionary paths. If the different species knew the Marshall Path evolutionary path was created by an evolver who wasn't even 6th rank, they certainly wouldn't allow Lin Yuan to continue to grow. The Marshall Path evolutionary path has the potential to grow into an 8th-layer evolutionary path, and Lin Yuan had a slim chance of becoming the next evolver scholar of human civilization. Assassinating Lin Yuan, even at a great cost, would be much lighter than facing the consequences on the battlefield due to Lin Yuan's research and inventions, which could lead to the fall of untold numbers of alien strong ones. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Listening to Mr. Lu's opinions, I think the martial path evolutionary path is not purely based on vital energy but integrates spiritual power, soul power, and mental strength among others. Mr. Lu spoke eloquently. The president of the Kanglin Evolution Academy nodded slightly, feeling that what Mr. Lu said made sense. Of course, this did not mean that what Lin Yuan said was not reasonable. Studying the martial path evolutionary path, everyone has their own views and insights. That's completely normal. Indeed, Lin Yuan's evolutive talent could be regarded as the best in Kanglin Star. He had reached the 4th rank before the age of 100. But precisely because of this, most of Lin Yuan's time was undoubtedly spent practicing. In contrast, although Mr. Lu's evolutive talent did not match Lin Yuan's, in recent years since the martial path evolutionary path entered the Kanglin evolution ranking, he began his research. A deeper understanding of the martial path evolutionary path was only natural. Alright, both Mr. Lu and Mr. Lin have their valid points. Although everyone has different views, we are all serving human civilization. Mr. Lin, please don't mind. Mr. Lu is like that, sometimes even daring to challenge the president. Professor Chu chuckled, smoothing things over. It's okay. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He actually didn't mind Mr. Lu's questioning earlier. Mainly because Lin Yuan found it hard to care, as every word Mr. Lu said was praising the martial path evolutionary path. And praising the martial path evolutionary path was essentially praising Lin Yuan as its founder, right? That's good then. Professor Chu nodded approvingly. Returning to the virtual world personal space, Lin Yuan contemplated the discussion he just had with those professors, mentioning their views and understandings of the martial path evolutionary path, which in turn gave him more insights and feelings. Practicing and learning are never done in isolation. Occasionally one must also interact with the outside world. Against Heaven's understanding is based on the depth of understanding and enlightenment Lin Yuan reaches at his level. The more Lin Yuan knew, and the broader his vision, the greater the effect of his against Heaven's understanding. After examining himself, Lin Yuan noticed a little red dot on the founder's virtual world category. Someone contacted me. Lin Yuan instantly understood what this red dot meant. During his 4th traversal, in order to avoid disturbances, he had shut down any means to contact him. Message alert in Founder's World was naturally included. Who would contact me? Lin Yuan was curious. He was a newcomer to Founder's World, knowing no one and having no friends. Soon, Lin Yuan entered Founder's virtual world. Is it the person who posted that post? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. The problem with this post was, is it better to understand one rule or multiple rules? At the time, Lin Yuan gave an answer based on himself, never expecting a reply from the owner of the post. After all, the post had been published 23,000 years ago. The owner of the post might have long since died. How can one rule govern 10,000? Is it the time-grade Tao or the space-grade Tao? Lin Yuan looked at the reply from the owner of the post and fell into deep thought. He used his own Taiji Tao to govern the myriad Taos, but as for the time-grade Tao and the space-grade Tao, they were too remote for Lin Yuan. Whether it was the rule of time or space rules, both were among the supreme rules, only accessible to existences beyond the 6th rank. Lin Yuan was merely at the 5th rank. Even with his against Heaven's understanding, he could hardly perceive time and space. With the rules mastered as the framework and many other rules as the flesh, naturally, one can govern 10,000 Taos. Lin Yuan thought for a while before voicing his viewpoint. In the distant reaches, a massive research planet. Great scholar Tae was just yawning. His research work was now at a halt, and he was free for the next few decades. A reply? Great scholar Tae immediately perked up. To be informed the moment his question was answered, Great scholar Tae had marked the Founder's World as special concern. He would receive notifications the moment there was any news. Framework? Flesh? Too vague. Great scholar Tae frowned slightly and continued. How exactly do you build your own framework of rules? Central Continent Manor on Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan had just replied when he received a new question. This person is just squatting there, huh? Lin Yuan scrutinized the inquiry before carefully responding, combining the power of Taiyin with the power of Taiyang to form a stable microdomain, accommodating myriad Daos. Is he planning to open a realm? Great scholar Tai marveled, following his brief exchange with Lin Yuan. Great scholar Tai determined that Lin Yuan was not another scholar. To become an evolver scholar, one must at least create and cultivate a new, stable 8th rank evolutionary path. This meant that an evolver scholar was at least a 8th rank evolver. The answers Lin Yuan gave him, while not wrong, didn't seem to come from an 8th rank evolver. At least, the formation of a stable domain combining the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang was akin to a nascent form of opening a realm. Impressive, preparing for opening a realm, before reaching the 8th rank, and without any teacher's guidance, such limitless potential. Great scholar Tai murmured to himself. No wonder the goddess of wisdom guards him so closely. Great scholar Tai glanced around. He was well aware that, as a scholar like him, he was constantly under the surveillance of the goddess of wisdom, as much for protection as to prevent him from acting out. An evolver scholar going mad could have unpredictable consequences. Let's ask a few more questions. Interest piqued. It had been a long time since great scholar Tai had encountered such an engaging junior. Following that, great scholar Tai and Lin Yuan talked for over half an hour. Great scholar Tai watched in astonishment as, through his subtle guidance, even discussed other methods of opening a realm. Great scholar Tai clearly felt that the so-called methods of opening a realm were completely unknown to Lin Yuan, who didn't even know what the methods of opening a realm were. But as the conversation with great scholar Tai deepened, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the understanding of several other opening a realm methods, terrifyingly improving. So much so that even he, an evolver scholar, was shocked. Is he pretending or does he genuinely not know? Great scholar Tai was somewhat baffled. From Lin Yuan's tone while answering, great scholar Tai was sure he was genuinely unaware and had never encountered the methods of opening a realm. Yet if he truly didn't know, how could his grasp of the principles of opening a realm advance so rapidly? He understood them after just a few hints? A genius, a peerless genius. Great scholar Tai immediately rose and paced back and forth. Has he logged off? Great scholar Tai discovered that Lin Yuan had suddenly disconnected from the virtual world. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. His chat with great scholar Tai had deeply impacted Lin Yuan, forcing him to disconnect and return to the real world to focus on the martial path evolutionary path. With Taiji governing 10,000 Daos. But what if it isn't Taiji? Can it still govern 10,000 Daos? Lin Yuan's mind burst with countless spiritual lights. You have against heaven's understanding, you analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos, and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. You have against heaven's understanding, you analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos, and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. You have against heaven's understanding, you analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos, and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan fell into deep cultivation. He even blocked most of the external perceptions. Fortunately, Lin Yuan often did this, and his parents had basically gotten used to it. As long as Lin Yuan didn't come out, they wouldn't actively disturb him. Several days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. This period of seclusion had a significant impact on him, even causing him to start rethinking the foundations of martial Dao. That person, at least a high-rank evolver, is no weaker than my teacher. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Through just a few conversations, Lin Yuan had learned a great deal. While Lin Yuan continued to ponder, the alert from the smart assistant rang out. Master, you have a delivery. It's sent by Shuntong Group, it's S-level encrypted. A delivery? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, but upon hearing Shuntong Group and S-level encryption, he was immediately shocked. Shuntong Group, the largest transportation group in the cosmic human civilization. Its business scope is not limited to the human alliance. In the cosmic starry skies, human civilization dominates far and wide, encountering numerous enemies, but also many allies and affiliated races. Anywhere the human civilization can reach is within the transport range of Shuntong Group. As for reliability and secrecy, Shuntong Group is an officially endorsed group by human civilization, absolutely confidential and reliable. It is of the same echelon as the Central Galaxy Bank. Of course. Shuntong Group's fees are very high, starting from billions at the very least. The price for S-level encrypted delivery begins at 100 billion. As for how much exactly, it depends on the size of the item and whether it has other functions that affect the use. For instance, transporting a stone versus transporting a planet, the prices naturally differ. And S-level encrypted transport is among the high-level services of Shuntong Group, accompanied by 8 6th-rank evolvers and 1 7th-rank evolver as escorts. Their movements are kept completely confidential. Apart from Lin Yuan, the recipient, outsiders could not possibly know. When did I? Lin Yuan was somewhat hesitant at that moment. Chicken Star Lord suddenly sent a message. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple. The thing should have arrived, right? Is it from the teacher? Lin Yuan felt slightly reassured. If he had not figured out who it was from, Lin Yuan would most likely not accept it. But now, teacher, what is it that needs S-level encryption by Shuntong Group? Lin Yuan was a bit heartbroken. That's 100 billion civilization currency. You will know once you have it, Chicken Star Lord said mysteriously. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. He immediately left the main building. He went outside to the manor. A man dressed in a black uniform was already waiting there. This man appeared very ordinary, no different from other delivery personnel. But Lin Yuan knew, to ensure that the item was delivered into the hands of the recipient, the last person to handle it was often the strongest in the transport team. Shuntong Group's S-level encryption required a 7th-rank evolver to accompany. That is to say, this man in a black uniform was a 7th-rank evolver. Sir. The man in the black uniform was slightly respectful. Being able to afford Shuntong Group's S-level encryption, his status even when surpassing 6th rank, was extremely high. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He then went through fingerprint, pupil, and soul wave authentication. After confirming that Lin Yuan was the recipient himself, the man in the black uniform handed over a regular black briefcase to Lin Yuan. Huh? The moment Lin Yuan received the briefcase, his expression subtly changed. It's so heavy. Lin Yuan looked down at the black suitcase again. It was only 50 centimeters in length and width, but it weighed at least 10 tons. The handover is complete. Then I'll be taking my leave first. The man in the black uniform gave a slight smile. He turned and left. From start to finish, this was a seemingly ordinary delivery and receipt of goods. If Lin Yuan had not been forewarned, he wouldn't have thought more about it. What exactly did teacher send me? Lin Yuan carried the black suitcase back to the main building. The weight of 10 tons was naturally not a problem for Lin Yuan's current physical condition. Lin Yuan was surprised just now because he did not expect the black suitcase to weigh 10 tons. Let's open it and see. Lin Yuan returned to the underground training ground. Beepa he went through fingerprint, pupil, and soul wave authentication again. The black suitcase slowly opened. What came into view was a fist-sized black gold box. Lin Yuan could tell that the suitcase's whopping 10-ton weight was almost entirely due to this black gold box. Click. With all the previous verifications, Lin Yuan easily opened the black gold box this time. Lin Yuan saw that in the center of the black gold box lay a stone, the size of a pinky fingernail. The stone was crimson. Looking at this stone, Lin Yuan felt as though he was observing a perpetual star. Lin Yuan closely observed the fingernail-sized stone. Every detail of it, the textures on its surface, the traces, all stirred a huge tidal wave in Lin Yuan's heart. This is the rule, the essence of the world's rules. Lin Yuan felt excited. If it were another evolver, they might not recognize what this stone was. Even some 6th-rank evolvers might not recognize it. But Lin Yuan was different, having experienced the Divine Arms world. Lin Yuan was extremely sensitive to the essence rules of the world. This fingernail-sized stone was far from manifesting the essential rules outwardly. In the Divine Arms world, even the smallest piece of a divine weapon, the volume of rules essence it contained, far exceeded that of this stone. But this is the main world. A single hair from an elephant weighs infinitely more than an ant. Not to mention the difference between the main world and the Divine Arms world is more than that between an elephant and an ant. This stone, far from outwardly manifesting essential rules, barely even qualifies as an imprint, merely tainted with a bit of the essence of the rules. Yet to Lin Yuan, It felt more significant than all the divine weapons in the divine arms world combined. Hotness. Vastness. Light. Many essences manifested on this stone. With this stone as a reference for my enlightenment, it will be much easier for me to forge ahead on the martial path evolutionary path and break through to the 6th rank. It's like having a math problem that Lin Yuan could only solve slowly before, but now, he has a plethora of related reference materials. Solving this problem will definitely be much easier. Even with all these supplementary materials, they are immensely helpful for Lin Yuan in solving the next problem and the ones after that. Teacher. Lin Yuan connected to the virtual world. He arrived at the palace of the Chicken Star Lord. You're here? The Chicken Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan with an expectant expression. Have you seen that thing? How do you feel about it? Teacher. Lin Yuan hesitated. It's too precious, I can't accept. Even though Lin Yuan was unclear about the value of items related to the rules in the main world. Solely in transporting this stone, the Chicken Star Lord had utilized the S-grade encryption of the $1 trillion Shuntong Group. It was clear that its value was far beyond $1 trillion. It was even an invaluable treasure that money couldn't buy. You are my disciple, what can't you accept? The Chicken Star Lord said nonchalantly. Besides, at my current level, items like this are of no use to me anyway. Rather than letting them waste away, it's better to use them. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan nodded. He also understood that the Chicken Star Lord's words were merely to comfort him. Not needing them himself, they could have been sold or even traded for something he needed. How about it? What do you think of that stone? The Chicken Star Lord continued to ask. It has inspired me greatly. Lin Yuan said earnestly. That's good. A smile appeared on the Chicken Star Lord's face. Good disciple, if I were to forcefully guide you, it would only restrict and fix your path. That stone, a rule crystal, contains the essence that is a boundless great Tao. If you can fully comprehend the mysteries contained within the stone, surpassing the 6th rank should be no problem. The Chicken Star Lord spoke, returning from the Chicken Star Lord's place. Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell on the fingernail-sized stone. It's so profound. Lin Yuan was almost addicted. The Crimson Stone, related to the Taiyang rule. Lin Yuan studied it carefully, able to continuously enhance his understanding of the Taiyang rule. Just like that, Lin Yuan devoted a significant portion of each day to reflecting on this stone. For the rest of his time, he continued perfecting the martial path evolutionary path and pondered how to break through to the 6th rank. Yes, Lin Yuan had long possessed the ability to break through to the 6th rank. But exactly where to start required careful consideration. Once he began the breakthrough to the 6th rank, his soul would actively align with his evolutionary path. This was crucial. If his soul achieved perfect alignment with his evolutionary path, he could step into the 6th rank. Advancing from 5th rank to 6th rank isn't an instantaneous or quick process. It takes time, quickly a few years or slowly hundreds or thousands of years. Many 5th rank evolvers at their peak struggle with soul alignment, unable to step into the 6th rank for hundreds or even thousands of years. Virtual World. Kanglin Evolution Academy large classroom. Classes had not yet begun, but thousands of students had arrived early, taken their seats, and were waiting eagerly. Have you heard? The one lecturing us this time is Lin Yuan. The champion of the arena competition, Lin Yuan himself. Nonsense, could I have come so early if I hadn't heard about it? That's Lin Yuan we're talking about. In the tens of thousands of years of Kanglin Star, he is the evolver with the strongest evolutionary talent who stepped into the 4th rank before the age of 100. Yeah, being a 2nd layer evolver before I'm 100 would satisfy me. You're thinking about 2nd layer? The thousands of students began to discuss softly. The students who could sit in this classroom were the most potential-filled students of Kanglin Evolution Academy and represented the future hope of Kanglin Star. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation, waiting for the arrival of the lecturer. Whoosh! Just then, a young man appeared on the podium. The next moment, the classroom fell completely silent. All students fixated their eyes on the young man. Hello, everyone. Lin Yuan casually greeted, as an honorary professor at Kanglin Evolution Academy. Lin Yuan enjoyed the many privileges and benefits of a professor's level, and although he was only an honorary professor, he still had to at least deliver 1 or 2 lectures. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan had finished citing the textbook material verbatim. He then began to ask the students about the problems they encountered on their evolutionary path. "Mr. Lin." A girl with a ponytail raised her hand. "You ask?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The ponytailed girl was somewhat surprised. Many students had raised their hands simultaneously, yet Lin Yuan had chosen her. "Mr. Lin, my development pathway is the martial path evolutionary path." The ponytailed girl volunteered her evolutionary path. This was quite normal, as every evolutionary path had distinct features, and revealing the specific path one was cultivating helped the teacher better frame the subsequent questions. "Martial path, huh?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Nowadays, the martial path evolutionary path had become the most popular evolutionary path on Kanglan Star. Of the thousands of students present, at least a tenth were pursuing the martial path evolutionary path. Of course, these students had just started practicing, and the vast majority were not yet ranked. I see that later in the martial path evolutionary path, it requires the comprehension of both Taiyin and Taiyang forces, but I am naturally slow to sense these two kinds of power. Does this mean I'm not suited for the martial path? The ponytailed girl timidly asked. With this question, the other students instantly perked up their ears. They, too, wanted to know the answer to this question since Taiyin and Taiyang energies belonged to the higher echelons of energy, not perceived by just anyone. Most evolvers were still more sensitive to the basic energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This question. Lin Yuan looked around. If he had to answer, Lin Yuan could indeed provide one. That would be that everything possesses yin and yang, such as the thunder attributes, which also have distinctions of yin and yang, along with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even if you do not have the ability to comprehend Taiyin and Taiyang, you can still sense what you are capable of perceiving, such as the power of gold, and after comprehending the power of gold entirely, delve into its aspects of yin and yang, subsequently leading to Taiyin and Taiyang energies. However, this answer, though understandable to Lin Yuan and likely other 5th or 6th rank evolvers, most of the unranked evolver students present would not understand. Not only would they not understand, but they also wouldn't be able to achieve it. Given that, Lin Yuan didn't want to say it. I am also researching this problem. Once I have the results, I will definitely let you know. Lin Yuan spoke. Alright. The ponytailed girl didn't find it strange. Although Lin Yuan's evolutionary talent was considered the best on Kanglan Star, compared to that mysterious scholar who had founded the martial path evolutionary path, he naturally fell short. It was perfectly normal for Lin Yuan not to know the answer to a question that even that mysterious scholar hadn't explained. After completing the lecture, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Sitting cross-legged in the underground training field, the question from the ponytailed girl during the class had plunged Lin Yuan into deep thought, for a long time. Lin Yuan established the martial path evolutionary path. It was entirely based on his own perspective, first tier chapter. Second layer chapter. The Yin-Yang chapter in the second layer chapter. Third rank chapter, Taiyin rule, Taiyang rule, fourth rank chapter. Fifth rank chapter, Taiyin primordial spirit, Taiyang divine spirit, Taiji primordial spirit. Everything was completely based on himself. But who was Lin Yuan? He possessed against heaven's understanding, could infer tenfold, 100-fold from one fact. Lin Yuan could understand, could realize, could absorb. Could others do the same? For instance, the Taiyin Taiyang Taiji, the content of the second layered chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. But wanting to grasp Taiji, let alone Taiji, even just Taiyin or Taiyang was exceedingly difficult for others. In the Dragon Tiger world, those who had realized the Taiyang pole extreme and the Taiyin pole extreme were heavenly masters unmatched in hundreds to thousands of years. And they still needed the true martial sword to achieve this. The cultivation environment of the main world, although far superior to the Dragon Tiger world, did not provide many resources for the most ordinary citizens. From the second layer chapter onwards, martial arts are no longer applicable to ordinary citizens. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, his thoughts churning. With the current martial path evolutionary path, the second layer chapter required realizing one of the Taiyin or Taiyang. If one couldn't realize it, it would be very difficult to advance further. One could foresee, countless citizens would be trapped at this step. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Martial arts should not be so limited. At that moment, numerous insights surged up in his mind. Recently, in the founder's virtual world, he conversed with that mysterious existence, who had left behind posts from 23,000 years ago, about controlling myriad things other than Taiji. The other myriad Dao techniques were quickly utilized by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan started from the second layer chapter, reintegrating martial arts, and removed the restriction that progress required solely Taiyin or Taiyang. From now on, martial Dao cultivators were not confined to Taiyin or Taiyang alone. As long as one could sense it, powers like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, and many others were all acceptable for continued cultivation. Starting from the second layer, one would determine a path that suits oneself, and by the fifth rank, condense out the corresponding attributes primordial spirit. The primordial spirits mentioned here are not only yin god and yang spirit, but also golden primordial spirit, water spirit, and wood spirit are possible. Endless and infinite. Inclusive of all things. Just as Lin Yuan was perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Boom! His soul suddenly began to vibrate intensely. Immediately his aura began to change, slowly transitioning towards the martial path evolutionary path. Didn't expect that. This is indeed the best way for me to break through to the 6th rank. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Perfecting the martial path evolutionary path, freeing it from the limitations of Taiyin and Taiyang, directly allowed Lin Yuan to seize the best opportunity to break through to the 6th rank. This opportunity, many 5th rank ultimate evolvers might not catch even in tens to hundreds of years. Even the previous Lin Yuan was hesitating about how to break through to the 6th rank. But now, everything was very clear. This natural breakthrough was undoubtedly the most perfect path to stepping into the 6th rank. A month later, Lin Yuan emerged from seclusion. Breaking through from the 5th rank to the 6th rank wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. It required the soul's slow transformation and transition. Rest for a while. Lin Yuan planned to balance work with rest. He was not like those evolvers who were nearing their life's limit. At his current age, Lin Yuan was only 20 years old, with plenty of time to enjoy life. So many people looking for me? Lin Yuan opened the information panel and discovered that during his seclusion many people had visited him, but because he was in seclusion, they had been dealt with by his smart assistant. Yet still, 7 or 8 people insisted on meeting Lin Yuan. They were still waiting for him to come out. Let's meet them then. Lin Yuan clicked approve. Instantly there appeared a middle-aged man with golden hair in front of him. Puan Star Domain, Shangwen Group, Zhou he greets Mr. Lin Yuan. The middle-aged man with golden hair slightly bowed and said respectfully. Shangwen Group? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He immediately recalled that this group was a rather famous one in the Puan Star Domain, with a 6th rank fallen star warrior in its ranks. The Puan Star Domain was a star domain next to the Chicken Star Domain, and due to its proximity, it had frequent trade interactions with many powers in the Chicken Star Domain. Speak. What's the matter? Lin Yuan spoke casually. Our Shangwen Group sincerely invites Mr. Lin Yuan to become a member of our next tournament's preparatory team. As long as Mr. Lin Yuan agrees, the conditions are up to you. The middle-aged man with golden hair said. You mean, let me join your group and then participate in the next tournament? Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man with golden hair. Indeed. With Mr. Lin's talent and ability, Kenglin Star was always too small. Just a middle-grade life planet. My Shangwen Group has a 6th rank fallen star warrior in residence. That's the stage truly suited for Mr. Lin Yuan. The blonde middle-aged man, smiling, continued. Moreover, Lord Shangwen holds Mr. Lin in high regard and might even personally offer some guidance in the future. Lord Shangwen is the 6th rank fallen star warrior behind the Shangwen Group. The guidance of a 6th rank evolver is a great opportunity for most evolvers. 6th rank evolvers possess the power of fallen stars. From their high positions with a mere few casual tips, they could provoke sudden enlightenment in 4th or 5th rank evolvers. The blonde middle-aged man believed that Lin Yuan would find it hard to ignore this condition. Lin Yuan indeed had great potential, having entered 4th rank before the age of 100, with a good chance to become a 5th rank evolver in the future. But that was about it. Thinking of progressing further and breaking through to the 6th rank level still seemed a remote hope. Therefore, the guidance of a 6th rank evolver was certainly not to be missed. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining other factions. Lin Yuan shook his head and said. What a joke. According to the blonde middle-aged man, joining the Shangwen group would require signing numerous contracts. It even required Lin Yuan to personally go to the headquarters of the Shangwen group for scrutiny. And the conditions offered by the blonde middle-aged man, while attractive to ordinary fourth-rank evolvers, what about to Lin Yuan? Furthermore, Lin Yuan's true identity, the peak master of the Red Kun lineage, was almost akin to the status of a prince in an empire, and not just any prince, but one with real power. If he joined the Shangwen group, it would be akin to fighting in arena competitions for other star domains. How absurd is that? Mr. Lin, won't you reconsider? The blonde middle-aged man's face slightly changed. Although the Shangwen group was not in the chicken star domain, it was still a major force with a 6th-rank fallen star warrior at its core. Even if Lin Yuan had other options and wouldn't join the Shangwen group, there was no need to outright say it. Mincing his words a bit would help save some face for everyone. As I said, I'm not interested, and I won't reconsider. Lin Yuan shook his head. His primary goal now was to step into 6th rank as quickly as possible. All other matters unrelated to this breakthrough were just trivia. Okay. Lord Shangwen would probably be quite disappointed to learn of this. The blonde middle-aged man, his face turning a bit ugly, stood up intending to take his leave. What's the matter? Is your Lord Shangwen going to come over here and teach me a lesson? Lin Yuan spoke. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, laws are robust. The more powerful the evolver, the greater the restrictions they face. Even those esteemed evolutionary scholars high above could not act wantonly, let alone a 6th rank. If that Lord Shangwen dared come to Kanglan Star, revealing any intent to act against Lin Yuan would report him to the Goddess of Wisdom. Can't beat you? Couldn't I still report you? Of course. Lin Yuan felt it unlikely that Lord Shangwen would come. It was even possible that Lord Shangwen was not even aware of who Lin Yuan was. I hope Mr. Lin's path of evolution will always be smooth. The blonde middle-aged man's face was ashen, implicitly suggesting that Lin Yuan should not look to the Shangwen group for help in the future. Get out. Lin Yuan directly kicked the blonde middle-aged man out of his personal room. Once Lin Yuan stepped into 6th rank, he could openly reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kun lineage. By then, forces like the Shangwen group would be too eager to curry favor with Lin Yuan. Personal space. Lin Yuan sat alone on a wooden chair. Arena competitions. Lin Yuan pondered with a thoughtful expression. Arena competitions are one of the hottest, most attention-grabbing activities within the Human Civilization Alliance. And being hot and attention-grabbing means enormous traffic. This traffic leads to a series of industry chains involving massive amounts of money. Why would groups like the Shangwen Group or other powerful financial oligarchies specially train teams to participate in various arena competitions? Could it really just be for honor or something like that? Of course not. If an evolver can advance to a certain rank in the arena competition, like top 100 or top 10, they're sure to attract a lot of attention. At that time, just placing an advertisement or printing a logo of some group or oligarchy on their clothing could generate enormous popularity. And advertising is just the most common method of monetization. Each session of the arena competitions also features betting houses set up beforehand. Before the competition, you choose a competitor you think will win. If they do, you'll receive a significant sum of money in accordance with the odds. Of course, to ensure fairness, under the scrutiny of the Goddess of Wisdom, the possibility of fixed matches is nearly eliminated. It is for this reason that all major forces and financial oligarchies are very keen on finding potential evolvers from obscure middle-grade life planets and then supporting them to participate in star system and star domain level arena competitions. These evolvers from middle-grade life planets, with low exposure and no systematic training. If they receive support from a major force, their strength can significantly improve in a short period of time. When the star domain level arena competitions begin, they will enter the arena as dark horses. After all, in the eyes of most citizens, a player who has already gained some fame and has completed 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins, battling against someone who has never been heard of before. Most citizens would definitely bet on the former to win. Besides the two methods mentioned above, the tournament offers many ways to profit, and the most long-lasting is to build a fanbase and cultivate star evolvers. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the top star evolvers have countless fans, many of whom are second-generation members of powerful forces. The influence of their every action is astonishing. So, I've already qualified as a dark horse in the eyes of those corporate conglomerates? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, in the previous tournament, even though Lin Yuan only showed a portion of his strength, it was 4th rank. A 4th rank evolver under 100 years old might be somewhat common on prosperous higher-grade life planets. But on a middle-grade life planet like Kanglan Star, it might take tens or even hundreds of thousands of years for one to appear. The education, cultivation, and resources of middle-grade life planets are far inferior to those of higher-grade life planets. In such an environment, reaching 4th rank, whether it be by fortuitous encounter or luck, isn't much weaker than the top evolvers from higher-grade life planets. That's why Lin Yuan caught the eye of the Shangwen group, who specially sent someone to invite him. The goddess of wisdom turns a blind eye to such things because the invitations from major forces and conglomerates might constrain the evolvers, but they also cultivate them. And, constrained by the laws of human civilization, the contracts these conglomerates sign with evolving geniuses aren't too excessive. Even in cases of breach, the penalty isn't exorbitant. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With gains come sacrifices, and this is the unwritten rule accepted by the Human Alliance. Seeking to take advantage of one's genius status, ignoring contracts and agreements that would not be supported by the 3 goddesses. My current soul compatibility. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to reality, and he began to feel more intently. Is probably about 80% complete. At this rate, I'll reach full compatibility in at most 2 years, enough to officially step into 6th rank. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. 6th rank holds a special significance for every evolver. Below 6th rank, no matter how powerful, lifeforms are still terrestrial and need the environment within a planet to survive. Once they leave the planet and come into the starry void, it becomes hard for them to continue living. But at 6th rank, one can roam the starry sea, and all 6th rank evolvers are thus called star lifeforms. Furthermore, 6th rank is a phase of qualitative change and strength. Why did Lin Yuan only need to cultivate to 6th rank to openly reveal his identity as the peak master of the Red Kun lineage? Because evolvers at 6th rank are difficult to assassinate, at the very least, their means of ensuring their safety are far superior to those at 5th rank. Typically, unless absolutely necessary, different species wouldn't try to assassinate a 6th rank evolver, as the cost is too great, equivalent to the cost of cultivating dozens of 7th rank powerhouses. And that's still without any guarantee of killing the 6th rank evolver. The conversion speed of soul compatibility is unstable. It might be fast initially and slow down later on, or it could be slow at the beginning and speed up later. My current compatibility transformation is still normal. Lin Yuan continued his observation. But soul compatibility can be interrupted before reaching 1/10, allowing the choice of another evolution path. After stepping into 6th rank, the cost of changing evolution paths skyrockets. But Lin Yuan, strictly speaking, has not yet stepped into 6th rank, still being within 5th rank. Among the many evolution paths I've mastered, the most powerful is undoubtedly the Zhanhuang evolutionary path. If I were to use this as the direction for soul transformation. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before immediately dismissing the thought. Even if the Zhanhuang evolutionary path is strong, it isn't created by Lin Yuan. Using it as the fundamental evolution path might seem beneficial in the short term. But over a longer timeline, it might not be advantageous. Lin Yuan feels more confident in the martial path evolutionary path. The Zhanhuang evolutionary path can be studied and even practiced concurrently, but it must not become the foundation. All other evolution paths, including the Zhanhuang evolutionary path, can only serve as nourishment to perfect the martial path evolutionary path. Let's continue to perfect the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's mind sank back into the martial path evolutionary path. In Lin Yuan's latest vision, the martial path evolutionary path has transcended chapters like the Taiyin chapter, the Taiyang chapter, and the Yin-Yang chapter. Various attributes of power could all be integrated into the martial arts evolution system. Whichever attribute an evolver is good at, they can enter into martial Tao to cultivate. Martial Tao shouldn't be so meager, it should be infinitely expansive. Lin Yuan found that when perfecting the martial path evolutionary path in this direction, the speed of his soul's compatibility transformation would gain a certain increase. Next, while perfecting the martial arts evolution system, Lin Yuan examined the reddish stone sent by the Chicken Star Lord. In his spare time, he refused the invitations from the financial conglomerates of various star domains. Aside from the Shangwen group who noticed Lin Yuan's potential to become a dark horse, other powers took note as well. In the interstellar age, any slightly powerful force has its own think tank, tirelessly planning and taking actions that align with their interests based on information about human civilization and even different species. As a fourth rank under 100 years old from a middle-grade life planet, Lin Yuan, with great potential and a relatively low price tag, is extremely welcome. As for these Foss's invitations, at first, Lin Yuan still managed to make time for a meeting. He clearly expressed his attitude, but in the end, the frequency was simply too high. Lin Yuan simply stopped meeting with them, leaving it to the intelligent assistant to cope. If it had been announced initially that I had passed the 7-star cave test. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. If it were only like Fang Qing, merely passing the test and becoming an official member of the Red Kun lineage. Perhaps these powers wouldn't have invited him so insistently. After all, as an official member of the Red Kun lineage, where is the sense in working for other powers? The Red Kun lineage itself is the most powerful force. However, doing so would require Lin Yuan to take a spaceship battleship to the Chicken main star with those like Fang Qing who had passed the test. This was the normal procedure for each batch joining the Red Kun lineage. Lin Yuan was able to stay on Kanglin star all this time, entirely because he was the peak master of Shisan, enjoying many privileges. Even the gift from the Chicken Star Lord had to be delivered through the express efforts of the Shuntong group, costing hundreds of billions of civilization coins. On this day, Lin Yuan had just finished cultivating. The voice of the intelligent assistant then came through. Master, the person who is visiting this time comes from the Heiyu family, namely the subordinate of Heiyu Ao, who is the 3821st son of Heiyu Mo. The Heiyu family? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Heiyu family is a force within the Chicken Star domain, ranking within the top 5 among the many powers beside the Red Kun lineage. The strongest of the Heiyu family, Heiyu Mo, is an existence that surpasses the 6th rank. The Heiyu family, Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Let's meet. He could ignore other powers and financial groups, partly because most of them are 6th rank forces. And Lin Yuan, on the path to becoming a 6th rank evolver, saw it only as a matter of time. Secondly, most invitations were from groups from outside the Chicken Star domain, with no need for excessive intimacy. But the Heiyu family was different. As a native force of the Chicken Star domain, when Lin Yuan would step into 6th rank and reveal his identity, he might have to interact with them. Whoosh! Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. His personal space. Lin Yuan agreed to enter. An old man dressed in a black suit, as elegant as a nobleman, appeared before him. Bei Jiao, on behalf of my young master Heiyu Ao, greets Mr. Lin Yuan. The old man in the black suit, Bei Jiao, had a very low posture, and his tone was slightly respectful. He then stated the terms for inviting Lin Yuan to join under Heiyu Ao. I'm not really interested in arena battles at the moment, sorry. Lin Yuan tried to soften his tone as he spoke, is that so? The expression of the old man in the black suit, Bei Jiao, showed no change. After standing up to take his leave, he disappeared on the spot. Quite reasonable. Lin Yuan slightly nodded. The representatives of those powers who had invited him, upon being rejected, most would usually hint at or outright threaten him. Inside a splendid palace, Heiyu Ao was seated on the throne, deep in thought. At that moment, the figure of the old man in the black suit, Bei Jiao, appeared. Which tier of contract did that Lin Yuan choose? Heiyu Ao said casually. Before sending Bei Jiao to invite Lin Yuan, Heiyu Ao had set 5 tiers of contracts. The higher the tier of the contract, the more support for Lin Yuan and also the greater the restrictions. He left it to Lin Yuan to choose any tier he desired. Young master. The old man in the black suit, Bei Jiao, bowed slightly. Lin Yuan has declined the young master's invitation. The old man in the black suit said softly, he declined my invitation? On the throne, Heiyu Ao felt slightly taken aback. He looked down at the old man in the black suit, Bei Jiao. Young master. I have made all the terms clear. But that Lin Yuan, he still refused. Says he's not interested in the competitive arena. Bei Zhao, the elderly man in black dress, immediately said. Is that so? He Yuao rose from the throne, frowning slightly. He believed he had been more than generous, offering very high terms in all 5 tiers of the contract. Especially the lowest tier of the contract, which required only 100 years of Lin Yuan's service to He Yuao, would enable him to receive ample resources for nurture. For a 4th rank or 5th rank evolver, 100 years is not a long time, and to serve He Yuao? That is a blessing most ordinary evolvers could only dream of. Yet Lin Yuan had refused. This was an outcome He Yuao had never expected. He Yuao, exceeding 6th rank within the Heyu family and a direct descendant of Heyu Mo, didn't know how many evolvers would take the initiative to pledge loyalty to him. But He Yuao didn't regard them highly. Now, having finally taken a liking to Lin Yuan, the latter didn't reciprocate the interest? What exactly is going on? Has the reputation of my Heyu family fallen to such a degree? He Yuao was somewhat vexed. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan emerged from the underground training ground and called over Hu Main, the captain of the guard troops. Greetings. Mr. Lin. 6th rank evolver Hu Ming said respectfully. I want to ask you about something. Lin Yuan sat in his seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand. That member of He Yuao's forces had left directly after being refused by him, which piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Are you familiar with the Heyu family? Lin Yuan looked at Hu Ming and inquired. The Heyu family? Hu Ming was slightly stunned, then nodded, saying, I know them, one of the 5 major powers in the Chicken Star domain. The strongest force in the Chicken Star domain is undoubtedly the Red Kun lineage, which the entire star domain was named after. Beneath the Red Kun lineage there are 5 major powers, and the Heyu family is one of them. When the Star Lord had not long taken over the star domain, Heyu Mo brought his family, crossing several star domains, to settle in the Chicken Star domain. The Star Lord, acknowledging Heyu Mo's plight, handed over some of the trade in the star domain to the Heyu family, which paved the way for them to become one of the 5 major powers today. Hu Ming spoke rapidly. Although he was an evolver secretly cultivated by the Red Kun lineage, he was not oblivious to the outside world. Moreover, having lived long enough, he was aware of some information that had ceased to be common knowledge. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He understood now. In summary, that Heyu Mo was nothing more than the teacher's lapdog. Have you heard of He Yuao? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. If he remembered correctly, the one who had invited him to join was He Yuao. He Yuao? Hu Ming thought for a moment and replied, is he Heyu Mo's youngest son? Heyu Mo had thousands of descendants, and it was only due to the exceptional memory of evolvers that one could remember so many names. Especially the names of the Heyu family, which sounded quite similar, were easy to confuse for outsiders. Right. Just now, he invited me to join his battle team to participate in the arena competition, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head, but I refused. That He Yuao dares. Hu Ming clicked his tongue in amazement, for Lin Yuan was one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage. Even Heyu Mo, the Dinghai Divine Needle, would have to show respect upon meeting Lin Yuan. I guess it was Mr. Lin's performance in the arena that caught He Yuao's eye, hence his initiative to invite. After pondering for a while, Hu Ming said with a hint of emotion, the Heyu family is a massive force, but the competition is also fierce. As Heyu Mo's youngest son, He Yuao was born thousands or tens of thousands of years later than his brothers. Even with the family's support, it's hard for him to catch up to his brothers, so he set his sights on the arena competition. If he can support a dark horse into the top 100 of the star domain level competition, He Yuao will undoubtedly earn a massive fortune. At that time, his position within the Heyu family will rise along with his profits, and if he gains the favor of Heyu Mo, inheriting the position of the family head of the Heyu family might not be impossible. Hu Ming whispered. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Those major families and forces appeared glamorous on the surface, but in reality, the internal struggle was extremely severe. It was even to the extent of dying if one didn't advance. Unless He Yuao completely gave up and didn't care about power or wealth, he would have to compete with his thousands of brothers. It wasn't only the Heyu family. The competition within the Red Kun lineage was also extremely ruthless, with numerous standards set amongst the official and core members. Failed to meet the standards? Then step aside and let someone who can meet them take your place. Lin Yuan felt less strongly about this because he started at the level of a peak master, immediately standing at the very top of the Red Kun lineage. Most of the Red Kun lineage's hereditary resources were open to Lin Yuan. His task wasn't to compete with other disciples, but simply to continue his cultivation. Of course, Lin Yuan's such treatment was also won through competition. Millions of heirs competing in the 7-star cave world. Even though Lin Yuan's starting point wasn't the highest, and there were 3 individuals with red patterns above him, in the end, only Lin Yuan became one of the 13 peak masters. By the way, the outside world doesn't have a very good opinion of that He Yuao, who will stop at nothing until he gets what he wants. Mr. Lin, since you've rejected his invitation, I'm afraid he won't let it go easily. If He Yuao really goes too far, Mr. Lin can have the other peak masters step forward, then He Mo wouldn't dare to disobey the peak master's orders. Hu Ming reminded in a low voice. In front of the Red Kun lineage, the Heyu family is subservient and humble, which isn't to say that the Heyu family isn't strong. Rather, it's because the Red Kun lineage is too powerful, so the Heyu family can only act in this way. But without the Red Kun lineage, the Heyu family would be the overlord overlooking a star domain, and of the 5 major forces, the other 4 wouldn't want to offend the Heyu family unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Only unless it's the last resort. Lin Yuan wouldn't ask his senior brothers to intervene. At the level of the Heyu family and the peak masters of the Red Kun lineage, every action was watched by countless eyes. If Lin Yuan, hiding his true identity, was practicing on Kanglin Star and got involved in the vortex of the peak masters and the Heyu family, it could lead to certain beings deducing something. There are myriad evolution paths in the main world of the human alliance, among which is a type named divination. This type of evolution path can deduce conclusions from known information. The appointment of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage just took place, and countless forces from outside are guessing the true identity of the 13th peak master. If at this time, a peak master intervenes and suppresses the Heyu family, it would be a very obvious signal to those who are proficient in the divination type evolution path. Even if the senior brothers were extremely secretive, if in the end He Yuao inexplicably backed off, there would still be loose ends. Of course, those who evolved through this type of divination usually lack combat power and are mostly employed by the think tank of some major forces. Why exactly did Lin Yuan refuse me? Is it because the conditions I offered weren't high enough? On the throne, He Yuao was still pondering. During this time, while he was recruiting other evolvers, he couldn't stop thinking about Lin Yuan. He couldn't help remembering when he left his family to venture outside. His own father, He Mo, once gave him 2 choices. The first option was to take 10 trillion civilization coins from the family treasury. Afterward, the Heyu family wouldn't provide much support, and if he wanted to return to the family and run for the position of clan leader, he must turn these 10 trillion civilization coins into 100 billion cosmic coins. The conversion rate between civilization coins and cosmic coins is 10,000 to 1. Meaning, He Yuao needed to earn 100-fold of 10 trillion civilization coins in wealth to qualify to return to the clan. The second option was to let the family's think tank plan out a complete business map for him. He Yuao only needed to eventually make 10 trillion civilization coins to return to the family and compete for the position of clan leader. In the end, He Yuao chose the second option, and the think tank of the Heyu family planned a business map for him, rooted in arena competitions. The business map was detailed, with the think tanks of the Heyu family painstakingly picking 223 evolvers under 100 years old. These 223 evolvers all have potential not discovered by ordinary people. As long as He Yuao signs these 223 evolvers and trains them for future tournaments, they are very likely to shine. And among these 223 evolvers, Lin Yuan was listed. Lin Yuan. He Yuao echoed the think tank's evaluation of Lin Yuan in his mind. Just over 20 years old, he stepped into 4th rank and is in the mid to late stage of the 4th rank. Trained and nurtured, he'll reach the pinnacle of the 4th rank before the next tournament, with hopes to step into the 5th rank before reaching 100 years old. With the strength of the 5th rank, participating in the star domain level arena competitions, it's quite easy to break into the top 1000. He Yuao must have this Lin Yuan. He Yuao looked down at his subordinates and said, I've heard that geniuses are proud. You went to invite him and were rejected, but if I personally invite him, might I succeed? Young master. Dressed in a black suit, the elder Bei Jiao was slightly stunned. I'm not sure, but if the young master personally invites him, that Lin Yuan would surely be very moved. With He Yuao's status, personally inviting an evolver with no background and no power, the latter would indeed be moved. After all, a personal invitation signifies importance and gives face. Virtual world. A small world specially opened up. All 12 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage had gathered here. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was Lin Yuan. My fellow seniors, my cultivation delayed me, and I lost track of time. Lin Yuan's tone was apologetic as he apologized immediately. Since becoming the 13th peak master of the Red Kun lineage, to maintain the bond among the peak masters, the eldest senior brother took the initiative to invite the other peak masters to gather together from time to time. Since it is in the virtual world, it's very convenient. A connection of consciousness is enough, and everyone usually arrives on time. Ha ha ha, our little junior brother is truly remarkable. He's not yet 100 years old and has already reached the 5th rank. Stepping into the 6th rank is just a matter of time. The eldest senior brother laughed heartily. Lin Yuan's advancement to the 5th rank was no secret, known to the Chicken Star Lord and all 12 senior brothers. Our junior brother doesn't possess any special physiques or bloodlines, so breaking through to the 5th rank before the age of 100 is truly rare. The second senior brother nodded in approval. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there indeed are many inconceivable geniuses. Not to mention 5th rankers under 100, even 6th rankers have appeared before. But these geniuses all have various physiques and bloodlines. Some are born at the 3rd or 4th rank, or even the 4th or 5th rank. Their starting points are so high that there is no need for comparison. But Lin Yuan is different. Even though the 12 peak masters had not seen Lin Yuan in person, they knew from what they heard from the Chicken Star Lord that Lin Yuan's physique and bloodlines did not have anything special. Given the pace of our junior brother's cultivation, he could attempt breaking through to the 6th rank in at most a few decades. Before breaking through to the 6th rank, our junior brother must be careful to choose a fundamental evolution path. The more suitable it is for oneself, the higher the soul's resonance, and the faster the transformation, the eldest senior brother earnestly advised. It might even aid significantly in the breakthrough from the 6th rank to the 7th rank in the future. Lin Yuan was firm in his heart. The eldest senior brother had always emphasized choosing the evolution path that was most suitable for oneself to transform through soul resonance. Not necessarily the strongest. And what evolution path could be more suitable for Lin Yuan than the martial path evolutionary path from among the vast array of evolution paths mastered by human civilization? Given our junior brother's speed of cultivation, it's very possible for him to break through to the 7th rank. By then, I don't know whether we should change how we address him. The 3rd senior brother glanced at the 4th senior brother and the other 9 senior brothers. This. The 4th senior brother blinked. If our junior brother can break through to the 7th rank, it will strengthen the foundation of our Red Kun lineage. I would be willing to change the way I address him. Ha 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 ha, old 3, stop teasing them. The 2nd senior brother shook his head. For a 6th rank evolver to break through to the 7th rank, they need a particular kind of opportunity. Even if Lin Yuan manages to break through to the 6th rank in a few decades, the step further into the 7th rank is not something easily achieved. Many extremity 6th rank evolvers remain stuck at this bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years until they die of old age. After an hour of conversation with his senior brothers, the gathering ended. Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world and returned to reality. Central Continent Manor, underground training facility. Let's see the progress made during this period. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the degree of transformation of his soul. 20%. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At this rate, it would take less than 2 years, just over a year, for his soul to achieve perfect resonance. Then, he would step into the 6th rank, becoming a fallen star-level powerhouse that commands respect.